listening to Late at Night Black Radio, where we tell you how to love people. It's Love FM. Late at night, where we tell you how to become a baby daddy and head on out of town. Papa was a rolling stone. What's up, y'all? Welcome. It's open forum, and that means open forum. I want to talk a little bit about the recent films that I've seen. My wife and I went to see films, and then we'll read some of the super chats from yesterday. We'll open it up to all of y'all callers, to the goobers, the goofballs, the goof troop, the goofy goobers, all of y'all beloved callers. We're going to open it up. But, so, two recent horror movies. We like to briefly break down these real quick here. As you guys know, we do movie analysis. Esoteric Hollywood Part 3 is complete. I finished all the revisions. It is back at the publisher. Hopefully going to the printer soon. We on black time over here, which is my time, which is whenever I show up, which is Gandalf time, because the wizard arrives precisely when he's meant to. Frodo. We got hand farts. We got black voices. We've got Lord of the Rings references. We've got movie trailers. What else do you want in your life? Why are you even listening to any other content, quote, creator? What else is there? Nothing. Now, I do like horror movies, and I will say that Weapons was certainly a better horror movie than Together. There were some aspects of Together that I thought were okay. I don't like body horror movie in general, though. The only body horror that I can think of that is pretty good is some of the David Cronenberg movies. Otherwise, it's usually just gross, dude. It's like that, you know what I mean? So, we watched this the other night, and then we saw Weapons in the theater. And I will say that Weapons together with Long Legs was probably two of the best horror movies that I've seen in the past few years. There's a couple of others that I thought were pretty decent. Let me see. Somebody was asking me the other day, what's some good horror movies? Well, Heretic was really good. The first Omen actually was good. I didn't expect that to be that good. Smile and Smile 2 were pretty creepy, actually good horror movies. And a couple of, maybe Night House with Rebecca Hall was pretty good. That's about it. I mean, you know, a good horror movie is few and far between. And so usually the only thing that makes for a good analysis is when they have esoteric, occult, symbolic elements in it. This one didn't have a whole lot of that, although the overall theme did end up being pretty heavily esoteric. And it actually shared some parallels with the other movie, the recent Josh Brolin, what's her name, Julia Garner, Weapons. Some parallel symbolism. We'll cover this really briefly because I think what I'm going to try to do is, as I cover different segments and as we get people timestamping, I'm going to clip out the movie section and make it its own clip. So this will be the first, 10, 15 minutes of a separate clip. Otherwise, I just can't figure out. It's too time racking, and it takes up too much time to sit here and do 20-minute clip segments when the most efficient way is obviously just to clip one long live stream. And live streams are the only way to make a living anyway, because ad revenue itself doesn't make enough. But you get a lot of views with clips because people don't have attention spans over 20 minutes on YouTube, that is. So here we have Allison Brie from Community, who was actually she's a really good comedic actress in Community. Jamie and I just finished Community. It was a lot funnier than I expected. I was kind of blown away. And again, I don't praise a lot of shows because there's not that many shows that I think are funny and impress me. The first 4 seasons are just absolutely genius. Last season kind of trails off because I think they knew they were getting canceled. There's a lot of really trippy meta references, a lot of pop culture references that are pretty good, even some pretty in-depth philosophical references throughout Community. If you've never watched it and you're looking for like a really funny, kind of wacky, almost, again, trippy comedy, I would say it's up there. As Chevy Chase leaves the show, and again, I'm not a huge Chevy Chase fan, but for whatever reason, he's actually really funny in Community. He plays the perfect boomer, and so they've got these archetypes of characters and that was still when you could kind of make fun of people groups, you could make fun of ethnicities. Back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, you could get away with that. So it's kind of similar to The Office in certain ways. If you like The Office, you would like Community. I actually think Community might be funnier than Parks and Rec. So I kind of think it's up there because some of those episodes are just genius. I did not like Midsommar. A lot of people are saying, what about Midsommar? I mean, Midsommar as a movie was engaging. But sometimes if the message is too dark or satanic or nihilistic, it's very difficult for me to like the film. So that's unfortunately the case with Together. So basically, you've got Alison Brie playing the needy, responsible wife, or I think they're dating. I can't remember if they're married or dating. Oh no, they want to get married, right? She wants to get married. And then you've got Dave Franco, James Franco's brother, is the listless millennial musician who is not having a lot of success, but he's still hoping in his band and thinking, oh, we're going to make it one day. And she kind of gets him to eventually concede to getting together because she does the very cringe thing about Community has a blackface joke, $5, Steve McLovin. Yeah, in fact, it turns out there's several episodes of Community that were pretty, quote, scandalous nowadays, as well as It's Always Sunny. And there's about 5 banned episodes of It's Always Sunny. That's how crazy. We're already in the dystopia. And if you go watch the episodes, the jokes are pretty innocuous, right? It's like Danny DeVito does blackface in one of them. Caitlin Olsen does it in one of them. And then she does this Latina cholo girl character that's pretty funny. I mean, it's like that's enough to get you your episode banned. I mean, this is insane, but this is where we are. Anyway, so back to Together. She ends up proposing to him. So we have this feminist statement that she's going to propose, and she does it at this big party with all of his like musician friends, and everybody just kind of cringes because Dave Franco's like, I don't know, right? And he doesn't go for it. But they're moving out to the country outside of New York. They want to get away from the city and focus on their relationship and growing up or whatever. But Dave Franco isn't ready for this. So when they get out to the countryside, they meet this gay teacher who tells them that they should go spend some time in the woods and just kind of frolic around and get back to nature. And, somehow that will help them to solidify whether they want to be together or not. Well, it turns out there's this filth pool out in the woods, and maybe they're in Oregon. I forget where they are. I was thinking they were in New York. Maybe they're in Oregon. I forget. I'm getting all the movies mixed up because they all take place in different places. But they wander out in the woods, and they find a chapel that is sunken into the earth like a sinkhole, this old, quote, chapel. And in this chapel is this mysterious filth pool with nasty liquid. And because they get stuck down there, it rains really hard. They think, well, we may not be able to get out of here. It's raining too hard. We'll have to wait until it stops raining. And they decide, because they don't have any water, to drink the filth pool. Never drink from random filth pools. I can tell you this from experience in Florida. Tasted a lot of filth pools in Florida. Florida has a lot of filth pools. None of them taste good. They decide to do it for survival, and they wake up tripping out because it has a kind of I guess it has a shroomish component to it. I don't know, but they start tripping out, and they notice that bells have been hung up all throughout the forest near this collapsed chapel. Their legs begin to stick together. They begin to be more and more drawn to each other. we think maybe their relationship is healing, but it turns out as they get intimate, they start to stick together. And as you could imagine, here they are kissing, and then their lips kind of stick together. Well, as you can imagine, this is an allegory for their relationship, right? Their relationship is a push-pull. She wants commitment. He doesn't want to commit. But then when he takes time apart, then he wants her back. And then he won't sleep with her. But then after several months, he decides he wants to. And he begins to have this overwhelming compulsion for her. And eventually, she ends up drinking this same filth pool. I kind of figured the whole movie out from the beginning. I knew that the gay teacher was in on it. And he's actually trying to get them to go drink this filth pool water because he wants them to merge. The craziest part about this movie, it is overall pretty lame. Here's the crazy part. This gay teacher says, it's kind of like Plato and the ancient Platonic dialogues. And he starts talking about the monad and Plato and this idea of all of us coming from one, and then we fell and became separate particular individuals. Now, I mean, he doesn't explicitly say that, but that's kind of what he's talking about in more normie terms, because obviously the normie audience has no idea what Plato is or what the monad is in terms of the systems, right? So I started thinking, this is like some kind of weird cult where they're going to try to merge people together. Lo and behold, that's what it is. The guy, the gay teacher, turns out to be a hybrid two gay dudes that went through the cult ritual of merging into one. And they have to recruit other people to merge into one. And so essentially, Dave Franco and Allison Brie, there's the cult having their underground meetings there, merge into one. And I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for you because I didn't really care for this movie. They become a hybrid seeming hermaphrodite. So it's no longer Allison Brie and Dave Franco. It's now the hermaphroditic gender non-binary being that is the synthesis of the two. So it's almost like a Monophysite horror movie. So if you want to understand why we would critique Oriental Orthodox Christology, it's the final state of Allison Brie and James Franco, which neither of which are either one. They're this other third thing, a tertium quid. But it's Platonic because it's like Baphomet, the original dual-gendered being. Baphomet's got the boobies and the equipment downstairs at once. The goat, right? As above, so below. But that's not new to Eliphas Levi or modern Satanism or Hermeticism. This is actually in Plato. Plato believed that the original, it's also in the Kabbalah, Adam Kadmon, the original non-gendered, non-binary, bisexual being is the original God being. This is also taught in Crowleyism, as we said, in Kabbalah, and Platonism and Hermeticism. So the idea, the esoteric occult idea behind a lot of the TRANZ stuff isn't just depopulation. It is all part of that. But a lot of these people actually believe the ideology of that somehow if we could erase all differences, and this kind of underlies communism and socialism too, right? If we could erase all differences and level the playing field entirely, and not just between ethnicities, races, people groups, or religions, but also between and classes, right? Class warfare, also gender. The most fundamental warfare from these people's perspective, this sort of occultic, alchemical perspective, or whatever you want to call it, hermetic perspective, is male and female. So if we get rid of the male and female, by necessity, we will also then get rid of all the other particularities and differentiations. And it's like what Aldous Huxley talks about in his Perennial Philosophy book, will create the big blob. Once everyone is a giant monochrome mono blob, there won't be anything to divide over. You won't have your religion and your ethnicity and your nation state and your tribe or your whatever. We're all one giant non-binary blob. And I'm not joking. Anyway, so that is that movie. I was surprised to see the Platonic monad getting over and getting beyond all differentiation themes. That was not what I expected in this movie. But then again, I don't know about Dave Franco, but James Franco is actually openly interested in Crowley. He's done himself Crowley rituals or tried to reenact them. I'm not joking. If you look this up, he spent several days trying to reenact some elaborate Crowley ritual. Yeah, here it is. Now, supposedly this is performance art, but Twilight star Newt C.R. Brian Butler performed Crowley ritual together with James Franco. And then here's a bunch of dorks watching on. Oh, look how cool this is. They're doing the Bart Zabel working. And I don't know who this chick is. She's supposed to be from Twilight or something. Anyway, James Franco has some role in this. I don't know what his role is. All right, this is too bright. Let me turn this on. Here we go. They wanted to invoke the spirit of Bart Zabel, the spirit of Mars, into James Franco. What? Oh, update. James Franco missed his flight, and there was a stand-in actor. Okay, I didn't know this. Did he miss the flight, or did he just decide, okay, no, I don't really want, butt demons inside of me? And I'm not joking, because Crowley famously would insert himself into Victor Newberg's butt. But yeah, this was eventually. So in other words, regardless of whether it was actually James Franco that showed up, we know that James Franco, perhaps Dave, I don't know, do at least have some interest in Crowley and Crowleyan rituals. And the whole ethos of Crowley is actually, as Crowley himself said, the equalization of all actions and all values. Did you know that? The equalization of all actions and all values. Because from Crowley's perspective, or so he argued, if everything is equal, then the only thing that determines what's good and evil is the will of the magus, right? So everything that's out there is just literally equal. I will determine as the most powerful magus, good, evil, male, female, etc., whatever I want, based on my will, you see. Now, the other film I do want to mention was a much better film. I might play some of this futuristic jazz music in a second. So hold on, let me pull this up over here. The cinematography, the music, everything in Weapons was on point. Now, my only criticism of Weapons is that it has a couple gruesome, like overly gruesome scenes that just weren't necessary. So a couple of times I had to turn my head away just because it was too gross. Otherwise, this was a really good movie. So basically, brief analysis. Oh, and I forgot to mention in Together, the cult, for whatever reason, had bells with all-seeing eyes on the bell. I'm assuming this is supposed to mean wedding bells, and that you maybe some inversion of the bell that's rung during the liturgy or the mass, right? The wedding bell, the call to mass, or the invocation, epiclesis in the Orthodox liturgy. When the priest is praying, you hear the bells, smells and bells. But interestingly, Weapons also has bells with curious symbology associated with them. I'll give you what I think is going on, and then I want you guys, if you have seen it yet, to let me know what you think is going on, because sometimes in films, and particularly in this one, there's some ambiguity in interpreting the symbology. I don't exactly know how to interpret it. So we have a kind of middle America, average small town, and this strange event has occurred where the children in one classroom have all disappeared except for one child. So in the middle of the night, 17 of them just sort of ran away in the middle of the night at 2:17 a.m. And they ran in this very sort of weird posture to we don't know where. So the whole town ends up in a tizzy, and obviously, and then for the next year or two, they're very upset, and they blame Julia Garner, who I'm sure you've seen in many movies, because they all disappeared from her class for some reason. I don't know why this trailer is so dark, dude. I can't see anything. You know, this chick, right? So the whole town begins to blame her because they think that it had to have been her class for some reason. And after the feds and the FBI and the police and everybody sort of looks into this, nobody can figure out what happened. So Josh Brolin plays one of the dads who lost his son, and he, of course, also originally blames Julia Garner's character for it. She's developed an alcoholic, she's become an alcoholic after all this, and she's thinking, I'm going to have to move, I have to, find another job, I can't live here anymore. And is it a sequel to Barbarian? No, I think it's the same people that made Barbarian, which is also a pretty good horror movie, but it is not a sequel. It's a totally different thing. Anyway, Josh Brolin decides that it's her, and so he's got this red paint, and he paints on her car witch in paint that you can't scrub off. So you begin to think, okay, there maybe is a witch involved. This got witchcraft involved, and maybe it is Julia Garner, but she decides I'm going to have to prove myself innocent or else no one's going to believe me. We're going to figure out what happened to these kids. So they both end up teaming up. But the best part of the movie is, I think, that it's told in that style. Very few movies are done this way. I can only think of a few. There's one that has Patrick Swayze that's pretty good. It's called 11/11, I think. And it's each character's vantage point of the same day. Which is kind of difficult. Pulp Fiction's kind of that way. I mean, it's kind of difficult to pull off, I think. That's why a lot of people don't do it. Is it 11? Let me have I got the name wrong. Maybe it's not 11/11. There's a movie with Patrick Swayze from some years back that is the same style of film. We're going to go back to open forum here in a second, so I'm almost done covering the movies. If you're that impatient, just hold on. $11.14, maybe that's it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Oh, I forgot Hilary Swank was in this. So basically, this whole film is told from the vantage point of 5 different characters in one evening as they all intersect in one crazy event, right? And I don't really remember this kind of a story since then, right? I mean, I'm sure there's been some movie told in this way, but it's a unique, out of time, way to tell stories, and it was done very well. And so you're totally engaged. Every single character's vantage point is not just kind of absurd, and it's comedy too, right? It has elements of comedy, which I think make it overall a really good film. It's not just a horror movie. But to get back to the esoteric point, and I'm going to spoil it for you. So, shocker here. Spoiler alert right here. So, it is a witch. And you kind of become, obsessed in the second half of the movie, figuring out, okay, who is the witch? Who's doing the witchcraft? Because we've seen these sort of passing images and glances of some kind of creepy looking witch. But we can't really make out what it is or what's going on. And the witch has her own network of symbology, I guess we could say, which connects her to, on the one hand, we see triangles consistently positioned throughout the film. And the triangle of manifestation, I think, is what this refers to, because that is very important in just most forms of witchcraft, whether it's more ceremonial witchcraft or Sanders, Gardnerian, whatever type of witchcraft it is. The triangle of manifestation is very important. It's a very fundamental symbol within witchcraft. And I actually, as soon as I saw the opening of the film, they showed us this triangle, and I was like, oh, it's going to be witchcraft. So I knew nothing about the movie other than that everybody was saying it was good. So I was pretty much right there. I didn't know who was going to be the witch, because it kind of leads you on some trails and you get distracted. But the witch also has a bell, and her bell has the number 6 on it and the triangle of manifestation. And it was just odd that we'd watched a movie the night before with, this cult that had the bells with the all-seeing eye on it. Here we have the witch has a bell with the number 6 and the triangle manifestation on it. I don't know what the purpose of the number 6 was. Obviously, I know that 6 in Scripture refers to man being made, right? The creation of man, 666. I mean, there could be a lot of obvious references to the number 6. I don't exactly know what the purpose of the witch having 6 in this movie was, though. I also don't know if you did see it, when Josh Brolin has the dream that kind of helps him start to think about figuring out who's behind the missing kids. He sees a giant assault rifle in his dream. Again, I don't know why that was there. I think, given that the movie's titled Weapons, maybe it was just a archetypal symbolic reference to weapons, and we're trying to figure out, why is the movie named Weapons? We haven't really seen a lot of weapons in the film. Like, there's one cop that has a gun, and there's a guy with a knife, and this and that. There's not a lot of weaponry, so you start to think, okay, the weapons have to be something else. Well, you got it. Weaponized humans. Humans are the weapons, and they're weaponized when they're underneath the spell of the witch. And I think that this is a horror movie, that this is just a basic horror movie. I don't think it's trying to make a massive social commentary. But if I did try to make a social commentary, I would have to say that the way that people act in the movie, the way they're sort of going insane gradually as we get towards the climax of the film, it's almost like society is under a spell. People are going insane, they're going crazy. And we often want to say, oh, well, it's just, social factors, it's this and that. But what I liked about this, kind of like Twin Peaks, is like, maybe there's actually spiritual forces that are causing people to go insane. And in this town, basically, a large portion of the town is actually under a spell. And that's why people are having these breaks and going insane. And the town ends up being, they end up discovering who the witch is. I won't say exactly all. I got to totally spoil it for you if you do want to see the movie. It is a little gruesome in a couple places, but maybe this kind of a movie has a much better insight into what's really going on. Like, people are actually under demonic spells. They're not just low IQ or whatever. It's not just toxic food and toxic culture. That's all part of it, but maybe it's also witchcraft, in the sense of people are being influenced by dark spiritual forces. Let me know what you think below if you watched either of the films, if you think I missed anything, if you have another interpretation of the triangle of manifestation, or of the number 6, or the bells that were used in the film. And I do want to read a couple of the super chats before we go to the open forum here. And you can call in on any topic you want. It's open. Of course, I am on YouTube, so obviously not every single possible topic, because anytime you say it's open forum, everyone wants to talk about Tiny Mustache Man. I don't know why everybody wants to talk about Tiny Mustache Man. I don't think he's even that interesting of a character, but the internet has just sort of created this these obsessions and these fixations, because I guess people are just naturally drawn to what they think is edgy. So I guess that's the actual explanation. But I did close the stream the other day without reading some of these super chats, so I apologize to those people. So I want to get to those. Let's see where I left off. I forgot. Meet Mentos Mori. Memento Mori or Mentos Mori? Mentos freshness. What are your thoughts on some of the Mormons claiming that Jesus is eternally divine? Well, I mean, we believe that as Orthodox Christians. And so I'm not sure, maybe some Mormons are claiming that out of ignorance, thinking that that's their teaching as well. It's not historic Mormon teaching. Even if a Mormon did concede the eternal generation for some reason, it still wouldn't mean that the rest of their theology wasn't heretical. So it really just wouldn't really mean much. Remember, it's like, to be Orthodox or to have, it's not like, oh, I believe all the things in the creed except for two of them. Okay, it's not like an 80% thing. You got to believe the whole creed. You have to believe the whole faith. Hood Rat. 3432. What is the fallacy called when a person asserts that because there's many religions, a single one could be true? Is this the fallacy of incredulity? Yeah, I think what you mean is, why would I believe that out of the thousands of religions, somehow one of them is true? It doesn't follow from that. From the fact that there's a lot of them, it doesn't follow that there's not, therefore, one that's true. Just like, if a lot of people have differing opinions on a math problem, it doesn't follow from that there is no answer to the math problem. You see how that's a non sequitur, and I would say in this case it's a form of fallacy of incredulity. You're right. V. Margulis. Jay, I've been watching your streams. I was in the chat waiting for you for a long time. You booted me because you thought I was somebody else. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I don't know which, that was something yesterday. I apologize. Gabriel, $5. You need to do a video game walkthrough with commentary. I've done 3 and they don't get many views. So I've done, we did some live playing of Resident Evil. We did some Silent Hill, and it's fun to do, but it gets 1/3 of the views. So Sharif, $5. How do you define a person in regard to the relationship? What is the relationship between a person and a soul? Well, in Orthodox theology, person is really reflected in the human domain from the Trinity and the relations of the persons in the triad. So the person is distinct from the nature because the person is the subject or agent and the nature is the what, right? As opposed to the person being the who. So the person is who, the nature is the what. And so a human has human nature. The person is the individual subject that has that nature. And that's what individuates us or particularizes us, because I have the exact same nature as you, but I uniquely instantiate that nature as the person J with all the qualities and characteristics of J, and you uniquely instantiate human nature as the person Bob. And that's modeled on the Trinity. It's not a one-to-one correspondence because obviously between the Trinity and between human beings, there's vast differences. We are discrete, separate beings. The Trinity is one. They're united in nature, and they are never separated or divided. Human beings are sharing the same nature, but we are separated or divided from one another. So there's not one-to-one parallels, but there is an analogy between the one and the many in humans, or between nature and person in humans, and nature and person in the triad. The soul is not the person or the subject. This is something that we might make an easy mistake in terms of thinking, because people like William Lane Craig identify the soul with the person. For Orthodox Christology, coming out of the Apollinarian crisis and rejecting Apollinarianism at Constantinople I, and by extension Chalcedon and the 5th and 6th councils, soul is a property of nature. So we all have souls, but souls are uniquely instantiated as also my soul, Jay's soul, or Bob's soul, or Father Deacon's soul, right? So we each uniquely instantiate a common property or trait or attribute of soul that we all share. That is not my opinion. This is the Orthodox Church's teaching. So you can call what I'm saying opinion. There is no mother in the Trinity. I have no idea what you're talking about. American culture, you're welcome to call in if you want, but no, we're not doing crazy, made-up Gnostic trinities today. So What defines human nature in Orthodox anthropology is body, mind, soul, and will, and that's distinct, but exists in the mode of person. So persons have natures; they're not identical to their natures. That would be to reduce person and nature, and that's the move that Augustinians and Thomists make, which we do not make. John Damascus says On the Orthodox Faith, the root of all heresies, or most heresies, is the collapsing of, the confusing of nature and person. Does a person subsist in the soul? No, a person is the subject or the agent that has or possesses a soul, just like it possesses a body, a mind, a will. Those are all components, or parts, you could say, of what a human nature is. Palamite, $1. Thank you for helping me to convert from Orthodoxy to Catholicism. Yeah, I don't believe that. No Roman Catholic person calls themselves Palamite and then says they're converting from Orthodoxy to Catholicism, and they only spent $1. Yeah, nice try, tried cat. Young Finesser, $5. Jay, glad to see you live again. By the way, why don't you call in? The people who do that kind of a thing where they send $1 to say that I converted them to Rome from Orthodoxy. How come you don't call in and make your arguments? Then we could see how brilliant you were. Jay, I see that you're alive again. Did you check out Uncensored with Andrew? I have not seen that. A bald black lady is claiming, or a bald black lady. I think you mean that play. There was like a play where they made a crazy bald black woman play Jesus. And then I can't read the rest of your super chats, cut off. Steve McLovin, Community has a blackface joke about dark elves in the D&D episodes. Yes, I remember that. Emilion, $10. Do not forget to like Jay's Alive. Thank you, Emilion. Appreciate that. Gens, or Gen Z, $5. Good faith argumentation means adhering to the internal logic of your position. Well, I don't even think being good faith in argumentation even means that you're going to be internally consistent. It just means that you mean well, that you're not there to troll or to cause division, or, you're actually there with the sincere intentionality of, getting to the point. So I wouldn't even say that good faith means that you're going to be internally consistent. I think you at least want to be internally consistent. Is being good faith admitting when you don't know something? Yeah, it could be. This term is used a lot, but it seems to mean things to different people. I mean, I think it just means being sincere. Like you're there to actually learn and to actually have a debate and, not just cause chaos or whatever. Strange and Bizarre. Dean Withers doxed a father. Do you think he's going to jail? I don't know who Dean Withers is. Is that the person that has the issue with like the child in Texas or something? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. Let's talk God. What's your favorite icon? I mean, there's a lot of really cool icons. I like the icons of Daniel with the visions of the beast. I like Elijah being taken up in the chariot, which is a typology of the ascension, by the way. I don't know if I could pick one favorite. Sev, $3. Religion saved my life. Well, I guess that's good news, except religion could be anything, right? I mean, religion saved my life, and I'm a Scientologist. You know what I mean? I don't know what that means. So, I think it needs to be the right religion. Otherwise, it could just be kind of a delusion. All right, let's open it up. We got some callers here. You can call in on anything you want. If you disagree, you got to head of the line. You can put me on my place. You can smash me in a debate. You can destroy me. I'm sure we got a lot of flat earthers that are chomping at the bits to just because I'm a NASA shill. That's what I've heard the last few days. I'm paid by NASA, even though I critique all of the stuff that like normies believe. I'm still a paid shill for NASA. Nick, what's up, man?
Jay, what's going on, my man?
What's on your mind?
Bro, I don't have any flat earth theories, unfortunately. I wish I did. I'm not there today.
Okay. What's on your mind then?
So I have been going through that philosophy course. Another subtle plug for the philosophy course. just been awesome. And as I was going through the epistemology lesson that you have with Father, I'm spacing on how to say his name right now.
Father Deacon Ananias.
Yes. One thing that kind of tripped me up, and I just really wanted to know your thoughts on how you go about explaining it. So when you go into like correspondence, coherence, pragmatism, and I'm spacing on what the fourth one was, I guess what I'm kind of wondering is, how is this different from, like, I don't understand why philosophy separates the pre-Socratic approaches to finding truth. Like Thales had empiricism, Anaximander rationalism, Anaximenes mechanism, but then later there's theories like correspondence, coherence, pragmatism. Is it just this different ways of saying the same things? Like, why is it necessary to treat them as separate categories instead of just one framework?
Well, they're different theories of truth. So people in the history of philosophy have different truth theories. So there's a correspondence theory of truth. There's different theories. So why would we wouldn't collapse them all as the same when different philosophers have different theories? So, but maybe I don't understand your question.
Yeah. So like, okay, so correspondence theory, like true if it matches reality. Like, wouldn't that be really similar to what Thales was saying? That it's like, it's what he's observed. Like, oh, everything is water, so it must be water because I'm seeing everything is water. How is that different?
No. Those are very different. So, the ancient philosophers weren't hyper-specified with specific disciplines of epistemology. So basically, by the time you get to modern philosophy, after Descartes and those kinds of Enlightenment philosophers, philosophy and it gets more and more hyper focused and technical. And the ancient guys might have some parallels with that, but they're not hyper focused. They're not hyper technical. For example, none of the pre-Socratics are going to have a worked out philosophy of language. That's something that comes after the 1700s.
So is it almost like the pre-Socratics, they were just kind of giving methods to how you source the claim, and then later on, at least where I'm at right now with epistemology and what you're explaining that unit, this is more the definition of how you present it so the reader accepts it as true?
I wouldn't even say they're giving methods. It's more so that, maybe a little bit, but they're more so just saying, hey, what if everything's this? You know what I mean? They're just sort of putting theories out of like, hey, here's a way to explain everything. Everything's fire or everything's water. I mean, there's a little bit of methodology in that. They're stepping away from the mythological answers that you find in Homer and Iliad and Odyssey. But they're not questioning a methodology itself actually doesn't really occur until post-Enlightenment.
So is it not a methodology if like Thales, for instance, wasn't he just empiricism, but just, they didn't use that word back then, but was that not just empiricism?
Yeah, but he doesn't focus on methodologies.
He's just explain, oh, everything's water, right? So it's almost like me using a later definition to explain something earlier on that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so basically the early guys just assume metaphysics, and they think that if you just give these sort of metaphysical explanations, that solves these problems. But it gets more and more abstracted and technical, and people begin to question more fundamental things as time goes on. So, in other words, after the Enlightenment, all the Enlightenment guys say, wait a minute, all this ancient medieval stuff is putting the cart before the horse. They're assuming that they know these things, but they haven't actually given a basis for knowledge yet. So why are we going to listen to all these theories in metaphysics when we don't know if we have a reliable theory of knowledge yet?
Okay, that makes sense. And then I had one more thing about tag, if that's okay.
Yep.
So I feel like as you go down, let's just say opening up with the claim saying that logic can only exist because God exists, and then a secular individual would have like a counter to that, and you go back and forth with that person, almost like moves on a chessboard, and you kind of arrive at this point where they're going to hit a circular claim, and then obviously the claim that you're making is, well, I'm saying that it's not just because it is the way it is. I'm saying it is the way it is because of God. And they'll say, oh, that's circular. You're doing the same thing as me. But then when you say, no, that's why it's called transcendental, because it's above the argument, I feel like what I get from there is ad hoc. People be like, you're just changing the definitions. Like you're changing the measuring sticks on it. I don't know if it's ad hoc is the right way to explain it, but I get that, where it's like, oh no, you're just changing the term. If I'm saying it is the way it is and you're saying it is the way it is because of God, you're just creating a different version of a circular argument there. So how do you go about counteracting that point in a debate?
Can you restate for me what exactly the argument? I don't know. They're just saying the transcendental argument is circular.
Yeah, like the transcendental argument is just circular logic. Like you're saying it's a circular argument. You're saying the exact same thing. You're just saying it is the way it is because of God. Like the definition is baked into the statement. Where it's like, isn't that why it's called transcendental?
It's called transcendental because of the type of argument that it is, a transcendental form of argumentation, meaning that it's an argument about preconditions for the possibility of knowledge.
Yeah, so if I said, oh, Jade, that's circular, though. It's a circular definition there. What would you respond to that with?
The definition isn't circular. It's just what, that doesn't even make sense. Like, if you ask me what a thing is and I define it, how would that be circular?
So maybe I'm misunderstanding circular on that. If I say it is the way it is because it is, isn't that circular?
Yeah, but you asked me what the definition of a transcendental argument is. That's different from circular argumentation.
Okay, so if you're in the discussion with the person,
right,
and then you're stating that, let's say logic, you're saying that logic exists because God exists, and then everything is because God exists. Is that not you falling into like a circular definition?
Well, that's not what the argument is. That's not how the argument goes.
Okay.
The argument is that in order for knowledge to exist, there must be preconditions for knowledge. The preconditions for knowledge are not found within normal empirical sense data and knowledge. Therefore, they have to be grounded in some other thing. God is the only type of being who could ground the preconditions of knowledge.
Okay, that makes more sense. So I just don't think I was explaining it the right way then.
Well, what do you, maybe you're, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but it sounds like you're confused on what a transcendental argument is.
To me, I guess the way that I was looking at it as is that there's nothing, like nothing can exist without God. So like if you apply it to logic.
No, that's not the transcendental argument. The argument is that knowledge requires the preconditions of knowledge. The preconditions of knowledge themselves are not found in empirical sense data. They're prior to science investigating the world, and this would be the things like Aristotle's categories and qualities. Or if you look up Kant redefines Aristotle's categories to be what he calls the preconditions. We have the precondition of the external world, time and space, causation, etc. So I think you need to look into what the preconditions are, because the argument is not God is and therefore God's true. But thank you for those questions. You'll get to that as if you're only up to the epistemology class, that's only like 3 classes in. So wait until you get up into the Enlightenment, and a lot of that will make more sense. FDA, did you want to say anything? Father Deacon, did you want to say anything? All right, guess not. Alpine, what's up? By the way, you can call in on Twitter or Zitter.
Oh, hey Jay.
Yeah.
So I have 2 questions. One for both you and Father Deacon, and another one I just have for you. So
let's just do one, man. Just make it quick. What's one?
Yeah. So I'm going to Mount Athos in October, and I'm gonna go visit Aviron and see the wonder walking icon there. And I was just wondering if both of you had any like prayer requests that you wanted me to forward to the Mother of God.
Pray for the conversion of the enemies and the haters. How's that? Appreciate that. Nahuel. Why are you playing AI Slump? I just was looking for some chill music to play in the background, because sometimes I want to hear some soothing sounds in the background, and the only way to get around the copyright is to play some, fake ass slop like this. So that's why I'm playing it. And I'm playing it also to be silly. Why not? Y'all need to quit taking shit so seriously. What's up? Now, Huel, unmute.
Hey Jay, how's it going?
Good, what's on your mind?
I I was just wondering, I don't have the book in front of me, Esoteric Hollywood. I let my friend borrow it. He's on a cruise. But I came across something interesting with the Shining photo. I don't know if you've already talked about this or not, so pardon my ignorance if you have. But it turns out somebody found the original photo of Jack Nicholson, like the Baphomet pose. I don't know if you knew, if you saw into that at all.
Yeah, it's in my chapter. What do you mean?
Oh, it is in your chapter. Okay, mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't have the book in front of me, but
it's okay. Yeah, I end that chapter with talking about that photo. Wario, what's up, dude?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So the other day I was talking to a Lutheran fella, and he was saying that not only Thomas Aquinas, but also St. John Damascene had the idea that of the beatific vision in which we directly partake of God's essence. I don't even know if this is part of Aquinas' theology. Can you clear that up?
So the Eastern Church Fathers say that we see the things around God. So that's not the beatific vision, which is the Roman Catholic doctrine that we see the divine essence and our intellect is satiated. Two different doctrines.
In the beatific vision, do they say that they directly partake of the essence of God, or are they...
They say it's an intellectual perception of the divine essence that satiates the intellect and makes you not want to choose or will anything else. So it's actually a Platonic doctrine.
Okay. So it's not a direct participation in the way that would make you a member of the Trinity. They couch it in some way.
I think that when it comes to participation, they're always inconsistent because half the time they'll talk like you really participate in God, but they always restrict it to a created grace.
Okay, that was my understanding, was that they had to somehow participate by analogy because you...
Yeah, that's what Aquinas says.
Okay. Well, okay, that's not what this person was saying. Thank you for... it was kind of bothering me. I didn't know if they were accurately representing Aquinas.
No, that's what Aquinas says. As far as I'm aware, it never becomes other than a created reality, so that you're participating in. But he thinks that you do see the divine essence, which satiates your intellect and makes you not want to choose anything else, which it's like, well, how is there free will? Well, I don't think they care about answering that question. Universal Man, what's up? Jacob Cabay, $5. Jay, did you watch Jim Bob's evolution debate? No, I've been busy. I'm not anti-Jim Bob. I love Jim Bob. I can't watch everybody's content. I don't have time, but I'll probably see some clips or something. It seems like evolution proponents can't answer the teleological questions of why even within evolution there is an intention. No, I think any kind of metaphysical question is actually going to be a huge problem for these sort of materialistic process philosophy positions. So, what's up, Universal Man? David Murdoch Art, $10. When a Mormon says Christ was always divine, this is actually Weasley Mormon speak. That's what I would assume, yeah. They're actually they're referencing their infinite time loop where matter and intelligences always existed as uncreated. They're playing word games. Yeah, I would think so. What's up, Universal Man?
Yeah, good day. I have a question on the problem of evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, well, you will know about the argument from Paul Copeland's book, Is God a Moral Monster? From my worldview, if God knows everything that was to take place before it took place, then to my mind, I agree with the atheist argument that he is a moral monster, right? How I get around that is that you believe that God is outside of space and time, but am I correct?
Yeah, he's transcendent.
Okay. How I get around the atheist argument for God knowing everything, therefore he's a moral monster, is that I don't actually believe that he's outside of space and time. And the grounding scripture for my entire worldview is Genesis 3, when God rested on the seventh day. So my understanding is that
So your God is a
God
creature.
made-
He's a process philosophy created God.
no. But what I'm saying is when God rested on the seventh day, right?
Well, if he rested on the
He-
seventh day, then he must be a person who works and he must be a creature.
Okay, well, could you allow me to make the argument? Right. So my understanding is
Well-
when he rested on the seventh day,
Genesis
he placed a self-imposed. Excuse?
You said Genesis
Can I go
3?
ahead?
Sir? Genesis 3?
I don't
Genesis
have my
1
Bible
to
in
3?
front of me, and I'm speaking through my phone.
Please do not speak through a phone, must redeem first, sir. But probably we will say that yes, you are correct, sir. Laptop, what's up? God is a creature, a man who rests, must get very tired. The papers are retarded. What's up, dude? Joseph, what's up, dog? This guy actually has a dog on his profile, so when I say what's up, dog, I'm talking to his pet.
A pretty good impression.
Wasn't an impression.
Oh, for sure.
It was one of my alternate persons within my head. Also live in my head.
I just had a quick question. In the Bible, or there's if you look it up, there's certain Bible links that'll. Because I was looking up John the Baptist's birthday, and it's supposed to be 6 months before Jesus Christ. And there's a lot of Christians that believe that he was born in March 10th due to the lunar solstice or something like that. And the months had different names back then, I believe. And if he was born March 10th, that would put Jesus Christ's birthday 6 months later on 9/11. And
This
some
is
people
all
think
super
that was a mega
retarded.
ritual.
This is super retarded shit, dude.
Is a mega ritual in the destruction of God's foundation of earth, the
No,
pillars
it's not.
that
It's all
hold up his
retarded.
earth.
So we're gonna actually get into schizos today. Why would you think this is true? This is so stupid.
It was just a question.
Yeah, so there's an article that covers this, and I'll link it right here, called Christmas is Not Pagan by, I forget this guy's name, let me see, here it is. Father Jeff Harvey, Why Christmas is Not Pagan, and in this article he goes into the dating of the birth of John the Baptist, and that should answer all of these retort level questions. Clouds, what's up, man? Get your head in the clouds. Get your head out the clouds. Ask your question.
Hey, sorry, mate. Just a wage at work, trying to duck and cover from the boss. I just had a question. Got a Unitarian friend, and I've gone through most of your videos on Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, and it seems in Genesis 18, you'll say that Abraham fell down before the angel of the Lord, and I believe, did he offer worship to him?
18?
Perhaps there's someone when the angel of the Lord or God appeared to Abraham at the oak tree, and Abraham fell down on his knees and bowed down and said, I'm your servant.
Yeah, it's identified
And I
as,
guess,
as the Lord. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess my friend's position is he will then say, well, actually in Genesis 19, Lot is with those two angels at Sodom and Gomorrah, and then Lot also falls down before these two angels and says, I'm your servant, and it actually says he worshipped these two angels. So I'm
Right,
trying to
it
figure
has
out,
nothing to do with
how to navigate that.
So in the scriptures, you can bow down and revere even created beings. Joshua in Joshua 7 bows before the tabernacle and the temple and the altar. Joseph bows before Pharaoh. So bowing isn't the problem. The text itself identifies who the beings are. And so in Genesis, we're told that one of the angels is the Lord and the other two are angels. So the text itself tells you when it's Yahweh. Here it is Yahweh the Lord appearing by the tent door. The other two angels are identified not as Yahweh, because it is this one that is the Lord. The other two are the angels.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. Like, it's a theophany, and then he'll sort of spin it to, well, actually, it's like Yahweh's just being channeled through this messenger. And then,
well, but God doesn't give his glory to another. And so in Judges, for example, with Gideon, it says Yahweh turned his face to Gideon. In Exodus 23, it says that the name of Yahweh is in the angel. There's no created beings like Michael and Gabriel who have the name of Yahweh in them to remit sins. So your friend is just missing the whole point and confusing it on the basis of the term angel. Angel is just the word messenger. It could be a created or an uncreated messenger. Tingu, what's up? Tengu, unmute. We can also prove this from Leviticus 9, where we see the glory of the Lord appearing. God's glory is not a creature. And yet we're told that the glory cloud and the fire, the glory and the fire of God and the Lord himself appear visibly, and all of Israel sees it. Okay, angels are not the glory of God. So this is another stupid, all of these Arians are just completely stupid. And they get tripped up on grammar. They can't even do like basic grammar. Laptop. Yeah, it's so weird how like people are just like mentally incapable of understanding words and grammar. And they have these crazy theories they read into grammar and work, like that the whole Jordan Maxwell schizo stuff we were talking about. Or let's go back to this again. Notice the commonality between idiot conspiracy theorists and heretics when it comes to interpreting words. It's like they're mystified by words. They don't understand subject-predicate relations. It's kind of insane. And they don't understand, it's like, they don't understand that the same word can be used in different contexts to mean different things. It's really insane. And even St. Basil said, like, most of the heretics are just messed up on basic grammar. They can't predicate correctly. And then they draw out all these wild metaphysical speculations, just like schizos do. And I mean literal, actual schizophrenic people. Like, let's look at this conspiracy gibberish and how stupid this is.
No.
Less means be less you. A soldier is a soul dyer. You are weakened on the weak end. From the weak days. Days is unable to think in a state of confusion. On the weekdays you work a job, which is Hebrew for persecuted. On that job you earn. An urn is a vessel for the ashes of the dead. Awake is a wake. A wake is a gathering that takes place before a funeral. Hollywood is the holy wood, the wood from a holly tree. This wood was used to create magic wands. They cast spells to...
Have you ever interacted with people that suffer, and I'm not being mean, I'm being serious, like that suffer from schizophrenia? This is how they understand words. They think words only have like one reference, and the reference must be to the most insane ontological reality, right? So like, if a soldier, which that one's one of the dumbest ones. Bless you, be less. Like what?
A soldier is a
soul dyer. Dyer? Oh shit. My name is a killing word. To quote the Lisan al-Gaib. To quote Maudib. To quote Paul Usul. My name, Dyer, is a killing word. I'm sorry. Because every time you come to my live stream and you pronounce my name, Dyer. Oh, sheesh. Damn, son. Who would have ever thought that the insanity of Jordan Maxwell is the same root mistake of idiot heretics who can't do basic grammar?
Soul dyer. You are weakened on the weak end.
You're weakened on the weak end. By the way, You wonder why I don't spend more time on TikTok? This is the TikTok crowd, y'all. What do we see with the Black Hebrew Israelites? We the true Israelites, because Jewish, they're Jewish. They're a little bit Jewish, but not like us, dog. Laptop, what's up?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I called in a long time ago when you had that the awesome stream about Christian Prince and the stupidity of him and that Athanasius quote. So I just want to thank you. Helped me with the answer about iconography way back then. It was really, really helpful.
Good.
So thank you for that. I had a question. I have some Protestant friends, and I just want to ask if I'm going the right way when I'm talking to them. With regard to the canon of scripture, I've watched, I think, everything you have on the canon of scripture and the debates. They've been very, very helpful. One thing I'm trying to understand is I tried to take it almost a step back, like a little bit more, I don't know, meta is the right word or not, but not even just which books that they should know. For example, like I'm talking to whomever, whatever Protestant, but the question not even which books, but how do they know they should even read this book to begin with? How do they know they should even have a scripture, any scriptures? And they have no choice but to even the idea of having a book. They have to appeal to the early church. They have to appeal to what the early Christians believed, what was handed down. So I've been wondering if that's just the
apostolic authorship is only known from tradition, and apostolic authorship is one of the key reasons why we would read Matthew's gospel. So this is a huge puzzle piece, yes. Now they might argue that, well, the Jews had, the Torah and the prophets, and they had what Paul calls the scriptures to Timothy, so therefore we should expect that there would be New Testament scriptures. And yeah, but that doesn't tell you which ones are the New Testament scriptures. That's the thing in question. And yeah, great question. Just look at the recent critique that we did of Wes Huff, because Wes Huff tried to make a video about the canon, and he never actually answered the thing in question. He just said, early church fathers cited books. Yeah, but nobody disagreed with that. That was never. The question is, what's the final list of the authoritative books? Alistar, what's up?
Sir, God rest on seventh day in the trees. God was cutting down the trees.
What's up, man? Alistair? Hello? Does nobody used? I don't understand. Like, I see every day, like, dozens of Twitter, what do you call them? Spaces going on. And then half the people that come on here, like, have never turned their mic on. I don't understand. Like, have y'all never done this before? We've been doing this for like 7 years here. Vin Louv, what's up, man?
Sir, stop being racist. Sir, when you do the voices, it's racist voices. Booger whistles are racist.
I'll have you know I ate Indian food yesterday after church. So, booyah.
Yeah, hello, how's it going?
What's up?
Oh yeah, what you reminded me about, like, the name thing is that a lot of people, a lot of pagans say, like, oh, Easter is a pagan religion because oyster, or so for some reason
oyster,
Isis, the different god.
Oyster.
Yeah, no, oyster, the Greek goddess of.
I know what it is. I know we had a black girl.
Yeah. Anyways, what I was going to talk about, I've been thinking about the metaphysical nature of evil, and it makes perfect sense. You think of metaphysical wise, A knight has to go defeat the dragon, save the princess, get the treasure, in order to be a knight, to save the day, to be the hero. But without the dragon to slay, there's no knight. He has nothing to do. I mean, what's Spider-Man without his villain? Just a guy in tights flying around doing nothing. And though God does not want us to be doing evil, in his permissive will, he allows us, because he allows us to overcome, to become the hero. Because, you got to slay your dragon.
Yeah, that sounded...
Well, yeah, it sounds like you've been listening good. You've been listening good, eh? You gotta slay your inner dragons. Well, fuck.
Colin, what's up? We got a JBP in the chat. We got a little JBP in the chat.
Yo.
Hey.
Yo. I was gonna ask, what about
the verses, like, how do you defend the verses in Deuteronomy, like chapter 20, verse 14, where it says, but the women and the little ones and the cattle are all going to be spoils of the enemies. But, like, the dispensationalists, they'll say, like, oh, well, God changed. But, like, we know as, you know, as, like, Orthodox, we believe that God doesn't change over time. So how do you defend in Deuteronomy against heretics?
Well, God had laws for what they could do. They're called laws of warfare. So I don't understand. Like, you couldn't rape them. You couldn't, you know, do what you wanted to with them. They had certain rights. So what's the problem?
Well, like, they'll say, like the children and stuff, like, that's their biggest, like, the atheists, like, argument is that's their biggest thing.
So,
you know?
Because God gave principles for the rights of people who were taken in warfare for the first time ever in the ancient world, that's somehow a mark against Christianity? How?
I don't know.
No, but I'm saying it proves our position.
That there's laws for warfare?
Yeah. And that the people who were prisoners of war actually had rights. You can't rape and kill them as you list here. In fact, they had rights. That's the point.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, I mean, what's God going to do? Tell Israel never fight again? Be a bunch of peaceniks? Well, their enemies were going to completely wipe them out if they did that. Because the motivation to destroy Israel, as we've seen, for example, in the case with Pharaoh or in the case with Herod, is actually to destroy the Israelites, not because they have magical Jewish blood or DNA, but because they're going to produce the Messiah. So the motivation that Satan has to destroy Israel as a nation and as a people is precisely to destroy the messianic lineage, which has been promised since Genesis to the woman. So Satan has had this desire to stamp these people out, and by extension now to stamp Christianity out, right? Because he hates the seed of the woman, who is now the Christian church, but is also Mary. So that's the whole purpose of the proto-evangelium in Genesis 3:15, and why Satan had such a motivation to try to destroy these people. Theophilus, what's up? But no, it's really actually it's a Reddit lie. I don't even know where these Reddit people come up with this. They think that the Israelites could have like child sex slaves. That's nowhere. That's nowhere in Deuteronomy. I don't know where they make this stuff up. What's up?
Yeah, just a short question. There's been this like Muslim guy who's been spamming me for weeks looking for a debate. I messaged Louis yesterday.
Yeah, I unblocked him and he said he can't come here today. So.
Okay.
I don't know.
He said, he said he tried to get on, but like, there's only you only want to talk about movies. That's what he wrote in your.
That's chat. Not true. I said that after I talk about movies for 10 minutes, I'll open it up to everything else. And he told me he told me in DMs he couldn't come, so he's lying.
Okay. He's lying. Okay,
bye. His profile is refuting Orientalists. I already sent him the link. So. Leon, what's up, man? Lion, what's up? Unmute.
What's up, Jay?
What's on your mind?
Okay, so I've been talking with some like my Protestant friends. They're not evangelicals. They're more like classical Protestants in the sense of like Lutherans and Reformed. So my question is not basically to me, like their whole argument for sola scriptura doesn't really make sense to me. I believe more in the traditional side of like believing in church tradition. But I guess like the only thing that's kind of plaguing my mind is like I'm not really too adept at the history of this. So one of the main like points they've went against me is the intercession of the saints, but they say it doesn't show up as a church tradition until like the third mid.
Yeah, but just say but neither does the Protestant canon show up, so that refutes your own premise. So if we have to have written evidence of something before the 3rd century to believe it, then we shouldn't believe the Protestant canon of Scripture because there is no Protestant canon of Scripture for centuries.
Okay, but wouldn't they would also say like it doesn't necessarily show up in the oral tradition?
Sure it
either,
does. It's mentioned in the ancient liturgies. So what do you mean? The ancient liturgies mention the intercession of the saints. It's in Revelation 5-9. How's that? That's an ancient liturgical text. People don't think about the book of Revelation as an ancient liturgical text, but it is.
Are you talking about the cloud of witnesses?
Revelation 5-9, which I've cited probably 50 times in debates when Protestants call in. Go look up intercession of the saints clips. I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, like, that whole section is about the heavenly liturgy and the intercession of the saints in heaven. Petros, biological male in the house. Thank you for that question.
Jay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you just got 2 Armenians in a row.
Is that good news or bad news? Only Armenian I know is Sam Tripoli.
There you go. What about Serge Tankian from System of a Down?
I do not know him.
Okay. So, first of all, I've been watching your the Oriental series you've been doing, man. It's been very, very, very informative for me. I've ordered, I remember the last time I called in, you recommended a book, The Disputation with Farius. I forget the name, but
Pyrrhus, Disputation with Pyrrhus by St. Maximus.
Pyrrhus, yes. So I've been reading that, and
okay.
I really appreciate it, man. So my question is, I unfortunately live just outside of Satan's asshole, Portland, Oregon, and I'm trying to find a Orthodox church to start attending. And so what would be some things to look out for? Because, I know how it is with, churches, being like really...
Visit them all and just look out for anybody talking about Skittle stuff or we're all the same religion or just all the standard kind of, ecumenist type stuff. By the way, no, that's not too quoque to point out that you have a double standard. So there's a difference between a tu quoque argument and a double standard. If the question is the standards themselves, then it's not a tu quoque to say, hey, you have a double standard because you're saying that for you as a Protestant, it doesn't matter whether there's first, second, and third century witness in a written way to the Protestant canon of Scripture. You as an Orthodox person must prove to me, the Protestant, that there's written textual evidence of intercession of saints, which, by the way, there is in the ancient liturgical rites and liturgies. But that's not the same thing as a tu quoque where you say, well, you know what? Yeah, I guess I got problems, but you got problems too. Right? So it's categorically two different arguments. They kind of look similar at times, so I can understand why you might think that turning the tables on the opponent might be a tu quoque, but it's not, right? So when a Roman Catholic says, okay, you say that we got, a liberal pope, well, you got liberal bishops. That's a tu quoque. Why? Because the argument is not who has or doesn't have liberal bishops. The argument is the system itself is flawed at a fundamental level, and thus it's a false comparison to say when we argue that the Pope is actually contradicting himself and being heretical, that's not the same thing as a patriarch or a bishop in the Orthodox Church saying something wrong, because we have a different system and a different ecclesiology. Likewise, when a Protestant says, I'm only going to accept written textual evidence for a belief in the first, second, and third century, or I won't believe it, he's inconsistent because he doesn't actually follow that. So, two different arguments. Tu quoque is not a double standard argument. Lieber Lamb, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, tu quoque is actually a way to shift the argument away into something else. It's a good way to put it.
It's like a red herring.
Yeah, it's like a form of red herring. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's open forum. Father Deegan has joined us. If you would like to call in with your challenges, debates, questions, the link is right here in the chat. It's the Twitter link. We'll look and see if that Muslim guy has joined us.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, what's up, man?
I Jay. I've been watching your YouTube channel for a little while, and I appreciate orthodoxy, but I'm a Buddhist. And I wanted to kind of like go over some of the transcendental argument stuff with you.
Okay.
Okay, so like from a Buddhist POV, we would kind of have this idea of two truths, wherein the transcendental argument would fit into conventional truth, and it would describe kind of the world in a mundane sense. And then there would also be ultimate truth, but ultimate truth would be treated as apperceptive. So, apart from any medium, we would perceive it. If we use the word perception, we would perceive it directly. We would penetrate it directly. And so I'm curious, like, what are your thoughts on kind of like the Buddhist way of, grappling with that?
I don't really know what any of that's supposed to mean, honestly. I think that a lot of the irrational mysticism in Buddhism actually ends up just being incoherent, contradictory nonsense.
So one kind of parallel I would draw would be like between, say, like the mysticism of Buddhism, which is kind of oriented around virtue and things like that, and then the way that the Desert Fathers, who are kind of included in the Filioque, how they approach kind of Christianity. What are your thoughts there?
Well, you're talking about the Philokalia, not the Filioque. So.
Oh, okay. Someone corrected me one time when I pronounced it as Philokalia, and it mixed me up.
No, that's the Filioque is a different thing from the Philokalia.
First of all, you're not going to be able to get Buddhism to work with the transcendental argument of the existence of God, because you need a personal God that reveals, you need an incarnation, you need a triad persons. So none of that, Buddhism doesn't come anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, isn't ultimate reality impersonal in your view?
So ultimate reality would be penetrated by the person, and so it wouldn't really, it's like we could speak about it impersonally, but a person penetrates it with their mind.
That's not what I asked you. Is the ultimate reality itself impersonal? I'm not asking, do you penetrate it as a person?
Oh, yeah, it's impersonal.
Yeah, so ultimate reality is chaos and meaninglessness, right?
Well, no, because
ultimately accidental. Because if you don't have a person that stands behind the universe that creates and sustains, so that there's intention behind, you have accidentalism. So you're in the same boat as the atheist.
Right.
Like you tacking on a bunch of stuff like, well, truth and blah, 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 two-type, that's not going to do anything for you.
Well, like my response here is just that it wouldn't be dislocated from a provisional truth. So the way in which, say, we navigate the world, that
well, I'm saying it has nothing to do with truth. It has to do with intentionality behind the universe. So
yeah, I would say
a whole nother issue.
Yeah, that intentionality would be a provision that you set forth in your aspiration towards the truth.
No,
I would say
we're talking about not your. This is so stupid. I just can't even do it, man. We're not talking about your perspective and what you think.
About your perspective. We're talking about a God that's personal behind the universe, that creates the universe and sustains it and reveals it. You don't believe that, so you're an accidentalism.
Right.
So you have a defeater for truth and knowledge. So you talking about all this other stuff's completely irrelevant.
Exactly. Yeah, your perspective has nothing to do with if all of reality, as your own position says, is accidentalism, chaos, and impersonalism. That's why ultimately it seems to me like Buddhism just kind of ends in atheism. What's up, man? You're eager to come and debate us. You're here. What's up?
Yeah, I was looking for Christians to debate, mainly on the.
What are you talking about? You reached out to multiple people to come debate. You are looking for Christians to debate.
That is what I mentioned.
Okay, brother, what is your argument?
Well, to be honest, before I get into the argument, right, I've seen a lot of cognitive dissonance from Christians like you. Christians in general try to pretend that their records are somewhat reliable or
Oh, yeah, very much cognitive dissonance, brother. What is the argument?
Well, first I'm making a simple point that Christians are basically shit for preservation.
Oh, yes, we're no good. Bad papers, yes. You have poop vendors in streets, but we are bad papers. You have garbage culture, but we are bad people. Yes, we're very bad.
Make your argument.
I don't think it's about bad. I don't think Christians are bad. I think it's most of them are deluded and desperate.
They're very
And
much
that
so,
leads
yes.
to doing bad things.
Yes, very desperate. So this is good argument. Already we are half refuted.
Well, honestly, if any Christian here can grow a spine, I would love to debate the topic of historical reliability of Islamic and Christian records.
We can't even understand what you're saying. The what? You want to debate what?
I think you can understand, you just don't want to.
I'm sitting here waiting for you to make an argument, and you're just basically saying gibberish. I don't even know what you're
I
saying.
said I was going to make an argument and you started...
What's the argument?
Why are Christians so scared? Like,
I'm so scared. This is the fifth time I'm asking you. Fifth time I'm asking you to make an argument.
interrupting again and again.
What is your argument?
What are you so scared?
I am talking into a pillow. Why are you scared?
Again?
I'm not scared of you. You're here. What's your argument?
Why are you interrupting again? Just let me talk. Let me make my argument. Why can't you shut up? Like I literally said,
I would like to order two armpit patties, please, sir.
Well, I would like to order one Christian who won't interrupt me.
Oh,
I don't think I'm getting
but we're scared of you. That's why. So scared.
Well, why can't you let someone else talk? Like you, I'm assuming, why can't you let someone else talk?
Because you sound like a retard. That's why.
Well, since you're a Christian, I don't think you are in a position to call anyone a retard.
Oh, I know, brother. You have general poop society, and we are bad people.
Well, you are desperate and deluded. That's true.
Well, you got me, brother. Totally refuted.
Well, I'll just make one argument. You can keep it.
When are you going to make an
I
argument?
find something funny.
I can't believe I unblocked you for this. Now I realize why I had you blocked. This is like the argumentation is equal to your street food. It's literal poop. That's why I had you blocked. I realize that now.
Well, religion is literal poop.
Oh, good
Honestly,
argument.
I never interacted with you before. I have never interacted with you once. But honestly, I was surprised you had
Expose, brother, expose.
Like, you can search his tag and my tag. I have
Oh,
never
no,
interacted with
brother.
Are you going to make an argument? I'm waiting on this.
Are you going to shut up?
Yes, go.
I'll make my argument. when you
Yes,
shut
go.
up.
Make your argument.
Okay. Here is a general sociological argument. Like,
But we can't even understand you. How are you going to make an argument when we can't understand your voice? Can you state it slowly in English?
Honestly, I find like this is the reason Christianity is dying.
Did you ever think that maybe? Did it ever occur to you?
Which is why you can't debate, defend.
I've debated all of the top Muslims. I've debated, but you're the one that I can't debate, that can't talk, that I'm afraid of.
Anyone and everyone here can search his tag and my tag. I have never spoken to you here before, and you had me blocked. Like, cognitive dissonance.
I probably saw you say, all right, shut up, or I'm not going to even go to you. Are you going to make an argument or not? This is your last chance.
Give me 30 seconds without talking, I'll make my argument.
Okay.
Okay. So here's a simple sociological argument, right? Now, for this argument, I'll just make a simple point first. We can find numerous cases of biblical scholars like Bart Ehrman, etc. Routinely, they will debate and defend their arguments against Christians, right?
So that's your argument is Bart Ehrman?
Not one case. What happened to 30 seconds? Like, can't you shut up for 30 seconds?
I can't believe I unmuted you for this nonsense. This was the stupidest shit. This was a total waste of time. Well, not even worth my time. Lewis, come on, dude. What's up, man? All of that for Bart Ehrman. Wow. It sounds like a phone is ringing, but it's an Indian dude. Brrr, brrr, and then you pick it up. You are stupid. Wait. What's up, man? I'm you. I thought there was going to be actually something there. We waited like 30 minutes for this guy to come on here. Brrr, Christians are poop religion. Dude, your whole society is poop. Get out of here with your poop religion, with your blasphemy. I mean, we're talking about 80 IQ people. What do you expect? You are afraid. I've debated all the top Muslims, but I'm afraid of you, a random guy who can't speak. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Probably that's the truth. Probably. I was hoping for an actual, like, at least an argument. What do you know about Bart Ehrman? Bart Ehrman. What's up?
Hey, Jay. Thank you for having me on. So I got a question. Is that so? When Jesus was on the cross, and the New Testament mentions how a lot of saints were resurrected and they kind of preached for a few days, and it's just such a very verse, and there's not really much detail. I'm wondering, in the Orthodox tradition, is there any more light that's kind of shed on what kind of happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fulfillment of what's mentioned at the end of Daniel, that when the Messiah comes, one of the signs of the end of the age would be when the saints, when the Old Testament patriarchs would be seen walking around and preaching and teaching in Jerusalem. So that's why that's there, is that it's fulfilling what we read in Daniel. Thank you for that question. Askil. Do you notice how like I asked him like 10 times to make his argument, and you won't let me talk? Make your argument. You won't let me talk? Make your argument. You won't let me talk? Make your argument. Brrr. What's up, man? Unmute. It's just gold for me. That's just comedy gold, bro. Remember the one that called in and was cussing me out? The Pakistani dude? That one was funny too. That's the comedy gold, man. Like, I hope these guys understand, you're not doing Islam a favor with these kinds of calls. You just become more easy comedy gold. Benjamin became a member for 6 months. Buddy, you do not redeem, sir. Exactly. Benjamin gets it. Let's talk God, $10. If the beatific vision happens in heaven for the Roman Catholic Thomists, if heaven is created and the divine essence is seen in creation, according to these inconsistent soy boys, yeah, that does seem to be inconsistent. If you can never, if the beatific vision is for the afterlife, because in this life you only get the created effects, well, it's still created effects in the afterlife, is it not? No, it's a direct perception of the divine essence. Okay, but if the intellect can see the divine essence, why can't it see the divine essence in this life? On your line of argument, I don't think we do see the divine essence. Margu, what's up? I thought we haven't had a Muslim call in probably 6 months. I thought we were finally going to have a Muslim.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey Jay, I've been watching your channel for a while. Big fan. Just had like a geopolitics question.
Okay.
So basically, I've been following what's been going on in Israel. I watched a good stream from Orthodox Ethos on basically how there was like a prophecy by this elder, Athenite elder, that the nuclear program in Iran would get bombed by Israel. And it kind of got me thinking about, because I haven't really been into politics or any schizo stuff, but then I started doing some reading and about AIPAC and how all of our, elected officials are like supporting Israel and what's going on there. I just wanted to like ask your opinion on geopolitics. Like, I guess what I'm asking is like, do you think like a lot of like the Western society, especially in the U.S., is dominated by international Zionists? As another stream from Church of Eternal Logos, there's like St. Pius said like, the Zionists, they're trying to build the third temple, and they're trying to reign in the Antichrist and all this.
Yeah, I've covered this stuff over and over and over. So, are you new here?
Yeah, I've only been following you for like a little bit, but I've only seen like a few of your videos on conspiracy theories. I just want to hear your, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I have multiple. I have probably now 10 videos and audios and live streams on the history of Zionism, the history of all that. So yes, but thank you. Oskil.
Hey, Joe, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So I come from sort of this background of like ethno-nationalism, witnessing what went on in 2020, everything. And I've finally come to orthodoxy. And I just wanted to understand what the position of orthodoxy is on multiculturalism and on everything happening in the West, like especially with this mass migration that's coming into Europe and the United States now and everything. Do we believe that multiculturalism is possible, or is assimilation the expectation?
I mean, I think in any church you're going to find liberal priests. You're not going to find a universal orthodox answer on cultural, geopolitical issues. I mean, I was on the Hodge Twins. This got hundreds of thousands of views across platforms for 2 hours talking about Israel. Joshua, what's up? Of course we don't support multiculturalism is a weapon.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. If this doesn't work, I'll leave.
I can hear you.
All right. Hey, I can't hear you, but I won't take too much of your...
Hello?
Ex-Mormon.
You're cutting out, man.
And now Orthodox catechumen.
Cool.
And I was just going to ask you if you're familiar with the Adam God doctrine, and it's a really good internal critique.
Yes,
for the Mormon faith.
Yeah, we've covered it many times. Appreciate that.
I'm having audio issues. I can't hear
I understand. Yeah, we've covered this probably 10 times. I bring it up in every Mormon debate. Agios, what's up, man? Yeah, I covered Israel-Palestine conflict a year and a half ago in a 2-talk. Here's the theology of it. Here's Iran, Israel regime change, CIA. There's about 5 talks that are for members on this topic. Here's me on the history of Israel and the book of Revelation. Here's me debating this goofus idiot, misfit patriot. I mean, here's me on Hodge Twins, hundreds of thousands of views talking about it. But it's just, I get tired of talking about this because people think he doesn't talk about Jews. I do, and I have. And I knew about all of this stuff before all of you did. I knew about this stuff in 2006, 7, 8. I had blogs. I got threatened. So don't come to me about, do you know about Zionism? Do you know what the Talmud says? I knew about what the Talmud says in the 2000s when you were still pooping your diapers. What's up, man?
What's up? Can I ask Father Deacon Ananias a question?
If he's here, sure. I don't know if he's here or not.
If not, I could just ask you.
What's up, FDA? Are you there?
I could just ask you. In the fall, I'm taking a problem of evil class. Do you have any like topics you would recommend before like going into something like that for like Christian apologetics and specifically orthodoxy?
At a secular university?
Yes.
And you're asking me, what should you ask them?
No. I'm asking like, are there any topics I should study on, or like specific topics to be like prepared for a class like that, was specifically like toward the problem of evil?
FDA, are you there? I mean, I think FDA has some classes and coursework on his channel. Maybe reach out to him where he touches on or covers the nuances and the specifics of problem of evil stuff, but it seems like he's cutting out. Anybody disagree, you go to the head of the line today. If you would raise your hand. We got 7 or 8 people in the line, 8 people now. If you disagree, raise your hand, you go to the head of the line. Anybody? We got more people hopping on. 8, 9 people. Who disagrees? You go to the head of the line. Robert, you disagree? Penguin, do you disagree? Slow Pez, disagree? Somebody do an emoji if you disagree, and you go to the head of the line. I Rodriguez became a member for 5 months, and he says, take a break from theology. It's getting tired. You're getting tired of me, or I'm just getting tired of like the same old questions. It's like, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude I don't mind the guy asking about Zionism. It's just like, I've covered it forever. And a lot of topics get old when you cover it for like a long time. And then, it's like the PSA question. It's like, there's 10 clips now of how to refute PSA from the Orthodox perspective, but people are super lazy. And they'll just call in and ask me, expecting me to rehearse and repeat the same line of argument and explanation, the same talk that we've done probably 100 times. And when I say 100, I'm not exaggerating. Like,
hello?
What's up?
Hey, Jay, what's up? You willing to do a alien kind of psyop question?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So, hold on, I don't know why I sound. Let me see if I can.
I didn't say Christian apologetics
are
solved. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, cool. All right, so I have I saw a stream from Orthodox Ethos about the Genesis 6 sons of God being instead of being fallen angels, like spiritual beings or, fallen angels, that it's going to be the sons of Seth. Have you heard anything about that?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, what is your position on that, or do you have a position?
I think the Bible and the Deuterocanon make it clear that it's talking about angels and not men.
Okay. Because from that Orthodox Ethos video that I watched, and I know we don't have to agree with everything that Orthodox Ethos puts out, or one church father or whatever, but it was showing a couple sayings from the saints, Saint Augustine and
he's one of the first to doubt that it's angels.
Okay, and I just had a thought about how you talk to a lot of Christian people who, they hold that view that it's the angels that came down, but they connect it to the aliens coming or some kind of psyop.
That's a bunch of evangelical retarded stuff. So I would just avoid all of that. But thank you for your question. Penguin. See, I got my dang Quran out. I got my dang study Bible Quran out. I thought we was gonna have a real conversation, and we got Indian deli man who couldn't even formulate sentences. Check out the new Weapons horror movie. Dude, the first 10 minutes is analysis of the movie. So I Rodriguez, rewind to the beginning of the live stream. What's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yup.
Okay. Yeah, Jay, what is your option on getting a prenup before marriage? Orthodox position on that?
I think that most of the time it's discouraged, but there are some situations in Orthodox canon law where it is permitted, but that's a question for your spiritual father, not for me. Matt? Are you going to talk about Freemasonic influence on revolutions. Again, shit I've talked about for 15 years, dog. Oh, man. What's up, man? I'm you, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Jay? I know I'm not going to have a good debate for this, but I'm an atheist, and I'm trying to get out of it just being, all right, my preference versus your preference. I know that's a popular go-to. Like, I can't make a stronger claim than that. But can you give me a line kind of to break past that barrier?
Give you an argument why pure relativism and subjectivism is wrong?
I guess so, yeah.
Well, it's self-refuting. If a position at a very fundamental level is it's self-refuting and destroys the possibility of having justified knowledge, then it's probably not a tenable position.
It's self-refuting because it rejects knowledge itself?
Rejects the possibility of knowledge or justification for knowledge. So if all positions and all beliefs are purely relative and subjective, you can't state that all positions are relative because that's a universal claim. So it's a fundamental contradiction.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
And that would make all knowledge claims then no longer true knowledge. Go ahead, man. What's up? You're thumbing down. What's your problem? Alistair, what's your problem? Yeah, what's up? I don't know, man. The dial-up ain't working for you. By the way, I saw that I think they're getting rid of dial-up. So a lot of y'all calling in, I guess you won't be calling in anymore since AOL's getting rid of dial-up. Jeff, what's up? Oh, dang it. I forgot to mention when I mentioned the freaking movie. I might have to add that. If I clip the movie thing, I might have to add a little bit on that. Yeah, I wanted to mention, by the way, and if you want to just look up J. Dyer Israel, you get these videos. If you go to the members section, here's me talking about Victor Ostrovsky's books, his lectures. Here's another one on Israel. Let me just go to my channel and search my channel for Israel, Iran, CIA, all that stuff. You're going to get your fill. I did a 5-hour debate on Zionism. Go watch the 5-hour discussion we had with Ridvan. I mean, go watch the 2-hour discussion on the Hodge twins. It's like, I guess the only way to do this is like you literally just have to talk about Israel and Zionism all day, every day. That's the only way to show that you've ever talked about Israel and Zionism. And by the way, that's all that there is in the world. Literally all that exists is Israel and Zionism. That's it. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. When Metallica wrote that song, it was about Zionism. Nothing else matters, dog. By the way, I think I put Zionism in the chat here. It's like you could call in on dispensationalism, Hebrew roots movements. All of that's in the chat. By the way, where's the black Hebrew Israelites at? They're the funnest. We haven't had one of them in a year. Gabe became a member for 5 months. What's the next big debate, Jay? In 10 days, 11 days, we're debating Tim Gordon on Elijah Schaefer's channel on the papacy, the Filioque, and something else. Jeff, you want to try again? Hello?
Hey, okay, cool. You were just talking about weapons. I was going to recommend that movie Together with Dave Franco. Have you seen any previous work?
I just did the first 10 minutes of this stream, both of those movies.
Oh, you did that one too? Oh, okay, yeah. Dude.
It's okay, thank you. Thunder, what's up, man? I forgot to mention that the children are being MK monarched as well. And that's the other element that was pretty prominent in weapons. And I think weapons it reminded me of Prisoners. Remember Villeneuve's Prisoners with Donnie Darko, and it was about the sort of taking of the youth, shall we say, and then reprogramming them. That was also what was going on with weapons, but in this case, it's a sort of pretty powerful witchcraft cult that's essentially doing this. What's up, man? Unmute.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Just a couple things really quick. Number one, I went to my first Orthodox liturgy yesterday. And I just wanted to thank you for being somebody that, you know, kind of led me to there. Greek Orthodox Church. But my question here is about the subject of worship. I come from a Protestant background. And I've even been to like some of the mega church, like weird Pentecostal stuff. And growing up in the church, I've always felt like the worship part of like these Protestant services and stuff was like very disingenuous. It seems like more of a worship of the self. When, you know, the people are on there on stage, you know, playing all these crazy instruments and stuff. And the liturgy was really a bit of a culture shock for me, but it felt a lot more genuine. Now, my main question here is I've talked to my parents about this and some of my friends who are all Protestant and gotten a lot of pushback on this subject of worship. And they're throwing like Bible verses at me, you know, and saying like, oh, well, King David was, you know, running around in the streets with the harp and singing and dancing and all this kinds of stuff, as if, you know, that's some sort of defense. I just find
first of all, not everything at every time in the Bible is for all eternity, right? So just because something happened at one time period, it might have been what was beneficial for those people at that time. So for the Old Testament period, for example, animal sacrifice was partly an apologetic against paganism and the worship of idols and demons at that time, because a lot of the animals that are being sacrificed are actually viewed as divine or semi-divine or instantiations of the gods that the nations around them worship. So, for example, the cow was revered in Egypt, and yet when the Israelites come out, they're not supposed to worship the golden calf or the cow. They're supposed to be engaged in sacrificial worship using cattle. So this is a pedagogical advice and an apologetic, something that most people don't understand. But we don't forever at all times utilize that pedagogical device within the church, because the Eucharist now supplants that covenantal worship and meal that we have with God. So not everything that David did is necessarily eternally the case for the church. So the question is not, did David do something at one time? It's, what did the apostles lay down as the pattern of worship for the church? The New Testament does not record an actual worship service. Did God leave us to DIY it? Well, in Leviticus, he seems to care quite a bit about how he's worshipped, and he's never left it up to DIY. You don't just do it yourself. You don't come up with, I like this verse where David does this. We actually have a tradition of the apostles handing down a pattern of liturgical worship, and you can actually see this in the book of Revelation itself. So I'm going to say, watch this video that I did right here that goes into the history of liturgical worship out of the book of Revelation, because in Revelation 5 through 9, John is actually at the liturgy looking into heaven and seeing the liturgical worship going on. That becomes the pattern for the earthly worship, which is where we get the basis and the pattern for Orthodox apostolic worship. And thus, in the history of the church, you have when Paul and the apostles go out into the Roman Empire, they establish sees and they give a pattern of worship. And those ancient liturgical worship services are preserved in the Orthodox Church. Mr. Croat. But here's a basic biblical argument right here from the book of Revelation, chapters 5 to 9, where I debate with a goofus, charismatic Pentecostal person on this very topic.
Yo,
yeah,
well,
what's up?
I see. Yeah, I thought this pretty interesting topic broadcast, because I want to know more about. Funny with some people who claim about that talk about problems like some, like WASP. The Protestant aspect fits and it was made some people.
Bro, I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea what's
Catholics and Orthodox.
no idea what you're saying or what's going on. Isaac, what's up, man? If you call in, please clearly enunciate in dumb English for me. What's up, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yo.
Yo, what's up, man? So my question is about Israel and stuff. So I noticed a lot.
Yeah, I don't talk about it because I'm paid by APAC. They pay me in shekels.
Nice.
But shekels is actually a crypto that none of you have heard of. Shekel coin.
Oh yeah. No, but basically, I noticed a lot of Catholics and Orthodox, rightfully, they look down on what Israel is doing and stuff. Like the way they view Palestinians is like lower than them and stuff. But one of the problems I have with the Bible is that you kind of see that like Jewish supremacists like look on Gentiles in the Old Testament too. Like they're like the chosen people, and like in the Old Testament, I feel like Gentiles are presented as like lower than them.
Yeah, but I already covered that because earlier we were talking about how the reason that Israel had that attitude was because they were promised to produce the messianic line and the messianic seed. So they had to have that insular self-defensive attitude against the nations around them. And Satan was who motivated the nations to try to stamp out the Israelites only because they were going to produce the Messiah, not because of any magical Jewish DNA. So after the birth of the Messiah, those principles of, how to treat outsiders, this kind of stuff, are now applied to the church, which is the true Israel. So it was appropriate for that time for Israel to have laws of warfare, self-defense, etc. That is no longer appropriate now that the church is the fulfillment of Israel and is the true Israel.
Oh, okay. That actually makes sense. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And I'm not being rude, but that we had that same sort of question about maybe 30 minutes ago, but you might be new here. Robert, what's up? Gabe K, please do an analysis of Martyrs, 2008. It's a French philosophy horror movie. I don't know about that. That sounds terrible. French philosophical horror sounds insufferable. Please, I hope you get to debate Alex O'Connor. He is ducking you. I don't think he's ever going to do a debate. I mean, I really thought we were going to do Piers Morgan, and he didn't want to do it. So he said, nope, not debating theism on Piers Morgan. He said he would only debate me on politics. Destiny did the same thing too, right? Destiny said, I'll only debate you on politics. I'm like, politics? Like, that's just the most gay thing to debate, dude. Politics. What's up, man? I'm mute. Robert?
Hey, how's it going? In regards to the movie Weapons with the bells, okay. I've heard people talk about how bells like help release demons, and a little weird. But in the Spider-Man movie, when the third one, when he's possessed by Venom, he goes to the church, and the bell separates him from the demon, and he becomes good again. And then. Kind of follow up in the spiritual warfare, also regarding comics or whatever, like Superman and Batman are kind of like Jesus Christ and the devil kind of personified as heroes, and they're both created by Jews. And I was researching like the medieval witch trials of Europe, and all the people that were executed for lycanthropy had a lot of similarities with Batman, where the devil would give them a magical belt, a utility belt, a cowl, like a wolf's pelt, and ointments, and like also the full moon and the bat signal kind of like mirror each other, and there's a lot of other similarities between the two.
Or a braided belt. I met a lot of dudes in the 90s that I thought were a little sus and they had a braided belt.
Probably. You're probably accurate. But what are your thoughts? Do you think they're using like things like that to attract children to Satan?
I think the course that Marvel Comics and comics in general took after getting more and more woke definitely went in that direction. I don't know that there was a self-conscious desire when they created Superman and Batman to be, quote, satanic. I mean, I guess that would really just depend on specifically what was in the mind of the guy who made those comics, which I haven't even looked into, so I don't know. But I know that over time, usually what happens is like this kind of stuff gets more and more and more twisted into dark demonic stuff. So it's an interesting question. I'd have to know more about, you know, whoever was the creator of Batman and Superman. I did know that it was, you know, Jewish creators, but I don't know about Batman. I know that whoever created Superman was a Jewish guy, but I don't know about Batman. I haven't thought about comic books in a long time, so I don't know. The bells thing, I mean, I think we said earlier in the first 10 minutes that the bells thing was like it's like an inverted version of the liturgy, right? So in the movie Together, we had wedding bells for the merging, because the whole issue is about, are they going to get married or break up? And then the bells in Weapons seem to be directly related to witchcraft. Another thing I thought about, why are you doing this? I don't understand the purpose of like the constant thumbing down. Like, what do you want to say? Jadis has a bell that she uses in Magician's Nephew, if you've read Narnia. So perhaps in the Golden Dawn and these kinds of things, bells play a prominent role. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, I'm inquiring into Orthodoxy now. I was a follower of Liquid Zulu when you debated him, and it kind of made me realize the faults of libertarianism. So now I'm transitioning out of that. But I look at the church, and a lot of it does have similarities with the libertarian ethos. Like, to become a Christian, you have to freely choose that. Or
well, yeah, but I mean, libertarianism is an Enlightenment philosophy of natural rights and all of that. So there will be some overlap with the idea of liberty in terms of free will and Christian theology and anthropology. But the libertarian ethos of the Enlightenment is not compatible with Orthodox, symphonia and that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask about. So with, like, the church, we as people, we'd pay a tithe, but that wouldn't be enforced under threat of death, would it?
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that even in the West, that there was death for not tithing. I mean, even in...
Yeah, of course. But I was just going to say, so when we move up to the state level, why can't we form a Christian, like, monarchical government voluntarily without force of death if you don't pay your taxes or imprisonment?
I think that's what we would want.
Oh, okay. Because a lot of the Orthodox states in the past had suffered.
I've never heard of any state, Protestant, Catholic, or Orthodox, that had the death penalty for not paying the church tithe. I've never heard of that.
Oh, no, sorry, not the church tithe. Those were just examples of you having a duty as a Christian to pay into, like, your society.
I agree with you and the libertarian ethos that anything like that should be voluntary. I agree.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because...
I wouldn't equate that with libertarianism, though. I mean, that's a principle that libertarians have, but I wouldn't say that because I agree with that principle, therefore orthodoxy is libertarian.
Right.
I think we'd have to get really precise and nuanced because, yeah, I definitely believe in private property. I believe in freedom of exchange. I believe in, tithing and that kind of stuff being voluntary. I think we should have the lowest taxes possible at all. I do agree with all those principles. But that wouldn't mean that, for example, if we had a majority Orthodox Christian society and they chose to have an Orthodox monarchy, you couldn't erect your crazy satanic cult or your Jehovah's Witness nonsense in that scenario, right? You could have a Christian state that outlaws these heterodox things. Misha, are you the one thumbing down? What do you want? It's like, all you gotta do is raise your hand if you disagree. You don't have to, like, thumb down for the next 30 minutes straight. It's like you're just wasting your own thumb energy doing that. What's up, man? Unmute.
Right. Hello there. I'm actually from Russia. And,
Okay.
I'm a Russian Orthodox Christian layman.
Okay.
So I couldn't really find any videos on this topic, but I'll persist. Unfortunately, it's yet another Middle Eastern question, but it is slightly different.
Okay.
So a bunch of so-called iron-pilled neo-pagans from 4chan's politics and banter boards are claiming, like foaming at their mouths, how about Putin is actually secretly just a pawn of the small heads. Like it's all
Right.
hopeless.
I can't understand. I'm having a hard time understanding what your question is. Can you enunciate very clearly and slowly in English as best you can? What's the question?
So the question is like, some people think that Vladimir Putin is actually just a pawn of the small heads.
Okay.
So the people, the
Yeah,
Jews.
is Putin controlled by
like
Jews?
it's all
Okay, is that
hopeless.
the question?
So like it's all hopeless. The Russian Orthodox Church is rigged, though that's a slightly different topic. I obviously don't buy any of it. Do you?
You don't what?
I obviously don't buy any of it. I don't believe this.
I don't know that he's controlled. I think that everybody in politics at a high level has to make compromises and deals. And if he meets with, Chabad, everybody then says, oh, look, he's controlled by Chabad. Well, meeting with them, and if he talks about rising anti-Semitism or something like that, I mean, there might be a degree of influence. There might be, deals that are made, but controlled, I don't know about that.
Okay, so I'd like to share like my view because it's like kind of rare. Sorry that it's like hard to get English practice, speaking English practice in Russia, but I don't have any problems writing in English. So the whole Russian English language barrier is only one-sided, and we've had first-hand experience of how the sanctions have impacted us. As I see it, Putin was only flirting with it in the 2000s just to buy Russia time to recover from the catastrophe of the 90s. Those autists on 4chan want us to believe that one day, for no reason whatsoever, all of Russia was sanctioned, that the mainstream superstars have fled to Israel, and Putin was proclaimed a war criminal because he dared to challenge the fiat currencies in the new world order at large. That it was all just controlled somehow.
What was controlled?
That all of this that has unraveled on the world politics stage with how Russia was sanctioned to death, like how it was supposed to die like in 6 months after sanctions have been put in place. That all of it happened because it was all kind of somehow planned. That it is controlled opposition. I don't buy any of it, and neither does actually like. Do you know the brother?
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. It doesn't make any sense.
So neither does brother Nathaniel. He is kind of. He's quite fond of Putin.
Of who? Nathaniel?
Yes,
Who?
like the monk guy. The monk.
Oh, that guy's crazy. That guy's insane.
Yes. Well,
Don't appeal to that guy. That guy's the worst of them all. Reformed. What's up, man? Thank you for your call. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just it's really hard to understand what's.
Yeah, what's up, good guy? I was just inquiring about the Trinity, and I had a few questions, if you don't mind me asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So, I just had a question. Like, if you look into philosophy of language, there's a concept of something called co-referentiality. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. I was just curious. Do you know the concept of co-referentiality? Like, two things being co-referential.
Co-referential identity.
Yeah. Like two things being co-referential, like they refer to the same thing in reality. Are you familiar with it?
No.
No. Yeah, so there's a notion of something called co-referentiality within philosophy of language. This refers to two things being the same thing in reality. Like Clark Kent being co-referential with Superman, they are just the same thing in reality.
Okay.
So you can substitute them in like an extensional context, like a context where you can substitute these co-referring terms without like altering the truth value. So if I were to say like Clark Kent is X feet tall, I could just substitute Clark Kent there with Superman. But I just had a question, like for example, in the Trinity, you believe God is triune, and if God is the same, if God picks out the same thing as the Son, that would mean I can substitute God there with the Son, which would mean the Son is triune.
No, this is a basic. No, this is. Do you know the difference between the is of identity and the is of predication?
Yeah, that's fine. But so what would the relation be between the Son and God? Would they refer to the same thing in reality?
God picks out different things. It doesn't have a single referent. The word God can pick out a person, it can pick out the essence, pick out an energy, and even in the Bible it can pick out human beings and devils and angels. So the mistake that you all Muslims make is that you think that God just has a single referent.
Yeah, so when you say God is triune, what's the referent there?
Say what?
When you say God is triune, what's the referent there?
That's a reference to both. It could be either the divine essence or to the persons.
Okay, so when the traditions state God is triune, presumably that would refer to the divine essence. My question is
refer to either one because of what I just told you. The word God can pick out person or can pick out essence or energy.
Okay, is essence the same as person?
What do you think about Allah's attributes? It's the same issue.
I'm not sure how that's relevant, but I'm just curious. Like,
why are you giggling now that you know that I'm asking you the same metaphysical problem for your position, and you're saying it's not relevant?
So what's the metaphysical problem for my position?
What?
What's the metaphysical problem for my position?
Are the attributes of Allah aseity? Do they possess aseity? What when you say Allah is God or Allah is divine, does that refer to the essence of Allah, or does it also refer to His attributes?
When I say Allah is divine, I mean I'm just referring to the essence and the attributes.
So his attributes are not divine?
What do you mean by divine there? Like, attributes aren't identical to the essence, obviously.
Thank you. Right, so when you consider the attributes in themselves, are they divine or not?
When I consider the attributes in themselves, are they divine? And divine is just ambiguous. I wouldn't say the attributes are identical to God.
See, you can be all qualified, and the word divine is ambiguous when it comes to your position about Allah and His attributes, but then you try to trap me with the same problem when it comes to the Trinity and predicating of God. So get out of here with this nonsense. Underwater? That was a 16-year-old Muslim trying to play tricks. I'm not going to do it.
I don't know that is relevant. It is not relevant when you ask the question to me. I must trap you in your... I must only be able to trap you in your position. Do not ask that of me.
What's up, man?
Hello. Yes. I was going to ask a question about the whole taxes thing.
The what?
And now about because I personally don't believe, unless I'm like wrong here, that most of our taxes even actually fund much of anything other than
I don't think they do. What about it?
Oh, it's because I always hear like Andrew Wilson talk about how important our taxes are and how they fund everything, and it's like, well, I mean, do they? I mean,
I don't listen to all of Andrew's debates. I don't share every Andrew position, so I don't know what Andrew says on taxes. So.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, like, do you have any? Like, I don't want to be like an asshole. I'm just asking. Do you have any videos? Like, do I just type in like geopolitics and maybe I'll somehow run into a video of yours that talks about that topic?
I don't know. I don't have a specific video on taxes, but I just think that. I mean, I doubt. I mean, the whole IRS, all of that. I mean. Bro, I've been pushing Bitcoin since 2017, so obviously I don't agree with or like taxes. So anybody who's into Bitcoin would not be a fan of taxes. Vin Love, you want to try again? CK, $100. Win J, I've been enjoying your content.
Vin Love. Yeah. It's something I noticed is that like Muslims and atheists kind of share the same arguments. Like, sir, your religion is dying, sir. You're going to be raped by Muslims, sir. But that's what they got that from like an atheist scholar on some journal from 2014.
Yeah, I know. They just repeat atheists all the time. They use Bart Ehrman. Yeah, we've been seeing that for years.
And vice versa. Vice versa, too. It's insane.
Atheists use Muslims?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Okay.
But that's really the thing. Like, atheists at a point are equally theistic, because when you show them, like, I don't know, they ask for proof, but when you show them proof, they deny it. Like you show them like the Shroud of Turin, they say, oh no, it's fake, it's mythology. When you show them that thing that they got from the dating is wrong, they say no, the new journal's wrong, the old one's right. At a point, it's anti-scientific.
Well, yeah, they're ultimately just appealing to arbitrary authorities, and the same authorities that don't believe the Quran, they'll dismiss it. So it's only useful when it's just double standards and moving the goalposts. Yeah, atheists and Muslims are very consistent when it comes to moving the goalposts and arbitrary double standards. CK, yes, please. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Do you have a show tomorrow night?
I don't think so, no. CK, $100. Been enjoying your content. Looking forward to meeting you at the Ludwell conference. What's your biggest critique of feminism? I mean, it's based on faulty anthropology. It's against what we're taught in Scripture. It denies the existence of God. It's ultimately an attack on God the Father. It's been a source of social chaos and upheaval on purpose, funded by oligarchical elites. Rockefeller's, in their biography, talk about funding it. It's a Fabian socialist front. It's intended to destroy the family. It's intended to reduce population. It's demonic. I mean, all of that and more. Looking forward to meeting you as well, CK. Appreciate that. Yeah, we got a lot of critique. I mean, I tried to, over the years, I would agree with what Rachel talks about in her Occult Feminism book. I think all of that is, those are all valid components and critiques of feminism. That's what it's all about. It's a weapon. It's fake and gay. Yeah. Thomas O'Neill, $10. Jay, how does your stance against natural theology square with Romans 1:21? What in that chapter or that section is natural theology? I think a lot of you guys, and I'm not faulting you, Thomas, I think a lot of you guys don't know what natural theology is. Natural theology is not using reasoning. It's not using logic or doing argumentation, okay? When, for example, I debated with Trent Horn, he kept shifting what he meant by natural theology in order to vindicate natural theology. So, in other words, natural theology became so broad that doing any reasoning or logic at all in his mind was somehow natural theology. That's not what natural theology is. That's why at the beginning of the debate we agreed on the Roman Catholic and the Protestant definition of what natural theology is. It's reasoning about God apart from any reference to divine revelation. In Romans 1, there's nothing about Aristotelian syllogisms. Okay, when Thomists and Roman Catholics read Romans 1, they actually think that it's referring to like Aristotle sitting there and reasoning out causes and causal chains and first actualizers. That's nothing to do with Romans 1. Romans 1 says that all men are guilty because they have an inner sense that they are wrong when they do bad. And that inner sense convicts them because of the divine law being written on every man's heart from birth. That's what Romans 1 is about. That's why he says that they're guilty in their heart. You notice there's nothing in that passage that Paul talks about syllogisms and Aristotelian and Platonic lines of abstract argumentation. That alone should tell you that it's not talking about Thomistic natural theology. Paul says multiple times in that chapter that they are darkened in their heart. The nous, the heart. Roman Catholicism doesn't even have a heart doctrine. It's only the intellect and the body. The intellect/soul and the body is the dual anthropology of Roman Catholicism. So the fact that Paul talks about the heart throughout the passage and not primarily the intellect, he says the intellect is darkened in that passage because the heart is darkened. And the fact that Roman Catholicism has no doctrine of the nous or the heart should tell you that they don't believe Romans 1. So the passage in Orthodox theology is about the natural revelation. So read Orthodox Dogmatics, Volume 1, by Father Staniloy. Atheism, $20. What is your take on an ethno-state and ethnically homogenous countries? I think most countries historically have been that. We have to be careful about ethnophiletism in Orthodox Christianity, which places the ethnicity above the universality of the gospel. But I don't think that people should have other populations as a form of weaponized migration placed into their countries to destroy them, which is what is done by design. All right, it's open forum. If you disagree, you go to the head of the line. Pavel, what's up? I mean, it's amazing to me that Roman Catholics read that passage. They don't even think about the fact that Paul keeps saying in Romans 1, the heart, the heart, the heart. Okay, what's the heart? Oh, that's just the mind or the intellect. What's up?
Hello?
Yep.
I had a question about nature of rationality.
The what? Nature of rationality? Okay.
Yeah, do you think Satan would be considered rational?
Well, he has a rational faculty, as do all of the angels, but he locked his mind into choosing evil when he fell before the garden.
Mm-hmm. I think that rationality is really the expression of being. Like the being is what actually defines rationality.
Okay, well, being is one of the most generic terms in the history of all philosophy, so I have no idea what that means.
You don't know what being means?
I have no idea what you mean by being, because every philosopher has a different idea and definition of what being is.
Well, being is an entity that has a will or agency.
I mean, not necessarily. Everything that has existence is a being, and most of those beings don't have wills. So, where are you getting this definition from?
The vocabulary of common sense.
Right. So, where in common sense does it tell you that being necessarily has a will? Do rocks have being? Do they have wills?
Well, when we talk about creatures, like when we deal with philosophy, is really with people and let's say demons, angels. Mm-hmm. So the entities that actually make decisions, that think.
And common sense tells you this. What common sense tells you this?
Well, it's not common. That's the point. I guess the point is that it's not so common. Right.
Why are you laughing? You're just wasting my time with your stupid laughing and condescension. I can't stand when people come up with that stupid condescension. He's probably trolling. Moon, what's up? The condescending laugh is probably the most annoying of anything that occurs. I don't even mind the Pajit Muslim cooking his armpit burgers with cussing me out. That's not as annoying as the condescending snicker of the genius philosophy man. Unmute. Pakistani dude, unmute. What's up? Bring that heat, man.
No, there's nothing. I have nothing much to bring in. See, I don't know. I just came to your space and you just brought me up. Listen, I'm a Muslim.
Oh.
I'm a Muslim. I'm not one of those typical Muslims. I have a very different kind of philosophy. For me, see, you guys are talking about religion.
Yay, what is your argument, brother?
Don't give me that bullshit, man. Don't give me that crap. Don't give me that accent.
Why
I know my accent.
Or are you that soft? If I do an impersonation, you hurt your feelings are hurt. You're that soft.
Yeah, no. I don't get hurt. I mean, I learned English. I never went to an American school. I never went to any international school.
Well, that's awesome. I'm proud of you.
I actually speak 5 languages.
Oh shit! Well, we got a certified genius.
I speak 5 languages.
You're a certified genius, dude.
Don't mock me on my accent.
How dare you?
On my accent.
So,
you know why?
Should that be a rule? Like, is that a law? If you've learned 5 languages, no one can impersonate you. Should that be a law?
Yeah, you can't fucking impersonate me that because you can't mock me on my accent because the language, the English.
Do you want to know why I'm doing it? It's because I'm intimidated.
It's not the language. It's not the language which I have learned. I learned this language through movies, through watching movies.
For movies.
I was 21 years old when I came to China. I learned Chinese. No one fucking here. No one fucking here can compete me when it comes to Chinese.
Shit. Okay, what's your favorite? So hold on. What's your favorite movie, dude?
Okay, you're talking about that? What's your favorite? Okay, Schindler's List is my favorite movie. No, tell me. A Muslim guy saying Schindler's List is his favorite movie.
Schindler's List.
Yeah, that's my favorite fucking movie. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I can't. So listen, bro. I know 7 languages. Does that mean I can make fun of you or not?
Yeah, you come. If you know, if you really know 7 languages, you wouldn't make fun of anyone. You wouldn't make because if you know 7 languages, you would know how hard it is
So nobody who knows 7 languages makes fun of people.
You may know, you may know 7 languages, but you may not. I'm 100% sure your accent may not be that perfect in any of those languages, right?
I didn't say my accent was perfect. I just
Okay, forget about that, man. Okay, forget about that. But let me come back to the topic. Let me come back to the topic. What I was trying to say.
I want to talk about Anne Frank movies, okay? Because they're way better than Schindler's List.
Yeah, okay. Forget about that. But if you want to talk about movies, there's so many movies that you.
No, I want to talk about Islam. Okay, so let's talk about Islam.
Have you ever seen the Fando by Liz? There's a guy. His name is Alejandro from Mexico. Have you seen that movie Fando by Liz? That fucking movie is the best movie which ever.
But why should we believe Muhammad is the question.
I'm not saying that. Forget the religion. I'm a Muslim, but I'm not the Orthodox Muslims. Like I'm not nothing like that.
Okay.
For me,
how do we get as high IQ? Look, you have the highest IQ of all of the people out there today. How do we get as high IQ as you? I want to know. Give us wisdoms.
Fuck, man. I'm the most civilized man which has ever came to this earth. Because when I was 29 years, I got married to the first girlfriend that I met in my life. How stupid I can be more than that, man.
Oh, no. So now you're saying you're stupid. I thought you were the smartest dude. I thought you were the smartest man.
I'm not the smartest dude, man. I'm married. I have 2 girls. I'm still married. After like 30 years, I'm still married. I'm not smart, dude. I mean, I'm living in a very toxic relationship.
This man is drunk. Listen, I believe that drinking alcohol is haram. You're not supposed to drink, your brother. You are drunk. Totally drunk, man. That is haram. Rouser, what's up? Listen, if somebody knows 5 languages, you don't impersonate that voice because it shows that you have low IQ.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jay. What's it? I watched one of your clip videos the other day.
Clip videos? Bro, that's rated R. That's for my OnlyFans. Don't watch my clip video.
No.
What are you talking about?
I watched one of your videos where you explained how in the Reformed tradition, with penal substitutionary atonement,
oh my God,
it leads to Nestorianism. Is that correct?
I don't know. I've never talked about PSA. You must be thinking of some other Jay Dyer. There's a black guy that writes TV shows. That's probably the one that was talking about PSA because I've never talked about PSA. I wouldn't know the first thing about it. But definitely do check out my clit videos. David, what's up? Or check out my cat videos. Those are good too. David, what's up, dog? It's getting buck wild.
What's up, Jay? Let me tell you something. I'm actually close to speaking 5 languages myself. As a Serb living in Serbia, I'm speaking French and English.
Well, I better not impersonate you if you speak 5 languages because that's the limit. If you speak 4, you can still be mocked, but 5, you're out, dude.
No, man, I'll try to be better than that. So my question to you would be right now, it would be pretty interesting. So what I'm interested in is when it comes to the Jewish state and when you look at a lot of Jews on Wikipedia, like they're rich people and they do some very evil stuff. So when you go to Wikipedia and you look at their early career profile, like you could see that they have the Yahudim origins. My question to you would be, are the Jewish people actually cursed by God or did the grace leave them?
I don't think that there's like a generational curse necessarily because in every generation, as Paul says, there have always been believing Jews who believe in Christ. So I don't think that it's some sort of like impenetrable collective generational curse. But as long as they persist in unbelief, then they still have a duty and a requirement to convert and to be saved, which they can. JR, what's up? Atheism, $10. Should mass immigration populations convert to Orthodoxy and go back home? Well, they shouldn't come to begin with. So, I mean, if they do pick up Orthodoxy, I guess that's a good thing. Orthodox are not numbers, but they seem unsustainable in West. Orthodox or not their numbers seems unsustainable in the West. I don't know what that means. What's up, John?
the peoples do not like you impersonating the peoples.
Well, you speak 5 languages, brother. You shut the hell up.
But
I learned those language from James Bond movie, brother. Thank you.
My favorite movie is Vision Quest. Very good movie.
My favorite movie is back. What's the Osho documentary on Netflix?
Yeah.
Whatever.
What's
My favorite movie is Wild Wild Country.
Learned English from watching.
I learned
from watching Tootsie.
I learned English from watching Jackie Chan movie and speak Chinese as well.
Oh, what a wild stream today.
I love it, man. I love it when Pakistanis and Indians are like making my live streaming career these days.
You told me to go watch video of your penis be substituted.
Sir, this is amazing. Sir, do not. Sir!
What's up, John? What's on your mind?
No, I was actually.
Oh, you just wanted to call in with that voice?
I wanted to riff, but no. Actually, it's funny because you do a good job. I just want to point this out to anybody who's listening for the first time. You actually do a good job of breaking down the barriers of people not getting butt hurt. Because I actually, for a long time on the interwebs, there was a time period, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, where when you were telling people to not get butt hurt about, interjecting in a debate with a little jab here and there, people didn't even understand that. People were like, I remember, like, perfect example. I played, years back, I played somebody a debate of yours to a friend of mine, and he's like, "Oh no, I can't listen to this. This guy is being so mean," right? And people have started to catch on that you can, point out things about people, and it doesn't necessarily always have to be a nice thing, because always being nice isn't necessarily being kind.
AKA always being gay.
That's right. And we're bringing it back to how it was when we were kids, where we all make fun of everybody equally.
Agreed. John speaking my language. You can make fun of me. I got an effed up tooth. Look at that.
I speak 5 languages, so yes, you're a very good debater. Yes, friend. Yes.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Father Deacon, would you like to make a comment? Hey, look, guys, we're just having fun today. You got to have fun with it. You got to roll with it. You got to take your time.
Finally, it's working. Gosh, forgive me.
Oh, so you're suffering because AOL just got rid of... Y'all hear that? I think it was yesterday or today. Like, AOL is finally discontinuing dial-up. So that's why Father Deacon's having such a hard time.
Are they really?
Yeah, no, that's actually a true story, yeah. I didn't even realize AOL still existed, nor that dial-up still existed.
Just making a joke that we should all just, open up an AOL account.
Well,
Go back.
You can, but there's no more dial-up.
Can you believe it, Pete? So there's actually some people that have dial-up. That's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know. This is AOL. This is today, news today. End of an era. AOL discontinues dial-up after 30 years. But the amazing thing is that I didn't even know it still existed. Nor that AOL existed.
Man, I wanted to come on with that guy with the bean. I love how people talk down to... Let me tell you something about philosophy, Deacon.
Well, being is common sense. But if you do the condescending snicker, that's the one thing that will probably set me off to where I will probably just boo you.
I think that's a Zoomer thing, too. I've noticed Zoomers do that a lot.
The condescending snicker?
Yeah, I don't know where they learned that, but...
Oh, I'm getting dissed for wearing an Oasis shirt. All right, my feelings are hurt. I gotta call it a night now. Somebody talked about Oasis. Marco, what's up, man?
Hello.
Hello.
Just wanted to follow up, on the that people can't take jokes. I think it's also kind of a lack of humility, because you can even look at the saints. Did you watch, this very famous in Greece the TV series on Saint Paisios?
I did not.
No, yeah, it's very famous there, and he cracked jokes all the time, even about himself, because it's kind of sign of humility, For example, there's this scene where a guy with his son comes to him and he asked, because he had like all the animals around, the snakes that would like pray with him and stuff.
Right.
And they asked they asked him about him, and he said, no, the circus is closed, but if you want to see a monkey, here he is. and it's like kind of it's a humility thing that you can like.
Right. That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that, Marco, that like actually being able to laugh at yourself is actually a pretty good sign of humility. That actually makes a lot of sense. That's a really good point. And I didn't know that about some of the saints. That's a great point. Apple seed. See, you guys can roast me. I don't even care. In fact, a few years ago, I asked people on the live stream to roast me, and everybody was pretty weak, dude. It was pretty much weak sauce. But Appleseed's got a pretty good roast. He says that tooth in your mouth looks like it's about to schism. Well, it already has schismed. So, but see, that's not bad. You can roast me. I don't care. Just don't roast Oasis, or else you get booted. I'll take my Oasis serious now. I don't care. I don't care if you roast Oasis. You just can't call them gay. They're not gay. They have children. They have offspring. Okay. Eyeball, $5. This is a further elaboration on the super chats. I asked multiple clergy this question. I wasn't satisfied with their answer. I figured I would ask you about exegesis. What was the question? Let's see. Dr. Eyeball says, in 1 Peter 3:21, it says, baptism is an appeal for a clear conscience towards God. Is it a promise that we make to maintain a good conscience, or a request to grant a good conscience to the person through baptism? I think it's just saying that there's nothing wrong with asking that God grants us the love of God, or that God grants us repentance, even though we repent. I think that you could interpret it either way, because there's always going to be a synergy. No, I'm married, dude. You're asking if I'm gay. I'm not gay. I'm married. I am married to a man, but I'm not gay. We're married, but we're chaste. So there's a lot of people who don't understand this. Am I for gay marriage? Yes, but you have to be chaste in that gay marriage. What's up, Lori? Unmute. Lori, unmute. Lori Cost, unmute. Or don't. Goodbye. Paul, what's up? Dude's still quarantined. Dude's still quarantining him. I wonder if there's some people that are like still quarantining themselves from the coof. Wouldn't that be funny if you're like, there's some guys like still quarantined? What's up, man? Paul, unmute.
Hey, what's up, Jay?
DJ Paul, what's up?
DJ Paul. I don't like that
DJ
ring, but
Paul.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'm not here to rip on you. I'm just here to ask questions, right?
I'm here to rip on you, dude.
I'm
here to rip on you.
I'm
just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. What's on your mind?
So yeah, I went down this long internet rabbit hole the other day. I was watching the Sam Hyde show, and they brought up a topic about the colloquial term Judeo-Christianity. And apparently they were just talking about it, and they were like, yeah, that's kind of an oxymoron. America itself doesn't really have anything to do with Jewish rabbinic laws, right? And so I kind of got just kind of looking back through like Western history and kind of like the Jewish tradition. And I didn't really know this in history, but I was reading about it. And apparently the West is so opposed to rabbinic laws that there was that Jewish-Roman war in 66 to 73 AD, where the Second Temple was destroyed. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know.
Yeah, I know about all this.
Okay. Yeah. And I didn't really know like the details of this, but apparently, and around that time, there was the church through, Christ passing it down to his apostles and passing it off to Timothy, things like that. It was there at the time, but does the Orthodox Church like take this as Christ's prophecy that the Second Temple would be destroyed? Is that like
take what thing as a prophecy?
Well, apparently, it's like again, I'm a little fuzzy on this, so you're going to have to correct me. But didn't Christ in the Bible prophesize the destruction of the Second Temple?
Yeah, Matthew 24, Luke 21. It's called partial preterism. Right. St. John Chrysostom, exegetes that as the destruction of the temple.
So so that's an official Orthodox.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't fucking knew that.
I mean, most of the Orthodox Eastern Church Fathers do. Many of the Latin Church Fathers do, but more so, it was more common in the East.
Oh, so it was more common in the East. Oh, see, I never knew that. It just kind of blew my mind that because at the time, like Rome wasn't even Christian; they were still pagan when they sacked Jerusalem, right? Am I mistaken?
Right. It was the Emperor Nero under Titus Vespasian is who sacked Jerusalem.
Right. Okay. No, I just wanted to see if that was an official Orthodox position. I had no idea.
Yeah,
so
I mean that's what Luke 21 is talking about. Now the term Judeo-Christian is a bit ambiguous because one just simply might mean the old Hebrew revelation and then the fulfillment in Christianity, but it's kind of been twisted into a psyop to where we're supposed to think that rabbinic Judaism and Christianity are somehow on the same pages, and they're not. So ultimately speaking, there is no, quote, Judeo-Christianity post 2nd, 3rd, 4th century AD, because rabbinic Judaism sort of codifies and crystallizes as an anti-Christian position. Prior to that, it was there was a period in the 2nd and 3rd century that was still kind of ambiguous. We've covered this in the many statements that we've made in opening debates with the Muslims, because we always have to point out that rabbinic Judaism was not a monolith in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century. It took that period, and many of the Jewish scholars today are admitting this, that in those centuries is when you had the parting of ways. And so Judaism begins to be, even then though, by the 4th century, it still wasn't monolithically Unitarian. It's not actually until Maimonides that it becomes a kind of a quasi-confessional Unitarianism. But it was anti-Christian by the 2nd, 3rd century, and it becomes a codified Talmudic rabbinic Judaism in the 4th and 5th centuries.
Notice that term is not even used until the 20th century. And it's a lot what we identified with monotheism isn't a term,
Yeah, exactly.
Until the first time it's ever created is the 17th century. And it's kind of appropriated in a similar way too, right? To be like, all the religions are the same, or, thematic rabbinical Judaism of today, Unitarianism.
Well, yeah, like we would I would out of hand reject the Abrahamic faiths. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I would never use that.
I don't use that. We don't use that terminology because there aren't Abrahamic faiths. And the people who think that, like when Tim Gordon he'll bring it up, well, this is like every comparative religion class. Yeah, well, I don't care what every comparative religion class says. Comparative religion is not what is the basis of our revealed theology. In Orthodox theology, there is only Orthodox Christianity as the fulfillment of and in continuity with Old Testament Christianity. Yes, that's right. We believe the Old Testament Hebrews believed in the Trinity and in Christ. Looking ahead, we look back. It's the same faith. They didn't believe in a Unitarian generic deity. And once you understand this is really the end of Roman Catholicism. Roman Catholicism is premised on Unitarian Old Testament God, generic, and that's part of their argumentation for why natural theology and Thomism is true. If that falls, Roman Catholicism falls. It's false. That was the whole point of the argument that I had with Trent Horn. That whole debate is that. And you notice in that debate, Trent is mystified by the idea that the Old Testament teaches the Trinity. That alone should tell you that Trent is done. Trent is cooked. Trent is not somebody to be listened to. And yet, thousands and thousands of dum-dums continue on a daily basis to listen to Trent Horn. Amelia, what's up? Unmute.
Hi, so as an Orthodox Christian, I'm just curious about Apostle John bowing before the angel in Revelation. Since the angel says, "Do not worship me," does this apply to venerating icons? And also, did the angel refuse worship because John was actually worshiping him in his heart, or was it just reverence? And how do we understand this?
Yeah, it's a good question. In fact, the same question came up about an hour ago in here. So I'm not faulting you. You probably didn't hear it, but the issue of worship is not determined by the external action. So, for example, we see in Joshua 7, Joshua bows before the ark and the temple. So bowing itself isn't the issue. You can bow even to human rulers. We see Joseph bowing before Pharaoh, and it's not idolatrous. The issue is more so the interior disposition. That's the real essence of idolatry. So I could have an interior disposition of worshiping an angel, and that would be rebuked, and I don't even necessarily have to bow. I can commit idolatry without physically bowing down if I worship an angel in my heart. Likewise, I can bow to a human in reverence and not worship him by recognizing his created status and it not be idolatry. So you see in both cases, the idolatry is determined on the internal disposition, not necessarily the external action. The external action flows from the disposition, but doesn't necessarily indicate it. So in John's case, John might have been scared and thinking that it was a divine person that appeared, and the angel then had to reassure him that no, don't worship me. I'm not a divine person. Only worship God. But it's not the external action itself that is the determiner of what constitutes worship. Are you there?
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Thank you, Amelia. Appreciate that. Eric, what's up, Eric? And then we'll go to James. Eric, what's on your mind?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, sorry. I didn't realise I was next up. So, as a secularist, I think that's the right term.
I don't know what your view is. Maybe. You tell me if that's your view.
So, basically, I base my
You can settle for anything, man. You need to...
I base my morals on what the Bible states, but I don't believe in an almighty above.
Well, why would you base your morals on the Bible at all if God didn't exist?
Well, I base it on the fact that it is based on a very good morality in you look after your family and...
Well, what makes it good? What is the good?
What is the good is that I'm a man, I look after my family, and I make sure that they come first.
No, the good in general. So you think that the good in a ontological sense is just that you're a man?
No. I believe that the good is I make sure that my family have a good life.
That's not what he's asking.
What is the good, though?
The good is that my children, my wife...
No. Good, a noble effort, a noble effort from a drunk Brit with a noble effort there. What's up, Lee? No, I'm sorry. Who was next? Chris, what's up?
Hey, Brother Jay, can you hear me?
I am not your brother. I do not know you.
I had a question on your breakdown on a couple passages.
Okay.
So, for Matthew 24, Luke 21, how do you interpret the Son of Man coming on the clouds, and then him sending out the angels, and then I think it's a chapter or two later, he says, "We'll be gathered and we'll be judged in front of before the."
So there's a 70 AD fulfillment of that as well, because when we read the book of Ezekiel and the book of Isaiah, we have very similar passages where we're told that God comes in the clouds on judgment against Egypt and against Babylon. So it's prophetic language talking about the exact same thing that happens, just like Egypt and Babylon happens to Israel in 70 AD, where the destroying army comes in. There's signs in the heavens that Josephus talks about as an eyewitness, and then Jerusalem is destroyed. That's a type of the end of the world where Jesus comes back and we have the resurrection, we have all of that. So it's a both and, it's not an either or. In any preterist, partial preterist text would give you this interpretation. You could read Milton Terry's book, Apocalyptics. You could read Ken Gentry's books. Any standard partial preterist text will give you this interpretation. But thank you for that question. Let's see, we'll go to JR, but Slopez, what's that's a name right there. By the way, I've done many talks on partial preterism. You can look up my Beast Antichrist talks. What's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me. It's loud where I'm at. I'm moving outside right now. So I just had one statement and then one question for you. I see a lot of the times when you go on these debates or wherever you're going that people want to make the claim that you're mean or whatever. And that was when I first started coming into Orthodoxy. I realized that was something that I had even kind of had the thought about you. And I think that it comes from this Protestant Jesus that they give us, that Jesus is all about being nice. And so, like, as I started reading into the church fathers and reading into some of these things, and then even listening to you, excuse me, on a regular basis, and realizing that a lot of the low IQ stuff that you deal with and everything like that, I think that it's just a perspective change, and a lot of the times that it's these people's view on the Jesus that they're given with Protestantism that is going to make them kind of reject you. Because even for me, I used to kind of be like, oh, well, like, if Jay Dyer is what Orthodoxy represents, I don't really want to be a part of it. But that was just my whole thing is, you know, this, because I haven't moved into New Age stuff, so I was kind of like, God is love, man, and like all that other kind of bullshit that you fall into with that, and then realizing later on, and even, you know, like seeing you curse and stuff like that, it was something that for me at the time was a stumbling block, but it was almost like an IQ barrier that I had to get over. And once I was able to get past that and actually do some reading, which I actually really lacked myself.
Yeah, I'm actually way more tame than the church fathers if you actually read them.
Yeah, and no, that's something I kind of came across. And,
I mean,
you know, just
like Saint Cyril of Jerusalem, the catechetical lecture says, hate all the heretics. He says they're idiots, they're demonic, they're possessed, they're dogs. You know,
exactly.
Jerome says even 10 times worse stuff.
Yeah, and so, you know, I kind of just wanted to start by apologizing to you just because I've recently been received into the church, and coming from that and kind of saying that to people when I first came into the church.
I appreciate it. You're the first person I think that's ever apologized for saying that I was mean and then realized I'm not. I've never heard anybody. I don't think anybody has ever done that, so that's funny.
Well, I said it a lot behind your back, and like coming into Orthodoxy, I really feel bad about that because I would say it to other people as I was coming into the church. But I was also, to be fair too, I was introduced to you by a bunch of like genuine Ortho bros, not like the term that gets thrown around for us, but these guys are two guys who had actually never even entered into an Orthodox church, but they were arguing with me about Orthodoxy, and they hadn't read any of the books that you read. They were just using a bunch of your talking points without being able to actually dive into it. So some of what I was projecting onto you was them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, but
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I've always seen my vantage point as coming out of philosophy. In the realm of philosophy, we debate all the time. You know, even in the 2000s, it was pretty normal in the college setting. It's probably not that way anymore because of all the woke stuff, but it was pretty normal to even have debates with professors. They were supportive of that. It was a much more kind of freer, you know, speak your mind, have your ideas challenged ethos. And that was the 2000s. I think a lot of the Gen Z are more coddled and they don't like having their positions challenged, and they think that, you know, their feelings getting hurt is in some way like signifying the, you know, I don't know, like if you don't represent Jesus because you challenge my worldview and it makes my fifi. It's just weird to me. I don't know. Like all of that is bizarre to me.
No, it was 100% that. It was, I'm sorry, Father, Deacon, but it was my worldview being challenged and not having epistemic justification, or any justification rather, for my worldviews, just knowing it and feeling it. And even like the arguments with tag not really making sense to certain people, and it's because they've never had to justify anything before from that kind of point of view. They've just been able to state their arguments and never actually have to justify why their arguments are what they are.
Also,
I think,
yeah, go ahead, Father.
And I'm not
Sorry.
saying this is you, but you did hit on a few points. People react differently when they're challenged and unable to justify. So,
Yes.
one thing, I'm not saying this is you, but there's other groups out there that, because they don't know the material, they're insecure about their level of knowledge of what they believe, their beliefs are being challenged. The easy way for a lot of people is to do the kind of fake moral piety. And, well, I can't engage, on philosophic and debate terms, but what I can do is say that you're not a good Christian.
Yes.
And we should be praying. So there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, like, that was me at one point in time. It's been, I was catechized for 2 years because my wife decided to come in halfway through when I was already in the process of getting ready to enter baptism, and my wife came with me, so I went through the catechesis with her as well. So through all of that, I grew a lot, and I had a really good catechesis. He was somebody who went to seminary himself, and very similar to Jay in the philosophical realm and everything. And so, like, as I learned through somebody like that, I just realized how fake my piety was and how little grounding I had to stand on a lot of things. But
I'm gonna make a public confession. When I first found Jay, I didn't like you either.
Well, I mean, I exposed you were all fake and gay, and so I understand that's.
But you know what's interesting? It's because exactly what he said. Jay was saying stuff that I actually didn't agree with. They turned out to be right about. And my worldview, because I was when I first came in, I had, some weird Thomistic ideas and believed in theistic evolution. And I'm like, well, who's this guy saying I'm wrong? And so this is why I didn't like him, because he actually was right and he was calling me out on the views.
Well, not personally. I didn't know you, but you
personally. He was calling out the views, and I took it personal. I'm like, well, who's this guy?
And then, do you mind if I ask a question?
Sure.
So the Council of Jerusalem, the 1672 one, is that that's a binding council for Orthodoxy? Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say it's normative. I mean, even if we squabble over whether it's quote infallible or something like that, like, it's pretty much been received in the Orthodox world. So I would say it's at least normative for us. Yeah.
On Decree 6, or like sometimes when you see the Church Fathers speaking of us being guilty of original sin, are they just meaning that we're taking on the effects of it? Is that what they mean by saying guilty of it?
Yeah, sometimes guilt is used even by Paul to speak of the entirety of the effects of it, and but that doesn't translate into individual personal guilt, which has always been rejected in the East on the part of not accepting the Augustinian perspective.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
So saying that humanity is guilty, and therefore even that's why we baptize infants and stuff like that. Some of that is used in like Decree 16, not exactly that language, but by saying that by the guilt that we take on, it's not a personal guilt for the sin, but it's yet the effects.
Right, and this is why nobody believes that position anymore. Not even the Roman Catholic Church. The only people that believe that are Lutherans and Calvinists. There's literally nobody else that believes.
And think about if they were damned through a personal guilt, why would the Orthodox Church wait 40 days to baptize?
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
Yeah, you should also look up the liturgical prayers. This is another good argument against this kind of low, not saying you're low tier, but the people that make this position, this argument, are usually pretty low tier. Like when you look up the prayers for certain liturgical days, I can look we have this in the Discord kind of saved, but there's various prayers that are pretty clearly pointing out that infants are not guilty for what Adam did, even though they receive the effects of the sin. There's at least 2 liturgical prayers that reference this. But even aside from that, once you get into the anthropology that St. Maximus lays down, in terms of the mode of willing and our own guilt being something that we accrue through our personal actions, not from our nature. The mistake that these people are making is actually to collapse nature and person in anthropology. So they're making kind of an inverse mistake like Roman Catholics and, absolute divine simplicity proponents make when they collapse person into nature and the Godhead. They're doing the same thing with collapsing person into nature in anthropology and thinking that it's our nature that becomes guilty and not our personal willing and action. So when you get up into the Sixth Ecumenical Council and the Theology of St. Maximus, his anthropology is really helpful in laying this out and making sense of why we would only be guilty for the actions that we will and not for our nature. And this is why when you understand that all of human nature is resurrected in terms of recapitulation on the basis of Christ's action, the only way to be resurrected is what Christ did. That means all men are resurrected via their nature being resurrected because Christ assumes universal human nature. And if they were consistent with that, if they thought that you were guilty by nature in Adam, then you would then be led to the conclusion of universal salvation because our whole nature is restored. But then they would have to, then basically they would be in the David Bentley Hart position. That's the line of reasoning that he uses to get to this sort of universalist position. But that's why St. Maximus's theology is so crucial at the Sixth Council, is that what you accrue in terms of virtues and vice can only be via your own personal mode of willing. Even though will is a property of nature, the mode of willing is personal, and that's why you can only recapitulate the virtues by your own willing and participation in grace. So that's why even though we might not say that an infant is damned if they die outside of baptism, we also don't necessarily say that they are participating in theosis, and that's why many of the Eastern Fathers speculate that God may do something with them that we just don't understand. And even though they're not participating in theosis, we don't know what that might mean. So there might be, I think Nyssa says something like there might be a natural state that they're restored to, even if they're not participating in theosis like the members of the church. But regardless, there's no real consistent way to actually make sense of the damning of infants other than to collapse the willing into the nature and the guilt into the nature. But the problems that emerge from saying that you're guilty by nature are so much more immense than the difficulties of not knowing what happens with an unbaptized infant, even though the liturgical prayers of the church themselves also don't speak as if they're damned. They just speak as if we commend them to God and we don't know what their fate is, but we trust in God's mercy. Like, if you adopt the position that we're guilty by nature, they don't even understand how difficult that is in terms of eschatology, in terms of human anthropology, that it basically just destroys the whole Orthodox ethos. But they're too stupid to know that. Chase, what's up?
Hey, are you still, am I interrupting?
I mean,
Can't tell.
Pretty much anytime you talk, it's, for me, an interruption, but go ahead.
Well, you were in the middle of talking about mode of will, and then I got added to it, but it's fine. You're not going to understand this anyway.
Probably
I wanted
not.
to call. Well, a prior caller apologized for things that like they had said about you, so I wanted to call and can I just apologize real quick?
I guess.
Thank you. So I apologize for calling you a snaggle-toothed woodland swamp creature. I'm sorry for bot reporting all your videos and posts on Twitter. I apologize for posting your address on 4chan for a meetup.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not done.
Okay. Please go on.
Yeah,
I for Chase, don't forget the Jay Dyer profile you put on Grindr.
Yeah, the Jay Dyer profile that me and Father Ananias made and put on Grindr.
Interesting that you guys are both together. That's interesting. You guys are both together on Grindr. That's an interesting admission.
Well, can I just finish? I don't want to just say you guys are like making this a joke, and it's I had this. It's my heart's convicted. So I apologize for doing all those things within the last 3 days.
Well, I guess I need to apologize for doing the sorceress KGB Dugan rituals that I did to flood your basement, because I think it worked.
Yeah, it did. I'm tearing up carpet right now, and it weighs so much because it's so soaked. But you should.
My bad,
remember?
dude. My bad.
Do you remember we were getting lunch in I think it was Montana, and we were walking out, and there was some purple-haired waitress, and you go, "I'm gonna debate you into marrying her."
Apparently that happened. I mean, did you
like,
is that who you married?
fleas.
Is that who you married? I don't even know. I mean,
No, but I just wanted to apologize for all those things that me and Father Ananias did yesterday.
that's okay, man. I forget.
That I mentioned.
And I apologize for sending the spirits to flood your basement and together with
And the voodoo doll that we made.
yeah.
That we put
I'm gonna go ahead and burn that voodoo doll. I'm gonna email Dugan right now to tell him to stop doing the ritual because it's actually flooding the basement. But Bodhisattva, what's up? Bodhi's something. Booties, what's up? Bodhisattva, what's up, man? I don't understand the people that wait in line and then never unmute. It's a weird one to me. Like what's the, maybe there's bots or something? I don't get it. Thunder Punch, what's up, dude? We got a Pokemon in here. I'm having fun over here today. What's up?
Hey Jay, thanks for having me on one more again. I have a question. If Father Ananias wants to weigh in on this, that'd be cool too.
Okay.
I was the guy that called in a little bit ago, said that I had visited my first liturgy yesterday. And the church father said something a little peculiar to me. Again, this was like a Greek Orthodox thing. I'm Protestant background, so not super sure on this. But he said something about how catechumens were welcome to partake in the Eucharist. It just sounded a little weird to me, the way he worded it, that he made it sound like, well, this is something we used to do, and we don't do it anymore. And
just some partake or to depart. Did you hear the part of the liturgy where the catechumens depart?
He may have been part of
well, he said that, as far as I'm aware, is that it used to be the catechumens would depart from the liturgy, or maybe, not take the Eucharist.
No, they would
the impression I got.
They would leave the liturgy. So the catechumens
entirely. Okay.
Yeah, catechumens never took the Eucharist. That section where say all catechumens depart, let no catechumen remain, let us faithful again and again in peace pray to the Lord. That's the point of the liturgy, because the Eucharist is being introduced. That section of the liturgy, the catechumens actually departed from the building and weren't allowed.
Yeah, it sounds a little. That sounds a little far gone. I don't think the Greeks would go that far. What's up, man? Wild Will.
Yeah, I just had a question. Do you think like the medieval witch trials were like satanic panic back then, like we had in the 80s? And also, have you heard how Jeffrey Dahmer they may not have told us everything about him correctly, and he had connections to the president, the vice president, took his class there.
Yeah, I've done whole podcasts.
He was putting his victims.
I've done whole podcasts. Yes, I've done whole podcasts on that. I forgot what the first question was. Technician, what's up?
Hello.
Yo, what's up, dog?
Hey, man. Wanted to see what the Orthodox thought about dinosaurs, dude.
Can you have them? Can you own them? Can you eat them? Answer is yes. All the above. Thomas, what's up, dog? Here's the Dahmer podcast right here. There's a few more. Here's one on Henry Lee Lucas, Son of Sam podcast. Here's one we did with Richard. I know I did at least 4 or 5 of these. I don't know. It always only shows like 1 or 2 though. It's really annoying, but I've done several. I did like 5, I think, on serial killers. What's up, Thomas? I'm mute.
Hey, Jay. I posted that super chat earlier about Romans. So just to give you some background, I'm currently a Roman Catholic, technically an ordinariate Catholic, and I have a friend who's Orthodox. I've been listening to a lot of your stuff. I listened to you and Father Ananias about coherentism, and kind of attacking classical foundationalism. And I found a lot of it very insightful and kind of convincing. So I know you said you're not gay, but I was wondering if you could hold my hand and kind of walk me through parts of Romans here, just to kind of explain, because I know you guys have the principle of the nous, and that's kind of novel to me, and I'm trying to just get through the whole epistemology.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like, you know, in Romans 1, Paul several times mentions that it's men's hearts that are darkened, like in verse 21.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't primarily locate the issue in the intellect. And if you understand Roman Catholic Thomistic anthropology, man's a duality of body and soul/intellect. So why is Paul using this word heart, which is from the Hebrew idea, like David talks about in the Psalms about his heart? It's just an assumption that that means the intellect. Why? Well, because after Augustine in the West, the whole anthropology of the West adopted wholesale pretty much the idea of a body-soul duality approach. But Paul, have you ever noticed in Thessalonians, Paul says body, soul, and spirit? Why does Paul use a trichotomy approach when all the West after Augustine adopts a dichotomy approach?
Yeah, that makes sense. And so when he says here, his eternal power and deity has been clearly perceived in the things that have been made. Is that perception through the heart? And like, what's the sort of mechanism by which the Gentiles' hearts are clearly perceiving God? How would you explain that?
Every man has within his heart, within his nous, within his innermost being, an inner testimony to the one true God existing, and that is why he is without excuse. So notice this passage is not about intellectual syllogisms and causal chains. It's about moral guilt. So Thomism flips this into some intellectual problem when Paul's whole point is that idolatry is a universal moral problem, not a universal intellectual problem. In other words, the Roman Catholic view would be like, oh, they're just not reasoning properly, right? If pagans were more like Aristotle, then they would sit around and they would reason better and come to the right conclusion that there's a single first cause. Paul doesn't say anything about that. He says that they did not retain the true God in their minds, and God gave them over to wickedness. So it's issues of moral corruption, and it's nothing to do with intellect other than that the moral corruption darkens the intellect as an effect. So Roman Catholics flip the anthropology of this whole chapter and actually make it an intellectual reasoning problem, not a moral problem of the heart. So in the Roman Catholic perspective, the problem here is just that they need to like fix their algorithmic, causal chain reasoning, and then they would come to the one true God as the cause. When Paul is saying, no, they need to repent. It's a repentance issue, not an intellectual IQ issue.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And so if I'm going down the kind of epistemology, because I'm like super underread on philosophy and everything, what like readings would you recommend to help clear that up for me? Because I find it very convincing.
Well, I would say the first place to start, if you wanted a direct contrast between the Orthodox position on Romans 1 and what we're talking about, and the Thomistic position, would be Orthodox Dogmatic Theology by Father Staniloy, Volume 1. That whole book is about what I just said. Okay. And it also gets into like critiquing the Latin Thomistic doctrine of the Trinity and all the problems in the Trinity view there. But I think, you could look at, I have a whole philosophy course that I did some with Father Deacon. You could look at that. You could look at W.J. Wood's book on epistemology, which is more of a Christian approach to epistemology. But that's actually good for Roman Catholics as well, because a big part of the thesis of Wood's book is that your morals affect your reasoning. And so there's no such thing as like divorcing how you reason from the virtues. And that's kind of the point of Romans 1, right? It's like the Thomists are missing that the darkening of the reasoning isn't primarily an intellectual problem. It's a moral heart problem. And I would go so far as to say that probably the whole totality of the Roman Catholic worldview and system is failing and is full of so many idolatrous, weird creeps, and as we saw this very week, grinder gays, precisely because they don't have the solutions. They don't have the actual things that help and heal. they think that the papacy is the thing that will solve and help and heal all these problems. And you'll notice right here, this guy who's... I opened up Grindr at the local SSPX chapel, and I saw 3 guys from the church were there. One of them was an altar server. We are not returning to tradition, dog. Now people said, oh, he's lying. Well, he actually got... That guy says in his profile, or at least he had it up yesterday, that he suffers from same-sexual attraction. So here's a Roman Catholic tradcat guy at the SSPX chapel admitting that he's a real person who is saying he suffers from same-sex attraction, and he's finding the same people on Grindr at his SSPX chapel. I don't find this hard to believe at all, because when I was a tradcat back in the 2000s, late 2000s, early 2010s, there were multiple people at the SSPX chapel that eventually came out as gay. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, tradcats are just, again, super gay. So not every single one of them, but it's very, very well known. It's very prominent amongst them. So again, what does Paul say in Romans 1? Isn't the irony here that Romans 1 talks about all this gayness in Romans 1, and then the tradcats are full of gayness, and they're missing the point of Romans 1. Bodhisattva.
Great song. Great song.
What song?
Bodhisattva. That's from...
who sings that?
You don't know?
No, I don't.
From Steely Dan? You know,
I'm not that's boomer rock, dude. Only boomer rock I know is Michael McDonald.
It's a great song. Oh, and they make I found they make a beer too.
Steely Dan beer?
No.
I know, I'm joking. What's up, man? Alright. That guy just can't get on here. Anyone disagree? You got to head of the line. Please raise your hand if you disagree. John Adams, what's up, man? I know you don't disagree. Or maybe you do. Maybe you want to have a fight.
Here we go.
Bodhisattva is a Steely Dan song, and Michael McDonald did not sing on that one, but he sang on many Steely Dan songs.
Interesting.
See? How does Jay not know?
I know who Steely Dan is because my dad listened to Steely Dan. I just never got into them.
That's actually a funny song because it's like a rock and roll throwback song, but about Buddhism.
Oh, that's weird.
I think that was the point of it, was to be kind of a boogie-woogie rock and roll song about Buddhism. Earlier, Judeo-Christian. There's an interesting book with a particular take on it. It's called Americanism, the Fourth Great Western Religion.
That's not good.
So what it makes, it's a very small book, very thin book. It's probably like, $2 online or something. But it's written by a Jewish guy. And basically what he says in there is that Americanism is a development out of, it's like a secular version of Zionism and Christianity mixed into a Judeo-Christian religion called Americanism. Because after,
Actually, if you read the G.M. Davis book that Father Here's printed about Antichrist, he has the exact same analysis.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one too. But basically after Woodrow Wilson introduces the idea of Americanism, it's basically the combination of Judeo and Christian secular morals that makes up Americanism as a secular religion to be, distributed to the rest of the world.
Right.
And so after Wilson is kind of the personification of combining Judeo-Christian. And it's got like puritanical ties to the, because it's all tied into the Puritans coming here thinking they were the children of Israel.
Yeah, that's exactly what Davis says in that chapter as well.
Yeah. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, John. We got a couple super chats I want to read here before I forget them. Jacob Cabay, $5. None of my friends think that Sam Hyde is appealing enough to drive to New Orleans for Skankfest. I don't get people's sense of humor. It's very normie. Well, Sam is a unique acquired taste. I know the first time I saw MDE skits, I didn't really get it. And it was the same with Tim and Eric. Like the first time I saw Tim and Eric, I was like, I don't understand what. And then I see what they're doing, right? And it was the same with MDE. But I will say that like Sam's stand-up is a lot more kind of normie friendly. It's a lot more of a. I mean, it's unique, but it's a lot more. It's a lot less abstract than the rest of the sort of MDE stuff. So if you are a fan of stand-up, I think you would definitely find his stand-up appealing. I don't know if he's doing stand-up at Skankfest or if it's just panels or what. I'm not really familiar with how that works, but Snaggle Beast became a member for 6 months. As recent as last year, I saw people wearing a mask, even if they're alone in their car with the windows up. I have to shake my head. I still see masks. I still see a lot of Gen X and Boomers and Black people.
No, I got to tell you about, if you haven't figured this out, this is crazy. So my brother was on he's on a Discord sound engineer thing. And so anyways, they're talking about AI and music, whether that should be out and stuff like this. And this person comes in and says, well, AI is racist. You can't use it. And the guy who owns the thing says, look, we're not getting into politics, blah, blah, blah. Person eventually had to get booted. So my brother looks them up on Instagram, and they have all these masks on all their, pictures. And then he starts doing a deep dive and finding other people. And then he finds out there's a whole group. It's usually tied with like the protesters and stuff, but particularly the gays. And this person was part of a LGBTQ. It's actually a uniform. They're not actually.
Oh, interesting. It's like a signaling that I'm part of your gang.
Yeah, it's a whole counterculture aesthetic now that they actually wear these masks, not for health reasons, but that's how crazy that.
That makes sense, though. That makes sense. All right, guys, hold on 1 second. I got to go TT. I'm going to let the ad, we do have a couple sponsors. I'm going to let the ad play while I go to the ladies' room and try to wiggle out my snaggletooth that you guys have hurt my feelings about. I'll be right back.
I'm going to put you on something crazy real quick.
And if you're listening on Twitter, we'll be right back.
Consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout when there are many studied downsides to consuming nasty fake sucralose? Each dose of Chad Mode contains the kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and dominate anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will make you more dominant in your daily life, so proceed with caution. It's as simple as mixing one or two scoops of our fine powder into water or juice.
Chad Mode. Welcome to the Chad Mode.
I got a browser here.
Brother.
This is Jay.
Brother, where is Chad Mode?
Vaunted.
Brother, where is the Chad Mode?
What's up, y'all? Now, he just got this page
just
up.
A little bit more time as we let the ads play.
I want to say, for my
so
part,
we support our
that's not
sponsors.
Philosophy 101. I think this is a missed.
Hey, Jamie.
I really think is.
Did you make me an espresso?
Unleashed. Because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you.
American is in the fourth grade Western.
Jay
religion.
actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours.
Shot, do not redeem shot.
Presentation of this, let alone
we got invaded with
of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent
India and Pakistan, and it was just
the origins of philosophy,
just an interesting day, wasn't it?
The different ways to look at it over time.
I don't mind
how
it though.
that has been brought about to what we
And
have
I'm so
today,
not racist that I
which is
ate
almost an
Indian after
absence of
church
philosophy
yesterday. What do you think?
on the objective
Y'all proud of me?
logic and reason side, and an overabundance
I mean, if I was racist,
of
would I go
woke
get
philosophy that is irrational, is
weird
made up
meat
day by day
dipped
as
in
people are
curry?
like,
No.
I think we should bring racism back, and then
whatever
use a
ambiguous
justification,
spices
and then
they
it
use
gets
there.
multiplied and spread out.
Probably
And
a lot of
all of sudden you have a
underarm, but
bunch
that's
of
okay. It
communist,
tasted good.
Socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground.
Thank you.
It helps to have a foundation in philosophy because it's a method to find truth when you get down to it.
All right, sir. Do not redeem, sir. We are back. We are back. Why would I eat at Indian restaurant if I am a racist, sir?
R sends $10 and says, wait, where'd it go? I'm done with penal substitutionary atonement. Ba-doom. Oh. Don OC, $10. Good evening, Jay. I've been watching for a while. Do you have any recommendations on books and texts about modern day Judaism and its later developments? I mean, well, there's the Jesus and the Talmud book that came out from one of the universities. I forget which one. I read the couple chapters in that. I mean, there's Boyarin's book that's pretty good that we used in the Daniel. Just look up the introduction to the Daniel Hakikachu debate, and I list some of the decent books. But if you mean like the development of Reform Judaism or Kabbalah, that kind of stuff, they don't really deal a lot with that. But if you wanted to read like the history of Kabbalah, maybe Gershom, any book by Gershom Scholem would be pretty good. But beyond that, I'm not sure about later developed doctrines, but those are probably the ones that I would be familiar with. I think the one is the Talmud one is by Schaeffer. And it's from, Peter Schaeffer. Which university printed it? Princeton. So Princeton University Press. Jesus and the Talmud is pretty good. I've read a few chapters of that. And Daniel Boyarin's book we used for several debates. Borderlines was this one. That was relevant for the Muslim debates. Bodies, well, but that's not really about historical Judaism. Oh, Sholem, yeah. Major trends in Jewish mysticism I have. Let's see. Origin. I think I read all the origins of the Kabbalah. I just bought his book on Jacob Frank, but it's small. I haven't read it yet. And then there's this one. I read a bunch of this one, which is a gigantic text on Kabbalah. That one's pretty good. So if that's, but I don't really have I don't know like the history of modern. I read Jared Diamond's book, History of the Jews. And that would probably chart the more historical developments. But that's all I can think of. Carb, $5. Did you watch Tucker's recent interview with the Orthodox nun in Palestine? No, I saw that he did that, but I didn't realize. I didn't know if she was. I assumed she was Orthodox because of the Greek name, but I didn't know if she was Roman Catholic or what. But I've not watched it. I just saw that it went up today. So I don't know exactly. I mean, I would assume I would agree with her, and I appreciate Tucker giving a voice to these kinds of positions and views. David, what's up, man? Do you have Judaism Strange Gods by Hoffman? Yes, I have the book. I've read some chapters of it. It's very hard. I mean, I'm not saying the information isn't accurate, but it's very hard to read because it's like 1,000 pages, and it's just like, I mean, after a while, if you read a lot of Talmud text, you just kind of like, all right, I get the point. Like, this is just it's crazy. What's the name of the Jacob Frank book? Let me grab it over here on the shelf. I haven't read it yet. I just got it. Can you manage espresso? Where's it at? Jamie, can you I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Where is it? Well, easier said than done. I don't know where it is. I might have taken it back to Tennessee. I don't see it, but... Oh, wait. No, there it is. I don't know where it is. Maybe Jamie took it out of the library or something. We actually have another whole library in here now, so it's kind of confusing. I'll show you which book it is, though. It's a little short book. It's a little red book. Yeah, this is it. From Frankism to Jacobinism. So I'd never even heard of this. I was like, oh, that looks really interesting. I got to get that. So let's see what he said about the Sabbateans. What's up, David? Unmute.
Hey, how's it going?
What's on your mind?
So, I want to take an Islamic position, but I'm Christian. I just want to kind of go over the Islamic dilemma because I've heard counter arguments that make sense.
Interesting. So I've never heard a counter argument that makes sense, but go ahead.
So you argue that the Quran says that the Bible is confirmed and is basically a revelation that we should accept, right?
Yeah, and the early Muslims of the first, second generation said the same thing too. Outside
but the Quran, but the Quran says in chapter 2, verse 79, "Woe to those who write the scripture with their own hands. Then they say this is from Allah in order to purchase with
yeah, we've already covered this. Price. That's not what it says. It's talking about to what? Which number?
Chapter 2, verse 79.
Yeah, we've covered this like 50 times. So it's talking about the people who are illiterate. If you go back to 78, do you think the people who are illiterate can change the text?
They can change the oral.
Exactly. So they don't rewrite it. Exactly.
Yeah, and how about Quran chapter 3, verse 71? O people of the scripture, why do you mix the truth with falsehood and conceal the truth while you know?
Okay, where does that say that they're changing the text?
You mix the truth with falsehood.
That doesn't say they're changing the text. It's talking about the people of the book, the people of the scripture, which could be Jews and Christians.
Mm-hmm. And they're mixing what? Truth with falsehood.
It doesn't say. Does that text say they're changing the text, or is that what you're saying?
When you change the text, do you mix truth with falsehood?
It doesn't say they changed the text.
It implies that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
The other passages say that Allah's word can't be changed, right? How does Allah's word not be changed?
In what sense?
Well, it doesn't matter because if it says to go to the Torah and the gospel, how do you do that if it's been changed?
It does matter. So when the Quran says
I didn't say does it matter. I said how do you go to the Torah? How do you go to the Torah and the gospel if it's been changed?
That means God's ultimate message can't be changed. The God's word is protected.
How do you go? Exactly. Thank you. That's the point.
Yeah.
It's not changed. It's protected. So the Torah and the gospel are not changed.
No, it doesn't follow.
You just said it means that it's protected and not changed. Then you said 2 seconds later it's changed.
Changed in what sense? Protected in what sense? When you say protected, what do you mean?
You understand that the argument is that the Quran itself contradicts itself because the Quran is saying that you need to go to these prior texts. Later Muslims say that the prior texts are corrupted. Even though the Quran itself doesn't say that, the Quran actually says to go back to the earlier texts.
Yeah, so when you're talking about the Quran, so do you know that the Muslims believe in the Hadith?
Yeah,
and tradition? Of course. They have tradition?
Of course. So you must be new here. We've actually dealt with all of these arguments probably 50 times. So of course.
So when a Muslim,
hold on. You think I don't know what the Hadiths are, even though I've debated all the top Muslims?
So how relevant to the argument?
How is any of that relevant to this?
Because when a Muslim argues against you and he only cites the Bible, right?
What does that have to do with this argument about? What does that have to do? That has nothing to do with this point. It says to go to the Torah and the Gospel, right?
Because the Hadith complete the Quran. You can't separate.
This has nothing to do with what it doesn't. The Hadiths themselves contradict.
No, they can't be separated.
What does that have to do with this argument? Why are you bringing in the Hadiths when the Quran itself says to go to the prior revelation? I know what Hadiths are. I've debated all the top Muslims. That has nothing to do with this.
If you know what the Hadiths are, you know they're inseparable. Like how
So what? All that shows me is that the Quran and the Hadiths all contradict. The fact that they believe in Hadiths has nothing to do with proving this argument correct.
So the Hadith says that the Bible is corrupted, right?
All that tells me is that the Quran and the Hadiths contradict.
Okay, so when
how do I go to the wisdom of the Torah and the Gospel if it's corrupted?
What do you mean? How do you go to the wisdom of the Torah and the Bible if it's corrupted?
Yeah.
So Muslims would say that so it's going to be circular, right? Eventually.
Thank you. Exactly, and that's why it fails. So you admitted it's circular, hence why you guys are idiots. Ulix, what's up? And by the way, he's a Muslim acting like he's not a Muslim. This is the thing that the Muslims are doing now, where they did this. You'll notice they'll do this a lot on God Logic streams. They've been doing this for the last year. They will call in saying that they're Christians or they're catechumens, and they just want to ask questions. Yep. And it's a trick because they're actually Muslims. What's up, man? I'm you.
Hey, Jay. How's it going?
Good.
I'm sorry. You get that question literally every caller. Have you heard of a book called View of the Hebrews?
Nope.
All right. So it's a book from the 19th century from an author named Ethan Smith. And it's basically an American revivalist postulation about the Native Americans being descendant from the lost tribes of Israel. So
That's
it's just
Mormon nonsense.
Yeah, so this is more evidence on the pile that Mormonism is stealing, American revivalist culture.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize there was a prior argument from evangelicals in America that was the case. Anders, what's up? By the way, for those that are interested, we have a video where we went through, I think, all of the passages in the Quran about going back to prior revelation.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, Jay. I've been a viewer for a while. So I'm a new adult heading into college. I was asking if I could get a little bit of advice.
About what?
So I haven't been into theology or philosophy in over, 4 years, and it's pretty intimidating of a world to come into. I was asking if you could recommend me books that I could read, or that, a way I could get back into it, because it is really intimidating.
What exactly? About what?
Maybe Orthodox philosophy, Orthodox epistemology, how it differs from Catholicism.
I would start with Losky's book, Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church, Dr. Philip Sherrard's book, Greek East, Latin West, and then go to my recommended reading on my website. So let me find this. There's a video I made where I went through all of the texts in the Quran talking about prior revelation. Right here. All the Quran texts that confirm the Bible. 30 minutes of it right here. So here's the full refutation of what that kid was arguing. What's up? Apples? What's up, dude? What up, bro? Flame Mess. Yeah, we read that one. Carb, we read that one. Dan Vicious, $5. I like to trigger Democrats and progressives by saying Dogma is one of the greatest pro-life films ever created. That's funny. I have seen Dogma. What's up, man? I'm you. Apples.
You think the Tradcasts are gayer than the Protestants?
Are what?
Gayer than the Protestants?
Gayer?
Gayer.
Probably.
I'm just trying to be somewhere super gay, so I was just getting your opinion.
Well, split the week. You know, go to the Revival Church, Evangelical Church on Wednesdays, and then go to the Latin Mass on Sundays.
That's awesome. Hey, man, you got any advice for someone? What if I'm too stupid to grok orthodoxy?
I don't think it's anything to do with intellect. So what's the stupid part? What do you mean?
What if I'm too slow to grasp the theology?
Well, then I would just not make theology my focus. I would just focus on other aspects of the faith, like lives of saints, or I don't know, history of the church, or iconography and aesthetics. Those are other domains that don't focus on high-tier technical theology terms.
You think it's like, sometimes I think I resonate more emotionally than intellectually.
Okay.
So sometimes it's hard to have a change of mind based off intellect.
Yeah.
It's like, it feels like there's no amount of knowledge that I can gain to like unlock some kind of revelation. It's like it feels like it's like an endless pursuit.
Well, yeah, again, maybe approaching God philosophically and intellectually just isn't like your vibe, and go with more of a approach of attending the liturgy, and not that you shouldn't if you're into the intellectual side of it, but just focus on other aspects. You don't have to read Lasky and Florovsky and all these people. Not everybody has the same proclivities or gifts. Owen, what's up, man?
Hello?
Yo.
Hey, Jay, I was just wondering about the first council in Jerusalem that Acts talks about. Is that like, am I kind of stupid for thinking that's a good refutation for papal supremacy?
I think ultimately it does refute it. The problem is just that it's used a lot, and Roman Catholics have a lot of kind of pat responses to what they're going to say if you bring it up. So even though ultimately, yes, I do think it isn't the Vatican I view, they're just going to say something like, yeah, well, Peter still has a key role, and, it develops over time like a seed growing into a tree. And that's, they're just going to have a lot of pat responses.
Okay. I also kind of had a question about about whether or not it's possible to really have like a Christian republic, or if like Republican forms of government and democracies themselves are corrosive to Christianity.
I don't guess it's impossible, but usually when it's tried, it just doesn't seem to work really well. But I guess it's always theoretically possible. I haven't overlooked your super chat, dude. Just chill out, man. There's a lot of super chats. Let me try to get to them all. And there's two different ways that they come in. Appleseed, no, we read that one. Troy Orthodox, $5. I'm asking for my friend Norm, do you own a doghouse? I'm assuming that's a Norm Macdonald joke. I don't own a dog or a doghouse, for one, because we travel a lot, so I don't have the ability to have a dog. But I did tell Jamie that eventually I could get her a dog. But we got to figure out how to make that work. Dennis sends 60, looks like Hebrew currency. I don't know, shekels. God bless you, Jay, and bless your chat. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I'm trying to find your super chat, dude. I don't know what you're... Can you just relax? Gay! I'm scrolling back. I'm going to find it. Burden, $10. Unblock me on Twitter. I said you were mean. I apologize. Weeper's icon. Okay, I'll try to remember to do that. Vanilla 717, $10. Unitarian mate pivoted to Christ and says no one sees God but the Son. So Gideon saw an angel But the text says that Yahweh turned his face to Gideon. So that doesn't work. You can't say that Gideon was just hanging out with Michael the archangel. He says Revelation 22:16 is a checkmate. How could that be a checkmate? Let's see. Let's steel man the argument. Steel man. Revelation 22:16. I, Jesus, sent my angel to testify to these things in the churches. I am the root of offspring of David. So the fact that Jesus says he sent a messenger, the messenger is John. Again, people are so stupid. I don't know why they can't understand this. They think that the word angel only refers to like Michael and Gabriel and your guardian angel. It's just the word that means messenger, dude. So the context is going to determine what kind of a messenger it is. The messenger of the book of Revelation is the apostle John. And the angels of the seven churches can also be the bishops of the seven churches. They're also messengers. And there's also angels that are angel messengers. So there's nothing about Revelation 22:16 that somehow proves that Jesus never appears in the Old Testament. It's just a created angelic being. I mean, this is so dumb. And I don't understand why people keep having a problem with this. It's just like the Muslim. I guess it's a lot. I mean, again, I don't mean to make it all IQ. I know it's not. But like, I think with a lot of these 80 IQ people, man, like these Muslims, these Pakistanis, and these people in these other, like they're just never going to understand these kinds of distinctions. And I guess this was the whole point of that, you know, how would you feel if you hadn't had breakfast meme? I mean, can we look at the word goat or kid? I mean, the word kid, do you slow people understand that a kid isn't always a goat? Sometimes it's a human child. And so the context and the intentionality of the author is going to determine whether we're talking about a small human child or a goat. But it's the same word. Is that okay? Are we understanding this? Grade school children? Brody Learman, $5. I'm doing my first stand-up open mic tonight. Wish me luck. Well, see, we got these people in the audience. They're already beating me. I don't have open mic night because it's a damn black club, and I'm going to get beat up if I go and do my stand-up there. Comedy Zone got converted because they started serving fried onions and blossoms, and all of the black people started coming, and now it's a black comedy club. But good luck, Brody. We do support you. All right, let me see. I'm trying to find your super chat. You said I missed it. Joni, $10. Jay, I love you, man. Have you made a video of the Jehovah's Witness connection to the CIA? I didn't make a video on it, but we've done countless videos where we talked about intelligence agencies utilizing religions and cults, including Jehovah's Witnesses and Scientology. Absolutely. Yeah, we've mentioned that probably. I mean, again, I don't have a single video on that subject, but I bet we've mentioned it 40 times in 10 years of podcasts. Let's see here. J Mel, $20. Thank you for defining the beatific vision. Does it come out of Augustine? Actually, yes. Augustine is one of the first to state the beatific vision. He says it in City of God. We've covered that when we lectured through City of God. Did the Catholics infer it from other Enlightenment writings? No, it had nothing to do with the Enlightenment. The beatific vision doctrine is stated clearly in Augustine and City of God. I think he states it in other places too, maybe on the Trinity. Aquinas kind of builds on it, solidifies it, that the intellect is satiated by seeing the divine essence. I mean, that's kind of what it. I mean, it's dogma in Rome. Like, it's in Denzinger as its own entry, beatific vision. But it's actually not. It's not in Denzinger until the Middle Ages. I want to say like John the 22nd or something. It's pretty late in Denzinger. Friar Zay, what's up, dude? Here, let's find the Denzinger. It'll come up pretty quick. What's up, man? I'm Friar Zay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I don't know if you remember. I called in, or I tuned in one time about asking if you did personal calls a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter. But I have like 1,000 questions. But I guess the one I want to ask is more personal. How does it work being like who you are, like quote unquote maybe famous, or whatever word you want to use within Orthodoxy? Like, do you like have to like check in with your parish priest? Do they like I'm not trying to like get in your business. I'm just genuinely wondering how it works. I know you've been doing stuff long before Orthodoxy, so I'm curious just how it maybe works. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I saw somewhere where you like said you gave your Discord to your parish folks. So I'm just
I didn't give my Discord to any parish folks, so I gave it over to Father Degan. I just didn't have time for it. Yeah, I mean, my priest is my handler, and he's directly under Dugan, and Dugan's directly under Putin. So Putin basically sends out the directives. It trickles down to Dugan, and then that trickles down to my priest, and then my priest, basically, he lives over in the basement underneath me. And whenever he's ready, he's got a little horn that he talks into, and there's a pipe that comes up into my bedroom, and basically he tells me what to do on pretty much. I mean, it's not like minute to minute. It's more like every 15 minutes, he basically gives me the directive. So it's pretty much total control, but, it's a life. It's a living. Let's see. It was John the 22nd, but I'm trying to find the first entry. I want to say, I don't know why this is coming up. It's Benedictus Deus. It says Denzinger 904, but when you go here, it's not there, which is weird. So let's try 904. Oh, this is two different numbering systems. That's why. So it's, let's see, Benedictus Deus. I was right, though. It is John the 22nd. No, it's not. It's, excuse me, Benedict the 12th. Beatific Vision in the Last Days. Here we go. There you go. Denzinger 530. Dogma, you see the divine essence in the eschaton. Right there. Dusan, what's up, dog? I'm still looking for your question about Sergio 5 or 8 A's. High IQ is not halal, bro. Exactly. I think it's kind of a requirement. You got to be low IQ. I don't see any questions about the patriarch, so I don't know what you're having a meltdown about. I'm going back. Maybe I just missed it. Let me scroll back. Steve McLovin, $5. In Hebrew, the word Allah is a curse and an oak. Muslims and Arab Christians worship cursed oak trees. I don't know what that means. The word Allah, I think you're making a joke, surely. Right? Bulgarian, $3. This must be it. What do you think of Patriarch Bartholomew talking about World Council of Religions for Peace in 2025? I mean, it's as bad as anything Pope Francis and Vatican II say. I mean, I've been critiquing and calling out Bartholomew for a long time. Burden. I'm an Orthodox catechumen. We had an interaction that was silly. Unblock me. I want to call you. Okay. Weeper's icon. Dusan, what's up, man? Unmute, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Barely. What's up?
So I had, because I'm an Orthodox Christian, I had a question about praying for dead people. Can that be used for salvation?
Well, I mean, we can pray for the dead, but if they died self-consciously in wickedness, which we don't know, right, it's probably not going to save them. So if they are wicked and they die wicked, they're not going to be saved because we pray for them. But we don't know people's final state and all that, so we can pray for them. Monitor, what's up, man? What's up?
Hey, Jay.
Hey.
Hey.
Who's this?
I was watching Nick Fuentes recently, and someone asked about you, and he said he liked you, and would do a collab. So, when are you gonna get that set up?
Well, there was a kind of collab in that he was just on the Sam Hyde show, which I wrote for, but nobody's reached out to me yet.
Okay, I hope it happens.
Thank you. Anything else on your mind?
No. Thanks for what you do.
Mm-hmm. Extreme, what's up?
Hello?
Mm.
I had a couple of quick questions. One, do you believe in cryptids? Have you ever read The Hammer of Witches or heard of it? And what are your thoughts on the medieval witch trials and werewolf trials of Europe?
I'm open-minded about cryptids. I think that there's probably, demonic spirits and entities or something, probably. I can't prove that with any, hardcore evidence. I think probably a lot of the medieval trials were probably bullshit. I have read Hammer of Witches. There's a lot of silly stuff in there, a lot of superstitious stuff. But that's about all I know about that. I love cryptids though, but I don't know what's going on. Lord Casper Swift, what's up, man? Speaking of, I forgot we were gonna do a stream on Land Between the Lakes and the Dog Man or Wolf, whatever he is. Forgot about doing that. That's a fun one. Lord Casper, unmute, dude. What is the logic behind waiting in line and then not unmuting? I don't understand what do people get out of that? Why? I'm mystified by this. Jason, what's up, dude? I hope this is the black guy that says, "White boy, what's up, white boy?" Remember him? The guy that makes infinite profiles?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I'm an Orthodox Christian. I've been wanting to speak with you for a while. I forgot a lot of my questions, but my parish really pushes that the Callistos Ware, the Orthodox Way book is it's a good book, and I've heard negative things about him personally, with him being an ecumenist. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were about his writings.
Yeah, the worst part of that book is that it kind of hints at universalism in one section, and then there's a Nestorian Protestant statement about Jesus being damned on the cross, which is false. And then beyond that, towards the end of his life, he softened up and seemed to be pro-gay. So I do not ever recommend Ware books. Aaron, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yo.
Hey, Jay, your day has finally come. You are about to get debunked.
Finally.
No, I'm just
Good.
kidding.
Oh, see, now you got me all hyped up. I was ready to get smashed.
No, I just got a quick question for you. Have you ever encountered any type of King James onlyism?
Sure.
So I kind of grew up in this and just kind of recently looked into it a little bit more and realized it is, cultish, sort of.
Right.
Do you have any advice for? I guess I should give some backstory here, but my dad is actually my pastor, and so I don't really know how to approach him about this and say hey, we're going to disagree right here without causing tension. Do you have any?
Well, I would just not. I would, you're never going to convince your dad through debate and argumentation because there's just a dynamic that's, authority versus those under authority. So the best way to convince your dad is for him to see that if you become Orthodox, that it impacts your life in a positive, profound way. So he sees you mature. He sees you become a man. He sees you, establish a family, have your own business, be faithful and stable, and a change in you. That's the best way to convert and influence your family. It's not going to be through debating and, arguing about the filioque over, Thanksgiving dinner. None of that's going to work. The only time I would say is that if they do ask you questions, at that point, it's good to say, hey, yeah, Dad, here's a really good book on Orthodoxy. I recommend reading this. So that's how I would approach that. Otherwise, it's just not worth trying to argue with your dad. And the KJV only crowd is a difficult one because they're usually I'm not talking about your dad in particular, but it's very Dunning-Kruger to where they don't even realize how dumb the stuff they believe is, and the more you try to kind of refute it, the more they double down, triple down. So I would actually just say maybe it's a tough one with it's because it's like a cult. I mean, I would say if he's not willing to question it or consider the possibility of being wrong, and it's even worse if he's a pastor, you might just have to just leave it alone and just try to love him to death. It's really the only thing I can think of, honestly. Try to be the best son that you can be. That's probably your best route. But I feel you on that. I mean, tain't nothing, $10. Everybody should watch Chase's debate with Vegan Gains on Jim Bob's channel. It's pretty entertaining. Yeah, I would like to check that out. That sounds super funny. I didn't even know that was happening. I probably would have postponed this stream, so I hope they're not mad thinking I was trying to steal the audience or whatever. I didn't know they were doing that, but that sounds pretty funny. But I mean, I don't think anybody's expecting Vegan Gains to offer very much. Does he still do the same name the trait? I mean, are people still vegan? That seems like this has died out. Remember when Tristana was doing live streams, and this is like 2019. This is like the height of veganism on YouTube, and I don't even see anything vegan. I didn't even know there's still vegan YouTubers. Is it even a thing? Somebody was saying that it's so bad now that Vegan Gains just does his own OnlyFans or whatever. I'm not joking. He actually does his OF, and that because the whole vegan YouTube world died. That's what I thought was going on. So whenever I hear that's straight up 2018 in here today. Vegan Gains, remember him? Making sure I didn't miss any of the super chats because there was quite a few. I think I got them all there. Yeah, we got that one, got that one, got that one. Don't you dare miss a super chat. Bust down Jubilee, $1. Your shades can hide all the tears in your eyes, but not your underskin mole on your eyebrow, white boy. Oh, got me. Look at that. A mole right there. That's a pretty devastating cut down. Might have to call it a night. And that's why I wear the glasses, is so you guys can't see me crying. Because it's like, are people not even good at cut downs anymore? Remember back in the day, dude, like in the 80s and the 90s, cut downs were just savage, dude. They would just like cut to the bone. But like, you have a mole on your eyebrow. That's the best you got? Dude, that's weak. It's weak as hell. All right, it's open forum. Anybody wants to call in? I've still got some energy. I'm still here. I'm still standing. Hit request to speak. These guys have already been on. I feel like I'm just going to get more questions of stuff that we've already kind of dealt with. No offense to those dudes. I love you. I love you guys. I love you very much. I'm not hating on you. I love you. It's called a beauty mark. Exactly. Hello, Cindy Crawford. Exactly. E-Diva. Atism, $5. Should migrant populations who convert return to their countries of origin? I think they should return regardless of the conversion or not. Conversion has nothing to do with them. Like, they should just go back. That's what I think. Carb, $5. Shout out to your godfather, Dean Arnold. He has great friends from college with my father-in-law, who is now a priest, who brought him into the Orthodox Church. Well, that's crazy. That's an interesting roundabout. Does anybody want to call in who hasn't called in? Okay, so these dudes, no offense to you dudes, I love you, but you've already called in. I want haters and debaters that got an issue. We only got 50. Remember the other night? It was crazy. We had 250 people in here, and nobody would call in. That was pretty wild. And now we got 60 people, and it's the same 3 dudes that have already called in. Owen, we'll go to this dude. What's up? I'm still standing.
Hey Jay, have you heard of E. Michael Jones?
Of course.
Oh, okay. So then, like, if I said like you've heard about his stuff about like the horror movies and stuff about vampires and syphilis and all that.
Well, I don't know about every one of his theories. I don't. What does he say about vampires and syphilis? This is new. This is a new one to me.
He said that I thought you'd find it interesting because of your like Hollywood.
Are they fighting the Logos? Vampires versus the Logos.
Well, when he's not talking about the Jews or the Logos, he writes about horror movies and like and horror itself and analyzes it.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
So with vampires, he said he was reading about Bram Stoker and found out that Bram Stoker had actually contracted syphilis. This is before penicillin, and that the whole vampire thing was basically a catharsis story for Europe around syphilis, and that the whole thing with like the guy Harker, when he's there with those female vampires or whatever, he like has sex with them, then he goes back to England, and then Mina, which the undercurrent is that Mina is like an innocent victim of syphilis because she starts going crazy and stuff, which is what happened in there.
That is an interesting thesis. I never thought about that. I didn't know that. That's fascinating.
Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, beware of Tom Cruise. Him and Brad Pitt trying to bite on your neck. You're probably going to get the gay. So watch out. The gay syphilis. Spooky. I'm talking about Anne Rice. I'm talking about Interview with a Vampire. I'm talking about right on that neck, boy. Getting that gay syphilis. What's up, man? I'm you.
Hello. Hi. Hey, Jay. I'm wondering about your take on Iran and Savak and the British involvement in the Ayatollah's rule. I'm mostly curious about like what the key factor is that's keeping Iran under the stranglehold of Britain. I'm also curious as to like why it seems to like kind of contradict some of the current narratives, even like some of the deeper level narratives about what's going on with like the geopolitical connections in the world, like Russia and China and Iran. That alliance doesn't really seem to make sense to me, especially with, what I know about Iran's connection with the British. I'm just I don't know what's going on there, and I was wondering if you have.
I mean, I've done several talks on the history of it. I mean, here's a clips video that just went up today, 7 hours ago, on the covert ties between Iran and the CIA, and I've done lectures on the history of British intelligence and the relationship to it. But I don't. I mean, other than what I've talked about in those videos, I don't know what else to say. Jeremy, what's up? I'm still standing. Who brought the Ayatollahs to power?
Hey,
So here is the video of me talking about the Ayatollahs coming to power with the aid of the British. I mean, I don't think that Britain necessarily totally controls Iran. What's on your mind?
Hey, so I just was learning that Thomists believe in predestination, and I guess I just actually met a good one of my best friends. He has a Catholic friend, and he just introduced us to each other. That we get along, and I was just curious: is the predestination in the Thomist view the official Catholic doctrine? And if so, I guess where?
No, I mean, as a Roman Catholic, Roman Catholics can believe in Molinism, Suarez's position. You can believe in the Thomist position. You can have an Augustinian position. They allow dispute and debate on that topic.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still standing. Hamilton, what's up, man? By the way, these two J.E.W. baiting Jesuits, Sam Hyatt, obviously a Jesuit, Nick, obviously a Jesuit, are in the CIA. Their mission is to foment the rise of the Jesuit-controlled right wing, ultimately a monarchy and pro-Inquisition Tridentine Catholic fascism. So here's what we got from this wacko Protestant, to which I'm assuming this is Pinesap, I think. Pinesap says the Society of Jesus sends us regards. Oh, got smoked. To which I said, welcome to layer 1 of the Illuminati, you normies. The Nephilim, Baphomet, Bloodline, Zeta Rectumlians, who control the Tibetan Atlantis merchant Masonic Moose Lodge masters, are the ones that actually control the Jesuits, who control the JEW, who control the world, and we send our regards. Welcome to layer 1, normies. Hamilton, unmute. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. Big fan. Thanks for letting me on. You're doing a good job out there. We all love you. I'm a big Sam Hyde fan as well. And my question is, have you had any discussions with Sam about religion? Because he seems like he's kind of making a turn into kind of making some public statements that he might be a believer.
We had a lengthy discussion about his video game that he's been creating because he is putting Christian themes and elements into his sort of sci-fi multiverse video game that he's been working on for a long time. We touched on it a little bit when I was on PGL, but we haven't had much more than that. So, I mean, he did say in a podcast recently he does personally believe in Jesus, but I don't know if that means he's attending a church or what. So we haven't really engaged in that conversation beyond those two instances in the past. But yeah, keep praying for Sam. I certainly have been. John David, what's up? Atheism. No, we did that. I thought I missed one. Hold on, let's see here. Vanilla. No, we did that. Anon. Uh-oh. You missed my super roast chat a minute ago. No, I read it. You said I have a mole. That was pretty hardcore, dude. I'm just still recovering because, man, you start talking about my moles, dude. It's hard. It's hard. I'm going to be honest. It's hard. John David, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay. Appreciate what you do for the community and for the church. Got a question for you.
Community organizer like Obama. Remember that? Community organizers.
Yeah. I came out of a cult maybe like 9 months ago.
Whoa.
And
What kind of cult? We love our cults.
yeah, so
I'm working on starting a cult. I need all the info and the deets I can get. Tell me about your cult.
Yeah. So
I mean, if it's not a sex cult, what's the point, right? Like,
yeah, they weren't too much into sex in this one. It's called the Local Churches, or the Lord's Recovery. Have you heard of that one?
No.
Yeah, so it was started by Witness Lee. He was a prodigy of Watchman Nee in China. Have you heard of Watchman Nee?
Yes.
Yeah, Normal Christian Life. And he was heavily influenced by someone called Emmy Barber, and she was a dispensationalist. He took a lot of inspiration from John Nelson Darby. So they were super big into all of that. And their view, probably one of their most fundamental views, is that the church is one city, one church. Have you heard of that?
Have not.
Yeah, so in the New Testament, you see Paul use the descriptor for the people that he's speaking to in his epistle. The church in Philippi, the church in Ephesus, the church in Colossae.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see in Revelation when Jesus addresses John,
right.
Give these letters. I think give these letters to the 7 churches, right?
Sure.
I think he uses the term local church. And so they're very dogmatic about how God only recognizes the church as one city, meeting under that city's name. And of course, they take full authority over that and then just kick everyone else out of that picture. So if you were to begin to combat someone giving you that argument that, in Scripture we only see the church as being described this way, then why would we ascribe the church another way other than the worldwide church, which is mystical?
The church is described both ways. So, for example, in Matthew 16, when Jesus establishes the church, and he talks to Peter, and then in Matthew 18, when the same thing is said to the whole college of the apostles, when they meet in Acts 15 at the Jerusalem Council, that is the apostolic college, which is the 12 foundation stones in the book of Revelation of that one city. So the city, in terms of the imagery of the book of Revelation, is an entire building, an entire edifice. And for example, in Peter's epistles, Peter says, you are a holy priesthood, a royal a chosen people, a holy nation, etc., ascribing the promises to the nation state of Israel to the universal church. Those epistles are called the Catholic epistles because they're not ascribed to any one church, right? So Peter and John's epistles are written to many churches, as far as we know, hence the term Catholic epistles. So the college of the apostles is the foundation stones of the New Jerusalem. The book of Revelation again says that each foundation stone has the name of an apostle on it, and it's one vast building. So the cult here is basically saying that because some of the letters are written to certain churches, there is therefore only local churches. But that's not true, right? It's a false either-or fallacy because it's a both and. Yeah, there are local churches, but they're also called one universal Catholicos, or total church, or the entire body of Christ throughout the world. And again, go back to the Old Testament when we have the promises to, the patriarchs. The promises to Abraham are that all the nations will be blessed in this seed of the Messiah. And in Galatians 3, Paul says that seed is all the people baptized into Christ. So that seed is the priesthood and is the nation, and is thus not only local, but it is local.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering that. Can I ask another?
Yep.
One of their bedrock teachings comes directly from Watchman Nee. He basically made this 3-volume series called the Spiritual Man. And
within that series, he basically takes from Jesse Penn Lewis, who was a dispensationalist mystic, and presents basically I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, the ontology of man, describing man as three parts, so a tripartite view.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have the body, the biology, and all its parts that are materially observable. Then you have the soul, which are comprised of the mind, emotion, and will. And then the spirit, which they believe is comprised of the conscience, the intuition, and fellowship. And my question is, what would the Orthodox view of man be? Was he 2 parts, 3 parts? And then if there are multiple parts, what are within those parts?
Yeah, well, this is a little more complex. So what I would say is to go into this domain, it helps to really understand Orthodox Christology. And Orthodox Christology is something that is not easy because it's formulated over many ecumenical councils. So you actually have to get up into like the 6th council before you get a kind of a crystallized total picture of Christology. But there are places that you can kind of start and get the overview. So we do believe in a kind of a trichotomy, body, soul, and spirit. And for us, that's the nous or the heart. But that wouldn't translate into all of these sort of arbitrary categories that you're saying Watchman Nee has about the makeup of the person. So what I would say is if you were wanting to start, I would begin with John Damascus's book on the Orthodox faith. I have a lecture series where I work through that whole book. And he will give you more of a basic kind of outline of Orthodox anthropology within that systematic theology. And then as you get a little bit deeper, you can get into what the Orthodox doctrine of the nous is. But I wouldn't worry too much about that if you're new to this stuff. I would focus on kind of learning the basics of Orthodox systematic theology from a book like Pomazansky's book, Orthodox Dogmatics, and maybe read that along with St. John Damascus is on the Orthodox faith. And then maybe then kind of branch into St. Maximus the Confessor, who will go deeper into what you're talking about with specificity about what's the actual, quote, parts of the soul or something like that. So just wouldn't get too heavy into that if you're starting out. I understand you have questions about combating Watchman Nee, but just begin with these more basic things and with, something like John Damascus's works, and then that'll come eventually. It's just I wouldn't immediately get into the nous doctrine. This is interesting, though, that Watchman Nee apparently had a close connection to Campus Crusade, which is closely connected to the Pentagon. That was detailed in F. William Ingdahl's book, Lost Hegemon, for the first. That was kind of a surprise for me. Now, again, people lose their minds when I start talking about this. Oh, you're saying everybody in the Campus Crusade is the CIA? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the Pentagon, the military, the deep state, the State Department, they view these institutions and these organizations as tools for soft power. So it does not mean that everybody in these institutions is some agent or some operative. In fact, most of the people in these are too stupid to even know that or ever figure that out. They're never going to figure out that Campus Crusade is a military Pentagon form of soft power. They're never going to understand that. So we're talking to people who very few of them will actually get this and know we're not schizophrenics, okay? Like, it's a form of soft power. Look up soft power. Joseph Nye, we've covered this famous essay, this famous work from him. It's 20 years old, 30 years old. But it's not surprising, though, that Watchman Nee had this relationship because things are beginning to make sense. And by the way, this actually ties into Peter Gilchrist and the Evangelical Orthodox Church, which, if you don't know, was the early phase of people converting to Orthodoxy that came in under the Antiochians back in the day in the early 80s. But Watchman Nee, I haven't looked into this, but my first inclination is this is probably a Western intelligence utilized influence operation in China. Now, that doesn't mean that the Chinese government is good because I'm saying that this is happening. This is just the reality of geopolitics. And as we pointed out for many years, which no one else points out, we're literally one of the only channels out here that talks about this and points this out. Shout out to Rachel for writing a really excellent essay some years ago about NGOs, think tanks, and foundations trying to influence and change religion. But we've also highlighted the intelligence apparatus's use of missionaries for many, many years, especially throughout the Cold War, but even way earlier than the Cold War. My inclination, as I see, that's probably what's going on here, because Watchman Nee was persecuted and opposed communism in China, and you guys know I'm not pro-communist. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation, that from the vantage point of the CIA and the State Department, they would see this as a very useful tool of soft power, or perhaps even covert espionage, right? Missionaries make great spies. That's probably what's going on here. And here's the worst part about this. The worst part is not even, was Watchman Nee working for the OSS or CIA? No, that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that, like this guy that called in pointed out, these things can very easily transition into being cults. So I've never heard of this organization, the local churches. It's very. By the way, have you noticed that lately we've had a lot of guys, but basically every time I do a stream, somebody calls in who was in a cult, which is good. That means people are leaving these idiotic, crazy cults. But it's just like every day there's like, what is this cult? What is this? Is crazy. What is this one? I never even heard of this. So this one though is dispensationalist. That's crazy. A dispensationalist local church's cult. And let's see what the connection is to Peter Gilchrist and the Orthodox Evangelical Orthodox Church, which was a made up thing. It's kind of like, this was like kind of like Doug Wilson back in the day, where they're like moving gradually towards patristic stuff, but they still have all this evangelical stuff going on. And then eventually they were received under the Antiochians, and they became the big church down in Nashville, the one that I first visited back in 2007-8, St. Ignatius in Franklin, Tennessee, outside Nashville. But let's see what this connection is. In 1969, Campus Crusade launched what would become Christian World Liberation Front at Berkeley. I guarantee you that's a World Anti-Communist League, CIA, State Department thing, in an attempt to reach young people in the counterculture. Jack Sparks, who was a former stats professor at Penn State and a Campus Crusade staff member, became the dominant figure in CWLF. Throughout the 1970s, Sparks and Braun, who knew each other through the CCC, gave talks at the CWLF gatherings against Witness Lee and the local churches to stem the loss of the members to that local church in Berkeley. Braun, who had a bitter split with Gene Edwards, left this group and joined with Sparks and the other former Crusade leaders to establish New Covenant Apostolic Order, where with themselves as the new apostles. Oh my gosh. In 1979, 6 of these original 7 New Covenant Apostolic Order apostles appointed themselves bishops of the newly formed Evangelical Orthodox Church. Isn't this funny too, because this is kind of the exact same progress and movement that we've seen people like Doug Wilson and James Jordan do, where they move more and more towards a kind of high church Anglicanish type position, and then they just sort of create, we're the actual new apostolic church, the new apostolic type church. This is crazy. But I will give, props to the Evangelical Orthodox Church for at least recognizing that this was silly and eventually just saying, okay, we got to become Orthodox. In 1974, they founded a subsidiary counter-cult ministry called Spiritual Counterfeit Project. This is confusing. Blah, blah, blah. In 1976, Peter Gilchrist, who's the famous convert to Orthodoxy, presiding NCO, became the head of Thomas Nelson Publishers, also in Nashville, the Bible publisher. The first book was Mindbenders by Jack Sparks. They blamed Watchman Nee and Witness Lee. Okay, who's Witness Lee? I'm confused now. Is this the mystic, the dispensational mystic? I think this is the mystic guy. Yes, Plymouth Brethren. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, so Witness Lee. These Chinese dudes are just like taking they Watchman and Witness. Is that how Chinese names work? Like you just name yourself after like your function? My name is YouTuber. YouTuber Dyer. Just name yourself your function. Where are we at? This is Jonestown. Responding to the demand for counter-cult publications after Jonestown. The books were published, blah, blah, blah. InterVarsity Press published the book next. All right, I'm confused. How are we getting to the cult out of all this legal stuff? Where's the cult at? Long story short, just avoid all this evangelical nonsense. Like, what even is all this stuff? Bunch of nonsense. Now we're getting to Christian Research Institute. What, this is Hank Hanegraaff stuff, right? Yeah. So now all the evangelical anti-cult people are fighting with the Watchman Nee spinoff cult. Deification. So Witness Lee began to use the term deification. That's interesting. He got this from Athanasius. By the way, you notice that this has happened with Francis Chan too, right? Francis Chan has like suddenly decided he's his own made-up Orthodox thing. This is a weird thing that like Protestant evangelical people end up doing, where they won't become Orthodox. They just move more and more to kind of Orthodox, and then create their own thing. Right, like Francis Chan is saying, "Oh, I believe in the real presence now," and like as if you just kind of do it and it happens, and it has nothing to do with like apostolic succession. It's like, what? But also, people overlook that. I mean, a lot of this stuff isn't even.
Francis Chan, 3 Bible verses and the Eucharist. Hello, dear friends. I'm Joseph Dinesh.
To fellowship and the Lord's Supper. They devoted themselves.
Again, a lot of people just don't even understand the angle of the Pentagon and the State Department having direct connections and relationships with a lot of these giant evangelical organizations, corporations, and movements. And I would say that's definitely probably what's going on here. Was this monitored? Do you want to come back and mention any of this stuff? Because this is a fascinating rabbit hole I haven't really gone down. Unmute. Unmute, man. What's up? Help us out here. Monitor, unmute. You were the guy in this cult, right? Can you hear me? Yo. I guess he can't hear me. Parrhesia. Is this Benny Wills? Slowboy Whiteboard, $2. Raid from Cotel. Shout out to everybody from Cotel. Parrhesia, what's up, man? You want to talk? I'm mute.
Hey, man. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, it's not really a debate. It's more of a question, I guess, sort of from your perspective as a Christian. I'm someone who's sort of in opposition to the Abrahamic religions, and in the spheres that I mix in, the largest pushback that we receive is not so much about theology, it's about ethnicity of Jesus. And I find it sort of pretty odd as someone who's semi-familiar with the texts, that this is the angle that's sort of being approached from. And I just sort of wondered if you had a little bit of insight as to why you think that might be like a bit of a resurgence at the moment. Does that make sense?
I don't understand who's pushing back on this. What are you talking about?
Sorry, the Abrahamic religions I'm in opposition to. And when I get into discussion about these sorts of topics, it's not so much the actual scripture that is being argued about. The apologists generally come from an angle of this is a ethnically European ideology and it's an ancestral faith, which I sort of think is very clearly not the case. And I thought, as someone who's in the Christian world a bit more than I am, have you got any?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard anybody in the Orthodox Church think that Christianity is a European ethnic religion. No, I've never heard that.
It's actually a surprisingly common thing. That have you heard of the white Jesus theory?
I mean, I know that there's Christian identity groups and there's British Israelite groups, but they're very tiny fraction movements. I mean, maybe.
Okay, it's fine if you're not sort of familiar with it. I just thought, you know, you're more in that world sort of than I am, and I thought maybe this is something that you're maybe semi-familiar with and might be able to shed a little bit of light on that for me. But it's perfectly fine. You know, you can't be over every topic, obviously. So I just thought, you know, you're knowledgeable. You do this day in, day out.
So, I mean, Jesus is a descendant of Abraham and a descendant of David to fulfill the promises. So obviously he's a Hebrew person. He's not a white European person. But I've never heard anybody who isn't like just crazy or in a cult think that Jesus was a white European. It's kind of retarded.
Yeah, that's sort of my understanding of it too, because again, it was a requirement of the prophecy fulfillment to be from that direct line. And
right.
To me, at least, it's sort of quite explicit about that and not even really leaving room for interpretation or whatnot. So that's kind of how I...
Well, I think there is a rise in the resurgence of like neo-pagan movements and, you know, the European right, the European, dissident right, the new right. Like a lot of these movements might be tempted with trying to, you know, claim that Jesus was some sort of a, you know, white European, or they might be delving into British Israelite stuff. But I mean, again, it's very minor numbers of people. I can't imagine that really. I mean, the dominant forms of Protestant Catholic Christianity in Europe definitely wouldn't hold to that. So it would have to be kind of minority movements. Monitor, what's up? Maybe there's like a reaction against Black Hebrew Israelites or something like that. I don't know. What's up, Monitor?
Hey, I was just wondering if you'd ever run across any evidence that the Peace Corps was like CIA infiltrated. Because I've done a little looking.
Well, they have a supposed statement that if you go into the CIA, they will not hire you in the Peace Corps, and you're not supposed to go from the Peace Corps to the CIA. But that Andrew Bustamante guy says, well, after I spent several years in the Peace Corps, I immediately went into the CIA. So obviously that can be bypassed, even if on the vantage point part of the Peace Corps, they don't want people from the CIA. I feel sure that at some point there have been, I'm sure, people in the CIA and the Peace Corps.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering if you were aware of any like sort of relatively well-known.
Well, Andrew Bustamante is an example of a person who was in the Peace Corps and then violated the promise to not go into the CIA and directly went into the CIA after.
Yeah, I guess I don't mean like just personnel, but like any known operations or stuff.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, I think Red Cross is another class that CIA covered too.
Okay.
USAID was used as well for many years.
Because I read that too, that it was supposed to be like, screened to not have people in the CIA. And
Right.
I think it was created by JFK. It was like very anti-CIA, obviously. So, but it seemed like they're sending a bunch of Americans to foreign countries under the guise of.
Yeah, I'm not sure I actually buy that JFK was actually anti-CIA, because if you read Quigley, he has a whole section where he talks about that during that time, what they started doing was trying to. It was actually under JFK that they started trying to do a lot of these CIA things under the cover of NGOs, think tanks, and foundations. So that actually began not under Reagan, but under JFK. It really ramped up under Reagan, though.
Okay. And then just another random, unrelated question. I've never heard you talk about like the shroud, but I'm wondering, do you have an opinion on that?
I've never found it very convincing. I don't care if you want to believe in the shroud; that's up to you. I've been to the shroud. Orthodox people are free to believe in it.
Why don't you find it convincing?
To me, it's just an odd line of argument. Like that's like. First of all, I don't understand what it would. I mean, I believe in relics, but I don't understand what this would prove, that a baron or duke in the 1100s found a cloth and there's a bearded dude, and I mean, it's just, to me, it's a whole bunch of leaps of non sequiturs, and it's just to me, it's just a silly line of like evidentialist argumentation. Like, if I'm going to believe Christianity, it's not going to be because of some French duke of the 1100s claiming that he found a cloth. To me, it just seems like a really an odd line of argumentation, or like to get to, well, that bearded dude's got to be Jesus. And I mean, to me, I don't get it. What does Jesus say? Unbelieving generation seeks these kinds of signs and wonders. Like, what's up, man? M?
What's up, Jeff?
What's on your mind?
I was watching your video on my journey to Orthodoxy. I found it pretty fascinating. I'm only 20, and I'm kind of on the same track right now, but I've been reading a lot of Kabbalistic works, and I know that you read those as well before your journey to Orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering what caused you to, stray away from that.
I didn't find Kabbalism to be very enlightening because, as Sholem says, it's kind of repurposed and retooled Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. So if you were going to go that route, you might as well just adopt Neoplatonism, but Neoplatonism just ends up being like perennialism and, maybe like, Ganon or Shuon and all the traditionalist school. So at the end of the day, and I read a bunch of the traditionalists, like if I'm reading Julius Evola and he's basically just promoting like, butt stuff, it's like, what was the point of all of this? Like, so it seems like everything ends in butt stuff. So.
You don't think that like there's any decodification of some things in the Bible through Kabbalah?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, that's really all I wanted to ask, because I just didn't see why you left in the video. But
I mean, the type of typology that some Kabbalists do just ends up being kind of the typology that the church fathers do, but then it kind of goes crazy at points too, like Origen's, over typicization of everything. So, yeah, Kabbalah is fake and gay. Spider, what's up?
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
First of all, I just want to say thanks for bringing me closer to Orthodoxy, and I appreciate what you're doing with your content. I wanted to ask, I've kind of been like looking into Israel and what it's been doing more recently, and I've been looking into the history of it too. And I know that there were operations running parallel with like the LA and Contras with the CIA and Mossad. They were doing parallel operations, but I was wondering if you think there's like some type of deeper link, and that maybe they use that to help fund their defense force, because it grew a lot during that same time. So it seems like there's a link.
Did Israel receive covert funding from Iran-Contra, is what you're saying?
Yeah, but also maybe from the CIA in order to help them grow their defense force at the time.
I would assume that probably, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, Victor Ostrovsky might mention Iran-Contra, I can't remember, but I mean, you could argue that, but I mean, we give Israel all kinds of money, so I would imagine probably, but I don't, off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Theodore, what's up, man? Yeah, people don't usually. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. I was reading something recently that mentioned Iran-Contra. It wasn't Max Blumenthal. I don't think it was Victor Ostrovsky. It wasn't Whitney Webb. I'm looking at my books up there. I don't remember what it was, but I'm sure Israel benefited somehow. What's up, man? Theodore, I'm mute. Richard Grove probably would have a good source on that. He knows a lot about that stuff. Theodore, what's up? I'm mute. I just don't understand the waiting in line to not talk. It's really weird.
Do we have any more people waiting in line that don't want to talk?
I'm only taking people that will not talk. Rest in the shade. What's up, man? By the way, you guys like today's thumbnail? I always try to get crazy and like fully schizo with the thumbnails. We got Muhammad Hijab, who, by the way, was found to be lying in court. This cracked me up. He took Douglas Murray to court and against the Spectator, and lost the case because the judge found Muhammad Hijab to be a massive liar, because for whatever reason Hijab called everyone Hindu. Netanyahu, Tommy Robinson, Douglas Murray are all Hindu. Hindutva.
Oh, it's even better. The judge universally ruled that not only was Hijab a liar, but all of Islam was.
Well, the funniest part was that the judge said he found it annoying that Muhammad Hijab sat in the back and just ate donuts. I'm not joking. This is what the judge said. And licked the sugar from his fingers. I'm not joking. One of the articles actually has that in there. I'm trying to find if it was in here.
Creepy. So
he just basically sat in the courtroom eating donuts, and the judge found this to be a very odd line of defense. And somebody, I don't know if this is true, but somebody said that now he's trying to do an MMA event to raise money to pay the bill. I'm not joking.
For more donuts.
No, to pay, he owes like 600,000 pounds.
Sounds like he has just utter disregard for the situation that he was in, and he didn't even believe anything was going to happen. Or
it's really weird. I don't really understand. I mean, I don't know what's going on. It's just weird. Like, what was he thinking?
Eating a donut sounds like chewing gum or whistling or something like that, but to the nth degree. But this bit about raising money to pay all his legal fees with some phony MMA event, I think he needs friends to help him do that. So,
and a lot of people are asking, how many donuts did he actually eat? We want to know the number of donuts that Muhammad Hijab was chomping on, and did he actually lick his fingers? Okay, what's on your mind, man?
I wanted to ask you about the apostolic succession, and I wanted to know, how do you know that it's a reliable way of conveying the true teaching, so to speak? How do we know that the apostles, that generation, and then the succeeding generations, how do we know that essentially what they passed on to the following generations is what Jesus or the apostles or the next generation after them taught?
Well, I think we would cross-reference it with Scripture and divine revelation, which promised that the Holy Spirit would be with the church to lead and to guide it, and that he would never leave us or forsake us, and that he would, quote, guide us into all truth. And also Paul's epistles, that's what Paul himself, when he talks to Timothy, says should be the mode of transmission. So he tells Timothy to lay hands on others after him, just like Paul laid hands on Timothy. So I think there is a faith commitment involved in trusting that what we see in divine scripture was passed down, but also we can go read the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century church fathers and see that they did in fact teach what scripture teaches, and they did teach a universally consistent doctrine.
Okay, but there's probably going to be some deviation between what was taught and what was captured inside.
Well, think about it.
Right.
Well, how do you know that? Like, why can't God providentially? I mean, we trust God to providentially guide and keep and maintain the tradition.
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, I'm not saying one way or the other happened, but if you have people acting with free agency, with this sudden new, hugely different religion that just put religion on its head.
Why is it hugely different? It's not. First of all, it's not hugely different. What do you mean?
Love thine enemies and pray for those who despitefully
that's in
use
Leviticus. That's in Leviticus, so that's not hugely different.
Okay, well, sure. When it comes to Judea, compared to the rest of the world, it wasn't hugely different. But the rest of the world, let's call the world pagan or non-religion. This is Christianity is foolishness. I mean, even today, if you go to some areas of the world which are even modernly developed and you talk about these kind of concepts, they'll look at you like you're foolish.
Yeah, Paul says the wisdom of the world is foolishness, and they see Christianity as foolishness. Sure.
So then you have this group of people mixing with, who are not foolish, mixing with this worldly, let's say the world, these Christians mixing with the world and trying to teach them and bring them and make them teachers and reproducers and so on and so forth.
Well, you say mixing with the world. What do you mean mixing with the world?
I mean, if Jay Dyer were going to go to China, or that's probably, maybe it's a good example, I don't know. But if you're going to go into the Amazon rainforest and make Christians out of them.
I think you're not aware of the fact that we can actually read many, many people from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century. Are you aware of this?
Well, sure, but how do you know what they're getting is reliable, is the point. They could still be wrong, too, is the idea.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that they teach a unified doctrine throughout the Roman Empire, which corresponds with the teaching not just of the New Testament and the apostles in the written text from the 1st century, but also with the previous Hebrew revelation. That consistency shows a uniform doctrine.
So everyone in the 1st century AD was teaching the same thing?
Again, do you not realize that we can actually read those people?
Yeah, you can read them.
Okay.
Do you know any of these people? Are you aware of any of these things?
Well, how about when...
Are you aware of any of these people?
How about when...
Are you aware of any of these people?
Yeah, Paul.
No.
Had to correct...
After the apostles, the 1st, 2nd century Christians, are you aware of them? Have you read them?
Oh, you mean the so-called the church fathers and so on and so forth?
The so-called. You don't think they existed?
What do you mean I don't think they existed? They were real
said
people.
So-called.
That's what they're called, church fathers, yeah.
Well, usually when people say so-called, it means that they doubt that title or their existence.
No, I'm not using it in a rhetorical sense or an argumentative sense. I'm using it just in the literal description.
Okay, so if you can read those people and we have...
called church fathers, though literally...
Have you read those
not
people?
Fathers. Very little.
So how do you know whether they do or don't teach uniform, consistent doctrine?
Well, is Eusebius a church father?
He's a historical writer.
Is he a church father?
Well, he's a later church father than what I'm talking about. He's a patristic historian and writer.
Okay, well, if he is the church father, which I think some people would say he is, I've read passages in him. It's actually quite relevant to the shroud discussion you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
he passes on traditions, and he says these traditions are true, and he talks about specific.
Can you name a
about
church father?
Jesus.
That's 300s. Can you name a church father in the first or second century that
I'm
you
trying
read?
to demonstrate to you why
You're demonstrating nothing but ignorance because Eusebius is way late. I'm talking about a first or
I'm
second.
trying to give you an example of.
Can you? No, that's way late. He's not first or second century. He's 300s. I'm talking about first and second century. Can you name one that you've read that shows an inconsistency?
You mean, is there inconsistency between
the apostolic fathers, the post-apostolic fathers? That's who I'm talking about.
Bits and pieces you pick up over the years.
Okay, well, name a bit or a piece that's inconsistent.
Why do I need to do that?
Because this is your argument. What do you mean?
No, it's not. My
Okay,
argument is
now
that
you're
even
being
the
dishonest.
apostles.
This is
My
so
argument
stupid.
is even that the apostles themselves got doctrine wrong and had to be corrected. So how on earth?
That's
can
not what you
guarantee
argued.
that successive
That's
generations
not what
will be
you
reliable?
argued. You argued.
That's exactly what I'm
No,
saying.
it isn't. You qualified your
I just
argument.
said it. That's
You
my argument. How are
qualified
you
your
telling
argument.
me
That's
my
not what you were
argument is?
arguing up
You're
until
changing
now.
it.
Now
You're
lying.
strawmanning my argument into something that
You're
you
qualifying your
not actually
argument
taking
now
up.
to be about the apostles and not what the first and second century church fathers taught.
My
So-
argument is an apostolic succession. You're trying to make it about what the church fathers say, so you can say that I'm ignorant.
That's
and
part
I'm
of
talking
apostolic
about it because I haven't
succession.
read them. You're-
Shut up and let me explain what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're changing your argument.
My argument is the same. The apostolic succession is unreliable way.
And I'm showing you that it's not unreliable because shut up. The successors to the successors to the apostles. Shut up. Okay, you're done.
Couldn't agree.
That's not true. I'm showing you that it's false. Because the successors to the apostles, taught, the successors to the apostles, called the apostolic fathers, taught, shut up.
You can't take
Why can't you stop talking? And just
They taught a uniform doctrine. All right, he won't answer the questions because he has to talk over otherwise and change his argument. So this is why it's a waste of time.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It's like, okay, suppose the analogy is you want to learn something. And we have a kind of normative means, secular speaking, and that's, let's say, the university, high school, college, etc. So suppose that in some way is analogous to apostolic succession. And that really does, even though, let's say, there's imperfect things within the college system and high school, it provides a means to know things. And what's the opposite position? Well, we shouldn't have any instructors at all. Everybody should just be able to have the internet and do everything they want. And we'll send out heart surgeons who basically educate themselves on the internet. I feel like this is somewhat applicable. First of all, apostolic succession is a historic reality. And biblical, as you pointed out, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it does preserve, what's the antithesis of it? Every man for himself, right? So you're saying epistemically that's a better way?
I actually think he was going in the direction of like a higher critical point. He was going to try to argue that. He said towards the end there, he was saying, no, the apostles actually contradicted themselves. The original question was, how do we know apostolic succession is a good way to pass down tradition? That's why we go to the first and second century church fathers, called the post-apostolic fathers. That's not Eusebius. Eusebius is not a post-apostolic father. Post-apostolic fathers is Ignatius, Clement, Irenaeus, right? Early church fathers. And they're after the apostles. And that's why I'm saying that if we see them throughout the Roman Empire teaching a consistent doctrine, that's a good indicator, a good evidence that they did accurately transmit the apostolic deposit. And then he said, no, I'm arguing that the apostles contradicted themselves. And so he added that on once he saw that we were going to the second and third century church fathers prior to.
Wouldn't you have to know what the true doctrine is?
To say that it's false? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why when I started asking him to name a church father that was a post-apostolic father that he read, he couldn't name one. So again, bro, your lawyer tactics are not going to work on me. That's not going to work here. Mars, what's up, man? See, a lot of people think that being a lawyer somehow translates into like debating. It doesn't. It may, but not necessarily.
What's up, Jay?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so a couple of the ortho bros got together. We had a meeting. You got to stop telling people to come smash you hard online, bro. It's just, it's overall, listen, it's hot, but it's not a good look overall. I just got to tell you that.
I will repent of my gayness right now.
There you have it, boys. Thanks.
Yeah. He just smashed me online right there. Anthony, what's up?
I should have debated him in my Georgia lawyer accent. You see here, Your Honor, this man is not aware of any of the post-apostolic church fathers.
I do concur that...
And I do declare that this man is in guilt of perjury here in the courtroom, Your Honor.
What's up, man? Anthony, what's up? Anthony, you're another one of these people. I just don't understand the logic of waiting to not talk. Charles, what's up? Charles calling me from his shower, fresh from the shower. What's up?
Well, yeah, I got to get out of the labor here. Hey, I was away a couple of minutes after the local church guy called, so I don't know if someone mentioned this, but I've been a Christian for 45 years, and back in the day, I knew of Witness Lee in the local church through also reading Watchman stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Back in my Calvary Chapel days.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, Chuck Smith didn't want anything to do with Watchman Nee after a book came out called Understanding Watchman Nee, which was a critique of a lot of Nee's kind of weird views. But anyway, a book came out exposing Witness Lee in the local church called The God Men. This is about 45 years ago, and what the author of that book found out quickly is that the local church zealously sues anybody that critiques them publicly.
Yeah, well, I think we just referenced that in the Wikipedia article that there was a lawsuit about that.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I was away
That's
for
fine.
a couple.
That's fine.
So yeah, I didn't know if you knew that. That's kind of...
No, but I mean, that sounds, again, really sus. Not surprised, but... Yeah, a lot of these cultic groups like that are pretty, I think, Scientology is very litigious. Jim, what's up, man? Yeah, no, Eusebius is not a saint. We consider him a patristic writer because he was not fully Orthodox, and he was writing in the 300s, not in the 1st and 2nd century. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, Jay?
Good, what's up?
Yeah, listen to your tag explanation videos, and they're a very good listen. Calling in because I believe that you might have missed an important concept that I think ties in all of the logic together in it.
Okay.
And it's like the concept of zero or nothing. Is that something that you have thought about or considered in the tag argument?
Enlighten me.
So how I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, for the tag argument, there's 3 foundational concepts, and they are what is the most necessary presupposition to everything because they all presuppose each other. So is that correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so I guess how I see the 3 concepts in tag.
What do you mean by the
basically
3 concepts?
Well, when you're talking about like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? Tag, you're saying you have these three things that are inevitable. Okay.
I don't. This is not really the line of argument I go down.
Okay, maybe could you explain then?
Well, just get to what's your argument about the zero stuff.
Oh yeah, so nothing. So if you're trying to like talk about logic and prove everything, you would necessarily have to have a starting point, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would necessarily need to have an ability to distinguish between that starting point and something else, and then you need the ability to relate the topics together. And so that's kind of how I understood the tag argument from watching your videos, but maybe I'm off.
Why did you say zero is nothing? You know, zero's actual something on a number line.
Yes.
Could you explain some more? I mean, I gotta head out.
Oh, that's fine.
I got to go to epistemology class, but so did you say there's a connection between zero and nothing, or?
Well, I think it's more like concepts, right? Isn't that it's not necessarily that they're numbers, but they could be thought of as numbers. Maybe like all these things would presuppose numbers because they're supposed to be transcendentals, right?
I just don't see why tag necessitates nothing, the concept of nothing or numbers even.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess maybe it might take a long time.
Tag would work even if there were no numbers.
Right. Yeah, I understand. At least I believe I understand that tag would presuppose it would come before math, right? It would come before numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But what I got from watching your videos was that you kind of get down to three concepts. I think I might have had a screenshot or something of what those were, but maybe
I don't recall ever referring to the triad as three concepts.
Yeah, it's not three concepts.
Well, how would you refer to them then?
I mean, the ultimate reality is three persons: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and that's more of I'm saying that's metaphysical absolute reality. So it's much more than just some sort of conceptual framework.
Oh yeah, sorry. I don't mean it. Maybe concept's not a great word. Maybe it's like a charged word or not a great word. But it's like, I guess, how Plato describes like his realm of forms as more real than reality, right? Like the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit as a concept would be more real than things that we would see because we're limited by our perceptions.
Yeah, but they're not abstract ideas, nor are they identical to Plato's ideas because they're actual, interpersonal beings or persons.
Okay, no, I totally am on board with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. Maybe I just don't have a better word than
That's
concept to describe what I'm talking about. So I feel.
So are you maybe going in the direction of arguing that maybe it's fundamentally essential to reasoning to have, for example, when Aristotle lists the categories, I think he puts like differentiation, like identification, differentiation, like aren't these fundamental categories, and relation are categories that are necessary to have being or to have ontology and by extension to have knowledge? Is that what the line of argument you're using?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, maybe I'm not as familiar with the Aristotle part. That'd be interesting for me to listen to. But yeah, I think that is what I'm going down the argumentation of. I was trying to.
So for example, quantity is one of the categories, and I would say, you like in order to have knowledge, you got to have some of these fundamental categories: substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, affection. Those are the categories listed by Aristotle, and what Kant does is kind of tries to remove these from metaphysics and make them more of a mental conceptual scheme that they're necessary for predication. I'm not a Kantian, but I think Kant's right that like if you're going to have meaningful conversation and discourse and linguistic exchange and thus knowledge, you kind of have to have these basic categories, and one of those is quantity and relation, which could, quantity obviously relates to mathematics.
Yeah, quantity is necessary for mathematics for sure. I guess I wasn't sure I hadn't heard that there were so many different categories. I thought that based on listening to Tag and based on kind of reasoning it out myself, I only came down to 3 and kind of like a hidden 4th one almost, which is what I was kind of getting at with the concept of nothing.
Well, what Kant does is take these categories and then tries to kind of make them, again, like necessary for any conceptual schema, or that basically all of our minds kind of have these categories, and then the mind organizes the data into this list of category here. So there's not like one absolute list of this. It's just kind of philosophers and people trying to work through it and figure it out. So
interesting. I guess I would say maybe I'll just kind of explain a little bit more about what I was thinking. Like I was thinking about like God. So there's God the Father, there's the Son, there's the Holy Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
God the Father is basically like encompassing everything. The Son is a distinct being from Him, but it's also connected back and the same as Him. And the connection is kind of like the Holy Spirit that we all communicate back through and are connecting through. Does that make sense?
Maybe. I mean, it's just maybe it's a little difficult to.
It's kind of nebulous, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of times people might read into some of these terms things that aren't necessarily. But I mean, you do have, like when Saint Maximus the Confessor writes about the first principle and then the logos being born from the first principle, that it's like the first of differentiation and the first of relation. So you might, if you read St. Maximus, read it in that way.
That's interesting.
He speaks kind of this way in the Ambigua, like Ambigua 1, and then there's some questions in the questions and answers that goes along this line. I just, the problem is not whether or not it's true. It's just that, like, when Maximus makes these arguments, he kind of argues like everyone agrees that, well, we all know that these are obvious metaphysical principles. And the problem is that when you get to modern philosophy, philosophers are not going to grant that these are obvious metaphysical principles the way that the ancients and the medievals understood them to just be so. So.
Oh, right. You had to prove them all, for sure.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. I didn't want to take up too much time, but I don't know. I thought this was interesting. Maybe if there's some way to follow up with you on this, because I think there's some things that I'd be interested to read based on what you said. And maybe if there's some way for I could chat with you more about this and kind of elaborate further.
I don't know. I mean, it's a tough question. Maybe just come back next time we're doing an open stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just, it gets really hairy and abstract. Anthony, you want to try again? But I appreciate the way you're thinking here. And by the way, I'm not saying that Kant's version of the categories is identical to. It's just it's similar to Aristotle's categories. What's up, man?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Jay?
what's up?
Awesome. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You brought this up a while ago, and sorry if you covered it already, but do you mind going quickly over the geopolitical angle of the Zaytun apparition in your opinion?
I don't know that there could be one. I don't know what it is.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was looking into it more. I'm Coptic myself, and I noticed that in the description, they also outline doves or glowing doves. And I know we have, that idea in the Bible, but I realized it's more prominent in the Quran. The chapters of the Quran are supposed to intercede as doves on the Day of Judgment.
Oh, really?
And I noticed, yeah. So that's kind of what drew me into your angle of, it could be just some kind of.
Well, I will say this, that usually it's appealed to in an ecumenist way. So, for example, we have Roman Catholics love this apparition. They don't care that it's a Oriental Orthodox thing. And they'll just say, yeah, it's any apparition, that's Mary, and it's all good, right? So it's like, well, but if you're Roman Catholic, I'm not saying it's even approved by the Vatican. I'm just saying that Roman Catholics tend to, in an ecumenist way, support and promote the Zaytun apparition. I hadn't really thought about the doves, but regardless of the doves, like it's already used by ecumenist-minded people all the time.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks for your time, man.
And the reason for that's pretty obvious, because the Roman Catholics were saying, well, hey, if Mary is appearing in Zaytun, Egypt, to the Coptics, and if we base a lot of our argumentation on apparitions, we got to admit it's Mary, and therefore, hey, Coptics they're good. Mary wouldn't appear up there, right? So it becomes this like automatic default ecumenist move. Which could then suggest ecumenist stuff. I'm not sure where. I mean, I guess it could go in different ways, but I mean, it's kind of like Fatima. Like Fatima definitely was what, even if it was, I don't think it was real, but even if it was, like, it was also roped into geopolitical, Cold War stuff. I would say, just on the surface of it, without looking a lot into, this could definitely be, the CIA would definitely capitalize on this against the Soviets, right? So this is taking place in 1968. It's the Cold War. I mean, this would be perfect, like, Cold War stuff, right? Oh, look, Mary's with the Coptics, therefore the Soviets are bad. And you think, I'm not joking, like, apparitions were loved by the CIA and utilized and staged by admission by the CIA in the Cold War. That's admitted. And we've covered that many times over. Many people, even trad cats, argue that Medjugorje was one of these. So my guess would be that if this was in some way capitalized on or staged or even just created as a hoax, because remember, like, I mean, do we know the thousands of people that were there? No. Okay, well, how do we know that thousands of people witnessed? Well, there's a news printing that says thousands of people saw it. Well, I mean, you realize the newspapers have been staging things since the 1890s. Look up the Bat People on the Moon hoax, which everybody at that time believed was real because it was in the papers. Now, and here's Roman Catholic sites promoting it right here. Now, we've covered, for example, in the book on the CIA and religion that we covered from the academic text, it's not a conspiracy book. Ed Lansdale, for example, wanted to stage entire second comings of Christ during the Cold War. Now, supposedly they didn't go with any of that, but that tells you right there's an admission openly right there that they're willing to engage in staged apparitions. And there are examples of this. I don't know if it'll come up when I search for it, but let's see. This is actually a good article that we did read on this some years back about the Bayside apparitions. Bayside is a really good example of this during the Cold War. And in fact, most of the Bayside claims were all false, but they aligned perfectly with what the CIA was saying in the 1960s and 70s during the Cold War. The Virgin and the Bomb, that's it. Daniel Wojcik. This is a really good paper on intelligence studies and Bayside apparitions. The problem is that there's some old publications about during the Cold War from progressives and leftists, about CIA uses of apparitions. I think Victor Marchetti talks about this in his book on the CIA. He was in the CIA, by the way. So there's actually quite a bit of information on this. So you have to really dig to find a lot of this stuff. And we've covered this stuff on my streams over the past several years. But anyway. Banana Bender, $5. JFV read Program to Kill by David Gallen. Yeah, I read it probably 10 years ago. We've done an entire podcast on it. Martin O'Brien, Sec 100. I've been chatting with ChatGPT. It seems like it's lying about crime stats. You think? It's been getting very liberal. I tried ChatGPT day one and it was liberal, so it's always been fake and gay. Now, Grok early on, like Grok version 1 was pretty good. Grok now is not doing that great. Banana Bender, $5. The Moonies ring a bell. They had big intelligence ties. Oh, of course they did. Yeah. So the Washington Post and the CIA and the KCIA were all intimately connected. Because, actually, Washington Times, not Washington Post. At one time, Bush Sr. owned it. And then I want to say it was sold. Was it sold to the Moonies, I think? Sun Myung Moon. Or is it? It's one of the other ways, right? Sun Myung Moon bought the Washington Times or sold it. Washington Times is owned by Apparitions Holding, which is a Mooney cult. And Sun Myung Moon has a long-time connection with the CIA. And it was actually the CIA that set up Korean intelligence, the KCIA. So, yeah. I don't know if it's still owned by them, but at one time it was, there was a direct Bush Sr. connection to it. Founded in 1982 by a media conglomerate under the Unification Church of Sun Myung Moon. This should at some point mention the Bush Sr. connection. Ronald Reagan read Washington Times every day. It was a pro-CIA, anti-Soviet Cold War thing. In 1991, Sun Myung Moon said he spent $900 million to $1 billion on the Washington Times. Then he says $1 to $2 billion. In 1992, they had 1/8 the circulation of the Washington Post. George Bush Sr. encouraged the political influence of the Washington Times. I thought there was some connection between Bush Sr., like more than that. But I haven't read on this in many years. I wonder if they still own. Do the Moonies still own this? OAN. There used to be, so you can't find any of this stuff on Google anymore. Maybe we'll try Yandex. Yeah, here we go. So basically, yeah, this is it. Basically, you have to use Yandex to get what Google was in like 2010 or 2015, right before the dead internet theory took over and destroyed the internet to where it doesn't pull up anything. Basically, you have to use Yandex for that. But here's an old article about the Mooney cult and Bush Senior connection. This is it. This is what I was looking for. So here, if you want to read more about that, you can read it here. Yandex is a Russian search engine, so it basically works like Google in 2015. So you'll notice, like, it still pulls up Blogspot articles, other sites, and as you probably have noticed, like, all the other search engines don't pull up any of this anymore. So it's like two different internets. So Yandex is like using the internet back in 2015 when you could actually pull up, you know, like even like conspiracy websites that used to come up, like educateyourself.org, right? You don't get any of this anymore now. You'll get anti-Western narratives. Now when you use Google, all it is like the first 10 pages is nothing but like approved establishment sources. You didn't know this? Nick, we're getting down to, I think, the end of the night. What's on your mind, Nick?
What's up, Jay? I was just going to ask, what do you think about the Jesuit influence in our country? I feel like you sort of underplay that.
Oh, my God. Are you serious, man?
Yeah, I mean, Georgetown, Fordham, these are all Jesuit institutions. They produce CIA and politicians.
Really? You think? I mean, even though I've done, like, countless talks on those very topics.
But you don't, I mean, I feel like you sort of underplay.
Why are you, I mean, are you being dishonest, or you just don't know my material?
No, I started watching it recently. I haven't, like, really heard you talk about it. I know you do the esoteric Hollywood. I haven't gotten into that, but I feel like
I have gigantic talks on gigantic books for years on Vatican II, the CIA, and the Jesuits. So you just don't know my stuff. You're new here. I'm sorry that you're new here. Corey, what's up? I'm literally the dude that talks about the CIA and the Jesuits ad nauseum. And then I get these people who, you don't talk about the Jesuits. Just welcome to being an idiot, man. I just thank you for showing me that you're an idiot and you didn't ever look at anything I've talked about for 10 years. What's up? I'm mute. Schizo rant $3. Jay, why don't you interpret my dreams? I will. Tell me what you dreamed and I'll give you a Jungian archetypal analysis. Caleb, I'm mute.
What's up, Jay?
Yep.
I had a quick question. Have you ever heard of the evangelical YouTuber needgod.net?
Yep.
I was just wondering what some of your thoughts were, because like I find some of his videos very, I guess, sort of entertaining. So I would find your takes on some of it very entertaining, because
I mean, I don't know if he's entertaining or not, but it's like low tier evangelical retardation.
I mean, I've heard him, and I've seen him in comment sections too, and he has like a fairly large following. So it's concerning that like he even damns like Martin Luther for like believing in baptismal regeneration.
I mean, again, low tier evangelical retardation. So you know, if you want to spend your time with that, have at it, dog. I mean, imagine not searching J. Dyer Vatican Jesuit and not. I mean, how many talks have we done on Gladio in the Vatican? Like, hey, dude, I feel like you're playing down a Jesuit, bro. Anybody? Last chance if you disagree. I think we're at this point where like no one ever looks anything up anymore. That's what this is. Like nobody looks up stuff. They pop onto a live stream. They see me talking on some video. And then they don't realize that I have thousands of videos over the last 15 years on every conceivable topic and movie or whatever. Like, why don't you just go look before you ask, dude? Here's an entire stream we did with Jeem on Jesuits in Lebanon. Just coming to the church. Deep Secrets of the Vatican, Jesuits, Gladio, Papal Geopolitics. Dude, I'm the one that lectures on Wim Hof's book. The 800-page book on this topic, dude. Jay don't talk about the Jesuits, bro. Just look up J. Gladio. That's all you need, dog. Nobody else? Everyone agrees? Only come up if you disagree. Mars, I'm not talking to you. Isaac, I'm not talking about you. If you disagree, last chance. Last call for alcohol. Otherwise, we're calling it a night, son. Uh-oh. No, I'm not going to you, dude. You already exposed yourself. You exposed, bro. No more essays. No cholos allowed, bro. If you a cholo, you're my homie. I ain't gonna debate you, dog. Hey, fool. Anybody else? Anybody that's not a cholo. If you disagree, go to head of the line, dog. All right, that's it, man. Everybody have a good night or whatever. Barely.